Wow. Season 3, guys.
I can't believe we're finally here.
Let's do this
It took
one
us
last time.
Yes.
Wow.
Only took us a few years to get here.
Yeah.
And now we're here.
Yeah.
And now you're driving. Would you like to tell us a little bit about this driving, Troy? Where were you going?
Got pretty good at this shot right here, putting it on the dash.
Don't
Yeah.
even
At
have
my
to look
face.
at it. You know it's already
Yep. Wait, is it?
set up.
I don't think anyone was holding the camera then. It looks like it was moving around a little bit.
I don't know. This was
think-
like 3 years ago.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's like I'm glad I took notes on this stuff to remember these things.
The antique store that is now no longer an antique store.
I think it's a law office or something.
I think that
Surprise.
was just for sale.
Surprise.
Yeah. That was when it was closing. Because I remember we did the thing, the live tweeting stuff.
Yeah.
Talking about how the antique store was moving or something when it legitimately was at the time too.
Didn't
So-
we ask them if we could like film inside
Mm-hmm.
there, and they actually said no?
Was that me and you that did that? Yeah, that
Yeah.
was me and you that did that. I thought it was
Yeah.
me and Tim, but yeah. Yeah, this
This is a separate store.
yeah. I
the
think
same
we
area.
had us we had a footage of us actually walking into the store, but then I realized because this is not the interior of that antique building.
Mm-hmm.
It was this is the interior of a store like across the street or something from it, and I had the footage of walking into that building for a while until I realized, oh wait, there's no way that this interior matches up with that exterior at all because it was like 2 stories tall and everything. But thanks to her for agreeing to do that for us.
Yeah.
I cannot remember her name.
She was very friendly though.
Yeah.
She was excited. She was like, "Oh, okay."
Yeah, Joseph was just like, here, just say this stuff. And she said it exactly like one take pretty much.
It's all
Wish
did.
we could do that.
Yeah. Oh yeah, while we were shooting this, the people who owned that building came outside and was like, "You're interrupting our foot traffic or something."
Yeah, it's a realty building.
It's a realty building. It's like, what? When do people just walk into a realty building to be like, "What you got?"
And
Never.
live
We were
right down the street from it. I've never seen anyone walk into it. Period. Ever.
Did I live down here at the time?
Yeah, you lived across the street from this office.
Did I?
Yeah,
not yet. You didn't.
I don't think I would have. Would I?
Not
I
at,
figured you would have.
not at this point, but you did later.
Oh, okay.
You still lived in the Troy Moves Out house.
A lot of early season 3 is going to be us trying to remember.
Trying to remember what. Hey, you're Tim Beep, right?
Yep.
That's his actual last name.
Tim,
That's
right.
That's the combination season 2 joke
Yeah.
version, or like that's the equivalent of the combination joke in season 2 in here. Mm-hmm. We moved it even further. Instead of in season 2 it was the first entry pretty much of trying to open the safe and then the last entry telling the number. But in this, it's the first entry saying your last name and then the credits telling you what it is. So it's even
Well, no,
even
the
longer.
medical papers have the name on it.
No, it just has W. It doesn't have the
Oh,
full
okay.
name
It
on
has
it.
WR, I think.
Because we were trying to figure out what the last name was for that entry because we had to actually write it down, at least the first initial, and then we realized what that would have meant if his last name was right just for that scene, and that's why we picked it.
This is also one of the few times in the series where, like, the world, you see people outside of the little story. It's kind of jarring. It's like, oh God, there are other people here. Why don't they just ask for help?
I don't know why I didn't just use a standalone lighter and thought, hey, my entire keychain, like I usually use, it look good on camera.
Lazy.
Whatever. Nice burns.
Thanks.
You don't look like that anymore.
No.
Weird.
You look different now.
You were so clean shaven there. You look so nice. I don't think we
doing
wrote
okay?
this. Did we write this or did we just like...
I remember having the part where Tim first comes out and Tim is basically like, wait, have you been waiting here? I seem to remember that was actually written because I love Kay's little like, no, I mean, I
was just hanging out outside this
had stuff
mental
to
health
do
facility.
and I just happened
Yeah.
to... No, I wasn't waiting or anything. He's
we-
very smooth.
Did we ever establish what his job actually is?
What Tim's job is?
Yeah.
Not specifically.
Short order cook at 15th Street Diner.
Yeah.
Oh,
What could it be? I think I just said my number there.
Probably.
you could have just said 555-5555.
Well, you heard the first number there for a second, so I think I said the area code correctly, and then was like blah 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 blah. There are a few takes. It might have even been the one we used here. Okay, no, there's one take where we did the lines really well, but then there was a lot of traffic when Tim was about to cross the street. So it's like, okay, see you later. Bye.
Like, I don't know necessarily that it comes off this way with the body language or anything, but on paper, just reading out the transcripts for it, the conversations are so much funnier because Jay is kind of puppy dogging it, and Tim is like, "Oh,
Yeah.
all right, yeah,
Yeah.
cool guy. Don't remember you. Please stop following me."
That was a while ago.
That was even longer.
Yeah. Do commentary on the season 1 flashback thing there. She's like, oh yeah, this is where we.
Oh yeah, this is where I talked at you for a while.
If you want to hear more about that, you should buy the season 1 DVD.
Yeah.
Which one is this? Oh yeah.
I have hit a train up on those tracks with a rock before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So have I, but it took me longer.
Yeah, I think we all eventually did, but Joseph was the first, and he has done it the most since. Because this is actually kind of our brainstorming spot, or was during the
It's our
season.
go out there to brainstorm and then talk about video games for 2 hours
Yeah.
spot.
Well, that's what happens when Joseph's out there. We're slightly more.
I do not believe that.
Not really.
I said slightly.
In the talk about 9 video games instead of 10 kind of way, maybe.
Yeah. Was Jay just wandering around out here? Oh yeah, I guess
Yeah.
he was.
Looking for Tim still.
Oh yeah, this is where I say great, more tapes.
Which everyone seemed to like,
Yeah.
including me.
It might have been a sentiment shared by quite a few people at the time.
We were really good at writing awkward phone conversations.
I wonder why.
Well, you see, we live at an age now where it's really just obsolete. Should have just had the entire thing be screenshots of your phone. Then we could have
Yeah.
gotten a product placement deal.
Yeah. Marvel Hornets brought to you by Android operating systems.
Yep. Start a bidding war between Android and iOS.
Yeah. We would get dozens of dollars,
Yep. I don't think we would get anything. I think we would get 2 cease and desist orders.
probably. Because they haven't been of any use before now.
Yep.
Jay was just really cynical here at the beginning, I think, as you might imagine. Oh yeah, this was a when we were shooting the first entry when I was looking through the window of the antique store. There's a reflection behind me right there when I was doing it, and it was actually just Joseph. He didn't move out of the shot, and we didn't realize it until after. And so I thought, hey,
Oh, yeah.
I should make a To The Arc entry about that. So that's where this one came from. Like, this wasn't originally written, but then I thought, hey,
It
make
works.
that. Yeah, happy
Marvel
accident.
Hornets,
Imagine
the
that.
happy accident. Yep.
So that wasn't planned. I think that was the first To The Arc video I made on the new editing software, so I went kind of crazy.
Oh yeah, I just realized that entry 53 was the first time that I spoke on camera in about 2 years since then, because I don't think I had any lines at all during season 2.
Did you?
I don't
I
believe
don't
so.
think
No, I
Once,
guess not.
once,
You had some grunting noises. but-
yeah,
Yeah.
once,
And then and by this point, you've probably said more than anyone else in the series, except for maybe Jay.
yeah,
What, like in total?
Yeah.
Yeah. It was always really fun to write Jay's excuses for why he's doing things.
Yep. You would think that over the years, Jay would get better at lying since it's essentially.
Well, he doesn't have that much contact with people. So, and the last person he was honest with tried to kill him. So, I don't know. Maybe he's paranoid.
You would just think he would get better at, since that's essentially all he does when he's talking to people, because he's making excuses for why he's doing things.
It's basically his hobby.
But he just never gets better.
Why isn't he a better liar?
Yeah. You're never going to go pro like that, kid.
Yeah.
He's not putting in the hours off the field to really improve his lying game.
Packed doing ?
Yeah. Chopping wood.
He's actually a nuclear physicist.
He's a construction worker.
That's what he was in Alex Crayley's Marble Hornets.
Yeah. And, you know,
I like to think
life
that
imitates art.
Yeah, I was gonna say Alex was so lazy that he was just like, oh, "Okay, Tim, you're a construction worker because you have access to all this heavy machinery."
Yeah.
That's what he would
sweet.
have done.
Can I come out to your job one day and do some B-roll?
Yeah. Yeah. That's what he would have done.
Yep.
Oh, this is our special effects heavy entry. Unsurprisingly. Sassy.
Oh.
Sassy J. If this is the one with Seth, right?
It's
raining-
either this one or the next one.
The raining one. I think.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is. Okay, yeah. I like this one because I like tricking people into thinking it was something spooky when it was just like, oh no, it's
Yeah.
just rain. We had to go all the way out to where Seth lived at the time.
Which is about 2 hours away
Yeah.
I didn't
from
think
where
you
this shot is.
Yeah. That shot is about an hour away from where we live.
in the opposite direction,
Yeah,
more or less.
it's actually farther away from
Yeah.
Auburn than we are currently.
Well, did he live here or was he just visiting here? And
No,
we
he
went
lived.
that? Okay.
He lived in there at the time. It was not raining.
Yeah, Joseph was standing by with a squirt bottle and just sprayed our faces between takes. And
Yep.
Seth's hair is unable, like it is just physically unable to get wet. I remember that.
Yeah.
We would spray it and then he'd kind of shake it and it would look just normal again.
Yep. I think we actually had like a bucket at one point,
Yeah. Oh yeah, we had a bucket. We just kind of dumped it on his head. I
and
remember
it
that.
kind of worked. And this was on a night, I don't know, it was the middle of the week, so apparently that was the heavy drinking night for this community.
Yeah.
So they had like shuttles going to the like strip with all the bars and stuff like that. So there were all these people between takes just
Yeah.
like, woo, yeah.
Did anyone ever notice what you were playing, Tim? There, the Beethoven
I
music.
don't think so. So two little interesting things about the equipment in this room. Number one is there was a bass guitar in that room I was put in that case right before we started shooting because I realized that in entry 19, Jay has that same bass in his apartment because that was my apartment.
Yeah.
So it had to be Jay's bass. And then the little keyboard that Alex is messing with is one that I've had for a while that was given to me by my grandma. And it's apparently the same one that is used by a Homestar Runner. So
Really?
Marble Hornets and Homestar Runner have something in common.
That was all improvised right there. Because I remember
Most
one
of
time.
this,
I remember one time Brian walked in and you're like, "Hey, buddy!" Also, you were chewing gum.
Oh,
in
yeah.
this entry.
I want to say basically all of this entry was improv.
Yeah, I think we did the thing where we did all the lines and we found one that was good and we just kept repeating that one.
Yeah.
Should we explain Sutton's Limit real quick?
Sure.
I don't think we've ever talked about Sutton's Limit, but
I don't think
anytime,
on commentary we have in person.
yeah. I think this might be one of the funniest entries to me, like ever.
Yeah.
What did I just say?
There'd be significantly more lighting because the power just went out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh, yeah.
Sutton's Limit.
Sutton's Limit is when we have an outline script or just a straight up improvised. It is the point when we do it enough times to where we're doing the exact same thing every single time. And Sutton's Limit is when you quit.
And I think the limit is usually around 4 ish. 4 or 5.
Yeah.
Depends.
Oh, yeah. For all of this, I was standing back in your other room because it had the circuit breaker in it. And I would
Yep.
just flip them off
Yeah.
and all this because I had to
We
take
had
out.
like one line, and that was the cue.
Yeah. And I just went click.
And then I just kind of had to flick it with my finger a little bit to
Yeah.
make it make noise but not turn on. Also, Bradley's cage was in here, so I had to avoid showing that. Bradley
is-
was my pet rat.
There was a time, there was like one shot of you walking around in this take, and you just stop for a second and point the flashlight at Bradley, and you just go, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is Bradley," and then you just kept going along.
Should have used that take.
Yeah,
Could have made him a star.
Bradley Star.
Good news, guys. We have flashlights.
I like that it's just flashlight, not flashlights. Joseph just mouthed that line over here.
Did I?
I know you can't see it on the commentary, but Joseph just went like you just mouthed that line.
That
You
must
did.
have been completely subconscious.
You did.
I don't blame you.
I'm pretty powerful. I'm pretty proud of that line.
This
That's
ending
what
right
you should
here,
be.
the ending of this intro right here, that was not planned. That was me just jumping into the room,
Yeah.
saying, "Okay, we're done." But when I saw that, I realized that I could take my leg and make it look spooky. So that's what I did.
Good job. Happy accident.
Yep. Imagine that.
Pretty sneaky.
Yep. Which one is this one? Oh yeah, I had to go back and
420.
find all the. I forgot what I was gonna say.
Yeah,
I think this is the first time that audio from the synthesizer that I built got used, isn't it?
That's not the synthesizer. That's the contact mic that you made, or the phone microphone thing that you had.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, that was old audio. I've used
Yeah.
it before. Actually, I think the first time I used that was the first To the Arc video in season 2.
Oh.
The one with the torn up paper.
Oh, yeah.
I think that was the first time I ever used it. Yeah, I had like a 5 or 10 minute long clip of that's Brian, by the way. That was the only time I did.
I recognized the jawline immediately
Yeah.
as soon as that was up there.
Was that the spectrograph
I
thing?
think it's the only time we did one.
You had one more, I think.
Oh, okay. Anyway, what was I saying?
There's so many things. Oh, about the synthesizer stuff.
Oh yeah, I have like a 10-minute long clip of Tim just putting that microphone that doesn't listen to sound, it listens to vibrations or electrical signals or
Yeah.
something. So you put it on something electric and you can hear the electricity
Yeah.
in it. So I use
That's the
that.
telephone recorder, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like $10 at Radio Shack, and you can do some cool stuff
Yeah.
with it.
This is the entry where we actually had someone
Come
drive
in,
up.
yeah.
It was
while
this
we-
shot, too.
Yeah. Oh. No,
I mean,
that's-
that wasn't them.
that
No,
wasn't
They
them.
stopped.
No. Yeah. A car stopped next to us. They opened the door and like, you guys the Marble Hornets guys?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. And they just drove
And
away.
they just left.
Yep.
And we're like, oh, okay.
I mean, this is where. Was it just? Did you just live in this area at the time, Tim, or was it you and?
We all lived there at this. No, we couldn't.
Very, very briefly, we all lived there. I wasn't
It
here at
wouldn't
the
have
time.
been there at this time. This would have just been Tim.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
I think
because we
so,
were
yeah,
in the
yeah.
house. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. For a very brief amount of time, we all lived in this apartment complex for like a month, maybe.
Oh, so... oh, hey, Joseph, you're wearing my shirt. I just realized that.
I was doing the same. I was wearing one of your shirts in the last entry too.
Nice. This little dialogue sequence, we did it
And realized it was
and
wrong.
then realized that it didn't jive with the story
Yep.
in entry 51, and that is what spawned, the next couple of entries, I believe. Or I think the next two, because we realized that it couldn't be the same hospital they were talking about, so
Yeah.
we
Yeah.
started in one and ended in another.
Yeah, we were trying to establish a.
Using the screen and the eyepiece, which actually don't turn on at the same time. Like
Yeah.
if you pull the eyepiece out,
Yeah.
the screen
I was
turns off.
just like, hey, how does this look?
You are really, really good at pretending to direct people poorly. There's this loud banging sound that comes out here in a second. I have no idea what it is.
Yeah, this entry we were trying to establish, like in that early conversation, like points of reference of how far apart stuff was, but
Where is it? Where is it? It comes up here in a second.
so unprofessional.
God.
That. What was that? You look at it. I have no idea what that was.
I could not tell you.
Maybe I tripped on the stairs.
No,
or
it came
something.
from behind Joseph.
Yeah.
It was a ghost.
Yeah.
Spooky ghost.
I know all of this was improvised with Joseph. It's like how were people able to listen to what Tim was saying when Joseph's over there doing that? just hanging out next to the fire extinguisher.
Yeah. And then
Well-
they cross their arms the same way.
Yeah.
Brian does the.
I was directing him.
Yeah.
I was telling him how to look nonchalant enough. Sometimes you gotta jump in there and show the talent how to do it.
Yep. That's the
Actors
sign of
love
a, that's the
nothing
sign of
more.
a good director.
It is, yeah.
Oh, this is the first of many visits to the abandoned hospital. Oh wait, this isn't the next entry. Sorry, I looked away for a second. Classic scenes over here.
So
This
a
is
little
the-
bit about entry 18.
This is the clip show entry.
We only had
Last
one of
time
those.
on Marble Hornets.
Yeah. We I don't think we really knew how long we were going to be going with these tapes from Tim, but we were like, let's not have an accidental season 2 again where we spend so long in the flashbacks that we forget to do the present day stuff.
Yeah. Well, I
Okay.
do know. Whenever we scouted out the location for the school that comes way later, when he asked us when we would be back to actually film there, we said, "Oh, probably sometime this summer."
Yeah.
And then we came back 2 years later.
Yep.
Yep.
Better late than never.
They still let us do it at least. Yeah. Oh man.
One of my favorite entries.
Yeah.
Given up on this place since it's been so long since I told you about it.
All right. No, this isn't the one.
This
I'm
isn't the one
thinking
with Brian.
This
Yeah.
isn't the one I like.
of. Yeah, never mind. This one sucks.
Brian, the one you're thinking of with Brian was in season 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, was it?
Yes.
Yes.
51.
Okay.
Awful lot of walking. in this. This movie is nothing but walking.
I think it's we found out that it's illegal to walk on train tracks, I think.
Did we?
Yeah.
Huh.
We could have died.
You can't no one says you're walking on the train tracks right here.
Could have been walking next to the train tracks.
Yeah. Butt shot.
This was my I think this was my first time being cameraman.
No, the last entry you were holding the camera.
Oh yeah.
Either you were holding the camera or you were holding the camera and I was walking behind you.
Well, either way, I was still very new and inexperienced at it, and you had to teach me the ways of
not pointing it at Joseph's ass the entire time.
Yeah.
This spawned a whole like Marble Hornets meme.
Yeah.
Like this one entry.
Yep.
Just fixated
On the butts.
on the butt.
Oh well,
That's a lot of booty. That is a lot of booty.
it's not bad. And I think we had to.
If you got it, flaunt it, you know.
I had to choose. It was really hard to point the camera. That's pretty much the only thing I could point the camera at that wasn't on like dick graffiti or racist graffiti. So it's like,
Dick graffiti, swastikas, or Joseph's ass.
Yeah.
I think the choice is clear here.
now just for the record, this whole location area, which includes several of these places that we will have gone to or will go to.
Actual trip. Because I'm stupid.
They were really cool the first few times we went, but now they've just gotten tedious by now because we've had to go back so many times.
Nothing special. This place is way better.
It turns out the best take was the one where Joseph tripped at the beginning, so it's like,
Yeah.
that's good when you use that.
Up to going to another place.
You're so whiny, Tim.
I know.
It was your idea to come here. We should go to this place. I don't really want to be here anymore.
Yeah, this entry
such
and
a
the next
baby.
this entry and the next one are pretty much exist solely because of our mistake in the last one.
Yeah.
You know, compared to the rest of
I don't even really know what that said.
Wasn't it a Bible verse or something?
Maybe.
use it at some point.
Don't walk around or anything. Just climb through the.
Yeah,
it
man.
was
This-
almost wide enough to go through.
I mean, unless you're okay with having like
But
Nancy Hart's Kevin
But-
on the wall or something.
that was actually on one of the walls.
Yeah.
Nancy Hart's Kevin.
Are you going upstairs or downstairs? Go up.
Oh yeah, when we were shooting this.
Stairs that go up are all the way over there, but
Oh.
Oh no, we have to walk. When we went upstairs here, those aren't the actual stairs we used. That's just a fire escape, and you should not walk up those.
No.
because they're really rickety.
Also, the doors don't work.
Yeah,
They're like bolted closed.
Yes.
yeah. When we were up here shooting this part, there's what?
I just can't stop like
Tripping.
tripping.
Oh, well, yeah, because there's a bunch of crap on the floor.
Yeah.
There's
The
like
ceiling is on the floor.
there's like a cornfield or a cotton field or something outside of this. And while we were shooting this entry, some dude was out there with like a varmint rifle.
Oh, yeah.
shooting.
While we were shooting film, he was shooting varmints.
Yeah.
Shooting film.
Yep. This is actually one of the camera motions that I'm the most proud of here.
Oh, yeah.
This was really hard to do. I think this might actually been one of the hardest camera movements to figure out.
Also, looking out the window and seeing that that big cornfield, and me thinking how cool it would be to have the operator out in the middle of the field somewhere inspired the shot that was kind of like that in Entry 72.
Just to point out to everyone here, are you about to say something about that?
Yes. Alex is really mean.
No, I was gonna say that's metal that he's holding.
Yeah,
right
that's
there.
an actual like.
like
that is a
rebar,
metal
isn't it?
rod. Yeah. Everyone thought he just hit him with a tiny stick.
No. That might be the most villainous thing Alex has ever done. Because there's like broken glass and
his,
like asbestos and stuff all over the ground, and Tim is peeing.
He's in a compromised position.
Yeah. That might be the most villainous thing anyone's ever done that I
Yeah.
can think of.
Hit someone with a rod while they're taking a wee.
Yeah.
See,
Nope.
like, this is why we had you dropping it, because we were like, we need to show that this is metal.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. That little gust of wind was nice.
It's also really, really hard to drop it just right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because otherwise Joseph would look like, it's hard to explain in audio only, but like, you would just look really robotic. Just be like, I have to walk here. Now, boop. Now
Yeah.
walk away.
Either it would fall out of your hand and it would look too weak, or you just kind of go,
Yeah. Go
Angry.
away. I don't like you.
But yeah, the shot of the camera falling off the thing that we tried to imply, I didn't go over as well as I hoped it would, was that there's crumbling noise under the camera when you put it on the windowsill, and then it falls once it crumbles completely, because we got the crumbling noise later and overlaid it on that.
Right.
And a lot of people were unsure how the camera fell, but I couldn't think of a better way to do it than having it crumble, because I was sitting beside the window right there, and I had to like hold my hand on it when you hit Tim when Alex hits Tim with the rod. I had to like kind of pretend to drop it.
Right.
It was really complicated.
man, this was stressful.
Yeah. Sorry about this.
We were still in the hospital. It was at night, and Joseph and Troy were sort of off to the side, like in one of the attic rooms, like so they could be nearby, but I wouldn't see them. And I had to run all the way down from this top floor down to the lobby and out the door.
Were you wearing
by myself
contacts
in the
at
dark.
this time, or were you actually glassless?
Could you not see because of that either?
I don't remember. I feel like if I would remember if I
Was
didn't have
completely
glasses.
blind?
Yeah. It was also really nerve-wracking because whenever I got to the bottom, I could see sort of like what looked like parked headlights down at the end of the
the
driveway
streetlights,
thing, and I was
yeah.
just like, nah.
This is also while we were off in one of the side rooms. Troy and I heard some noise from one of the like manufacturing things that's nearby.
Yeah.
What was it? Was it like an intercom beeping or something like that?
Something
It sounded like an old telephone ring or
Yeah,
something.
but like there was this like ghost hunters.
Oh,
thing
that's right.
about that,
Yeah.
that they did like this audio recording where they went to this
EVPs,
place
I think.
and
This very building that we're in
They
right now.
heard up until that point we had heard everything. That it's like you can if you go there, you know what all these sounds are. They aren't creepy. Well, they are creepy, but it's like they're
they
not
have an earthly reason to be
but
there. Yeah.
but
the
there was
telephone.
There's this telephone ring. Troy had heard this and he was telling me about it. He's like, that's what that sound is.
Yeah, there's like
that's what that is.
There's like a tire plant, a
because
rubber
that was the only
plant.
thing that we couldn't really place.
We couldn't figure out where that telephone noise came from.
I
but-
would have just assumed it's like, oh, they just put that in post.
Yeah.
But no, it's like,
There's a manufacturing plant, and anytime the
but
telephone
you can
rings,
see the lights from
Yeah.
the building.
Yeah. In fact, it's really annoying to try to avoid those when you're shooting out here to
Yeah.
make it
Yeah.
seem more,
This part was shot somewhere different. This was in the woods by
where you lived
our,
at the time.
our apartments.
Yeah. This
It's
actually,
probably around the exact same spot where
this shot was so annoying to get right.
oh yeah.
because we had to be able to show Joseph walking by with the flashlight
This
and
was
everything.
actually near those train tracks where Jay was on the phone. Like, not in the universe or whatever, but these woods in the real world.
Not that close, because it was over by those apartments where we used to live. Remember? It was on the edge of that, like in that office park.
No, I thought this...
Where Tim and Hoodie attacked Alex with the rock in season 2.
Oh,
This is
okay.
almost
This is-
the exact
this is
same
the
place.
same one.
Okay, never mind.
That's later that you're
Yeah.
thinking of.
That,
All these woods.
Yeah.
that was a really cool shot, though. I'm glad it worked out the way it did.
Yeah, okay, now I remember this because I wasn't crazy about using the flashlight because we were right behind some apartments and stuff. So, don't want to be shining flashlights into people's homes while they're trying to sleep.
That was, yeah.
Tends to cause issues.
I think we only did like 3 takes of that, so that's why. And more stumbling through. Was
Just in
this
a different place?
Because I remember at first I was like, if you can, to make you seem more disoriented, I want you to only use the camera night vision to see where you're going.
And I didn't have any choice.
And then we realized that the infrared light that the night vision uses doesn't go very far. And
Yeah.
it lights up maybe 2 or 3 feet in front of you if you're lucky.
Yep.
And if there's no walls there, it's just a black void.
Yeah.
So that's why you're having to point it at the ground so much to see where you're going. But I remember at one point you had the mag light. That was actually you feeling right there to see
Yeah.
where you were going. You had the mag light, the one that Joseph is holding up here. Mm-hmm. You were like shining it on the ceiling as you were running to bounce it off.
In the first part of this. Well, it was because I had to run fast through that top part of the building, but I couldn't see it all. So I basically had to. It's like I would point it at the ceiling and then run for a little bit, and then whenever I would need to point it in front of me, I would sort of point the camera at the ground and then point the flashlight in front of me. Really briefly, I would alternate.
This stuff required a lot of audio work because there's lots of crunchy things on the ground here. Mm-hmm. So it's like Tim was not being very sneaky because it was like.
I think
I'll never know I'm here.
I think every time anyone in this series is being sort of sneaky on screen, that there something has been done with the audio because they're always really loud.
Yeah. Or it's not loud when we're there. It's just loud on the camera because it's so close to the footsteps, and it sounds like they'd be able to hear it when in reality it wasn't that loud, but just for the sake of the viewer, I guess. This is actually pretty tense. Like, I really...
Again, not acting.
Yeah. We were going to have a full-on operator appearance in this room, but we couldn't get it exactly right, so we just had to have this little flash
You
here.
couldn't really see it very well.
Yeah. So I had to go with the subtlety route. This was really late at night, too, I think, when we shot this. Oh, yeah, because when we were shooting it, a bat flew by my face a few times. That's the end of that story. A bat flew by my face.
It's pretty scary, man.
Yeah.
People always ask me, is it tough to do coughing acting, like pretend coughing? And the answer is yes. Yes, it is. It hurts a lot.
Well, like we said, that was the one of the times when smoking actually helps you.
Yeah.
I just figured out how to make that effect in this entry, so I went kind of crazy with it.
Anytime you see a new effect in Marble Hornets, it's something that Troy just figured out how to do. So
Yeah.
he's like, let's put it into practice.
Yep.
That's
Nothing
what I would
wrong
do.
with that.
That's exactly what I would do.
Keeps it fresh.
It was difficult to find an area that was similar to the one shown in the daytime because they look so different in the night and the day there. It's one of the few times when there's a question mark in the text here. We didn't like asking questions in the text very much because it made it sound kind of cheesy. Like, oh man, did you see that? What could it mean? You tell me, viewer.
Find out next time.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Oh,
Pipe
and then
heavier, the one he used earlier that day.
Well,
that means it's worse.
You specifically put pipe there because people said that they thought it was a stick in the previous one.
Yep.
Thought he'd clear that one up.
We had to go out and buy that pipe. I still have it. It's in my bedroom.
Oh, yeah.
It's my thief deterrent.
Oh, yeah.
Now, if anyone ever breaks into an apartment, I got that lead pipe now. That's really hard to pick up.
It's pretty heavy.
Yeah.
It's significantly heavier than the other one.
Yeah. significantly more lethal.
Yes.
We should have made that your weapon of choice. Like,
Yeah.
forget the gun. Like, just
We should have made a movie poster with that on it.
Hey, we still can.
Yeah.
Who says we can't? Oh, these are fun to make. I got to use the old ephemeral films footage and everything to use puppets and stuff.
Yeah, I think
Oh, that
we
one
mentioned
fell.
these before, but most of the time, these are being made like you just make these on your own.
Yeah.
And they're as much a surprise to me as they are to the
Well,
audience. So I'm always
that-
excited when a new one.
That
shows
shot
up.
of the spider there, that was kind of an accident because it was when we were shooting something from season 2. I think it was the one where Jay was in the woods around those chimneys and the operator appears. I just saw a spider on a web in between some branches, and I shot it from the camera really close, and I just so happened to be on a cloudless day, so the background was completely blue. So I was able to key out the blue and take that spider footage and put it over that.
That's cool.
Nice.
So that was some old footage I was sitting on to make that.
Old train tracks.
Tim and Jay's rendezvous.
Should have filmed this while a train was going over. So it could
You
be,
can't hear anything.
You could be rained on by rocks. while
Oh
the-
yeah, we found that out. All the rocks that Joseph threw up there.
I love that people took a screenshot of me just like doing the hold on finger at Jay just then because it does look really mean.
Just hold on a second. This is important.
Exposition.
Shut the hell up for a second.
Phone exposition. Just when Jay walks up, you hear Tim say, "Oh yeah, oh no, I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to some guy that just walked up here." Yeah, he's kind of a nerd. Anyway,
You find anything good on those tapes, or did you play anything?
Well, I found a few things. Man, my
There was a lot of that. You know,
you're really good at changing hands with your cigarette there.
Yeah.
the entire shoot was like.
I think
I was gonna.
being the smoker on camera was handy for me because I'm a very fidgety person, and doing that always gave me something to do with my hands.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, there's no telling what I would have been doing.
Jazz hands.
Yeah,
Basically, what we're saying, kids, is if you want to be a good actor, you should smoke.
Yeah.
we're not saying that at all.
That-
Man, I'm pretty sure my face is a little rounder now than it was then. What happened? Oh wait, all those cookies happened.
You became a
I
man.
was thinking about that earlier. Not about you, but about me earlier. I was like, crap. I have some friends, that
Yeah.
played sports back in high school and stuff, and they talk always. I was like, man, I wish I could get back into baseball shape. We need to get back into early season 3 shape. Oh God.
I gotta get that chiseled jawline back.
Oh, that smile there just melts my heart.
Oh,
If you're okay with a little bit of, trespassing.
That's actually what was. Yeah.
Yeah. That's pretty much.
There's only shades of fiction in some of these parts.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's trespassing, but they don't really enforce it. During the
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Don't
They,
go out.
they
there.
say write what you know,
Yeah.
Yeah.
go there at night. I certainly wouldn't want to go there.
It's funny because he was just there in the last entry.
and it wasn't fun.
No.
Also, another true line is like, I
Yeah.
don't want to go there.
I don't want to do that. Yeah.
Free on Friday.
It sounds awful.
I think when you said Friday here, we attempted a real time thing because the Friday, it was like Monday when we posted this. And I don't think we hit that exactly.
Have we ever?
No.
I think we
No.
just kind of gave up after a while.
I think after this one, exactly, we were like, let's not do this anymore. Let's not do the real time stuff.
We stopped even announcing like posting the entry today kind of
Yeah.
stuff.
Oh, yeah. It said Friday right there because we were going to make it separate things and then we missed it. So we made this one entry.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Which also happened a few times now that I think about
I
it.
think Tim was in the same pose that he was on against that pillar into the train tracks and just teleported against the tree there. Just boop,
Only so many ways you can lean,
chilling Tim.
unless you're coached by Alex Crayley.
Yeah.
A lot can be said with your stance.
Well, you got driven right up to the front door if you want.
This face you give right here.
Pointed a shotgun at you.
Shotgun at you.
Shotgun.
The little smirk
Yeah,
there.
boy. Yeah, man, I tell you what, you wouldn't want to be around here sometime like that, man.
It turns out Tim's
Dang
the
it.
guy with the shotgun.
Yeah. But that dang old shotgun, man.
Apparently, is this entry 59?
No.
Oh,
You sure?
Yes.
Okay.
are you sure?
Is it
Yes.
58?
59 is when we argue.
Oh, okay, because I was looking at my notes and it said we shot this one a ton of times, so that must be the next one. Okay. It kind of
This is-
sucks, actually.
This is boring. Give Tim back the camera. Let's bring back Marble
Bring
Hornets
back them
Let's
butts.
bring back the booty.
Let's show the internet what we're working with.
On the stage you gave me, you mentioned another building.
Detective J.
What was that? Yeah.
It's actually just right behind those tree lines.
Yeah. We fudged the locations a little bit.
Yeah.
And in fact, just to the right of the camera is the small building where
You get tied up and
yeah,
unmasked.
Alex
Yep.
ties up Tim in season 2.
I think it was in season 3 that I think it was Tim that realized it first. It's like, this is basically our little studio lot.
Yeah.
If we had a little golf cart, it would be 100%.
Yeah, because there are a couple of other buildings behind this big one that we also use later this season.
Just scoot around in our golf cart, getting from location to location. Just buy the land. Come on, man.
It can't cost that
It
much.
can't cost that much.
No.
We're in Alabama.
Whereas the actual walk to here was maybe 100 yards.
Yeah. I wouldn't even say that.
Yeah.
Probably it's like 50 yards.
Stone's throw.
Spitting distance. I think I've said this a million times before, but I really hated shooting in here because I was always afraid I was going to miss some horrible graffiti
Yeah.
and put it in there. It's like this serious moment where we're walking somewhere and then there's just like a wiener on the wall.
It's
Or
playing
worse.
with fire anytime you use an abandoned
Yeah.
location. You could get caught.
Well,
But
that's
you
what
could
was
also catch the graffiti.
that's what was nice about only about half of this building was really graffitied, and the other half was pretty. It was not as bad, but
Luckily,
guess
you
because-
can't graffiti glass walls, so
I think every single window was broken, so there's no windows left or anything like that.
Yeah.
As you can see here.
Nothing cool.
I'm pretty sure every abandoned building, all of its windows are smashed within like 36 hours of it closing down.
We are not the ones who torched this building. It was already blackened by a fire when we got here.
Yeah.
Yep.
We didn't do anything destructive to
We
this
didn't-
building, I don't think.
No.
We didn't use pyrotechnics until much later in the season.
If anything, we cleaned it up a little to make it look better.
I did
'cause-
cut myself during this entry, though.
Oh yeah,
what?
you were the one that had to make that noise, weren't you?
Yeah.
Because there's like a piece of wood you had to.
Didn't we have
No,
to
it was
redo
a piece
a
of mirror.
Did we have to
Oh.
like redo a whole thing because of that smudge on the back of my shirt?
Yeah, we did.
Do we have to reshoot it, or what did we do for that?
I can't remember.
I think this is the one with the mirror.
Oh, it was the previous shot that of us walking into this building.
Yeah.
we shot that last,
And that
but then you
smudge.
noticed that giant smudge was on my shirt, so we had to come back and do that part again.
Yeah. I'm glad we fixed that.
Yeah. Because if we hadn't done something about it, that's probably the only thing we would have talked about this entire entry.
Yep.
Just, I hate that smudge on a shirt.
So you're welcome.
Yeah.
Yep. If you had been looking closely, you could have seen a little drop of blood on the floor in that room.
Oh,
I hurt my finger.
Okay.
God. Dick.
It's okay, it's usable, I think.
Is it?
it's not the worst thing I've ever seen, but it's close.
There's an event in school, so I think this could pass as a school.
That's a line that we say that became a running joke unintentionally was, yeah, I can pass this at school. That's said like 3 or 4 times by different people.
God.
Did we use that line whenever we were actually at a school?
Maybe.
I think it was already a school, so we never had to say it. We should have said the opposite and be like, I don't know, this doesn't really feel like a school to me. With desks in the room and stuff.
There he is.
That was Joseph in the costume that time, I
Yep.
think.
Yep.
And apparently just dove through that window without even slowing down.
Yeah. I'm very acrobatic.
Yeah.
I was.
You sort of dove forward and then like did a flip as you were going, and then
What
landed on
if
your
we
feet.
had attempted that, but Hoodie just got gutted on the window?
Yeah.
And that's just the end of Hoodie. That's his story.
Oh,
arc.
this is the entry where those people rolled up to us.
Yep.
Back here, like he thought we were ghost
Hey
hunters.
man, what y'all doing?
Yeah.
Y'all looking for ghosts?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, we are.
That's exactly what we're doing.
They're
This-
like, you go over to that other building. There's way more ghosts there.
That's where they live.
It's like, yeah, okay. Yeah, we'll definitely.
Turn around for a second to show the some of the side effects of Tim's smoking habit. Turns around just like,
I'm not. That's a wise decision,
Yeah.
Tim.
But are you stupid?
Like, you know, that guy that was wandering around might have been a security guard, so he might have called the cops on us. So if you don't mind, I'd rather get out of here before something happens.
man, I'm really tiresome in this show. Shut up.
I liked you better with the mask on.
Me too.
Wasn't there a Gatorade in the shot
Yeah.
at one point? Not ours either.
I don't think that was my cigarette butt either.
No.
It wasn't my brand.
It's one of the hillbillies that goes in there to pull copper out of the walls.
Yep.
Every time we came back here, there was a little bit less to this building than there was before.
Yep. Just bit by bit being taken away.
Wonder if it's just completely just reduced to rubble now. All the pipes have been taken out. All the support is gone. Hey man, how much you think concrete's worth? There's
Was
a
this-
shot. There's a shot up here where people thought, yeah, up there. There was people thought that there was Hoodie was up there watching us. When in reality it was just kind of a doorway that was looking up into the sky, so it was just kind of lit
Yeah.
up. But we just went with it.
Sure.
Or somebody was watching us, but we don't know who it was either.
Yeah,
Breaking the law.
it was one of them
tracks.
ghosts they were talking about. That's where they live after
Yeah.
all.
The doo-doo ghost.
Yeah.
We've actually been confronted twice while out there by seedy folks. One were the hillbillies, and then one, I think it was
One of these entries.
one of these.
It was not one where I was there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I just heard it from you
Oh,
guys.
it was when we actually go into that tunnel.
yeah,
Coming
yeah,
back, like after that harrowing experience,
Yeah.
everything, just this. She had seen better days,
Uh-huh.
lady, out in front of that bigger building,
Yeah.
and she offered to show us around the building.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
And we're like, no, we're good. We're just gonna go. And then she's like, can I walk with you guys?
And we just kind of sped up.
We're like,
Bye.
No.
Yeah.
sorry, bye.
It was weird.
It was-
That's never happened again.
No, that was very odd.
Yeah. Man, we got a lot of flashback clips here. I never
Yeah.
noticed that until now.
It's the clip
Well, they're-
season.
Yeah, these are the. Well, I guess we're not even close to the beginning of this season anymore, like from time frame.
Yeah.
Didn't you show those 3 clips because people were saying that they thought it was 3 separate characters, and you showed them all in a row to imply that they were the same one?
Who now?
Those 3
The
hoodie
flashback
clips.
clips
Oh,
They
yeah.
were like,
yeah.
because the mask looks different under night vision
Oh,
and
yeah.
everything, so people thought that there were like 3 of them.
Yeah.
Because that's one of the things we probably already covered that, but just to make that mask, the facial features show up at
In night
nighttime
vision.
in the night vision, we had to, like, what was it, tape cardboard over the
Yep.
eyes or something
Yeah.
like that.
So it's even more impossible to see.
This is the one we shot a million times.
Yes, this one was really hard to do.
Over like 3 days,
Mm-hmm.
I think.
Didn't really go as well as I hoped it would.
Is this when you get
Punch in the face.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I went out. I think it was the first night you guys were shooting this. I went out with you guys, and I was like, Are you guys feeling it?
It was really all on Tim because all I had to do was be like, I've been punched in the face. So it was. I think we recorded this on the first night right here, and then we just we cut to. Yeah.
It.
I think I'm not positive.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
It changed drastically over those few nights.
The night that we actually shot the one that we used here, I think it was just me and Tim, wasn't it?
I think
so. Yeah.
Because I had something to do.
That was really southern when I just said me and Tim.
No, I think I didn't come out because I almost got arrested.
That's what it was. Yeah.
Yeah.
You want to talk about that a little bit?
Sure. So I think it was the first night we were filming this. We're out in this little parking lot and everything. And, we had the cars with their lights on and everything. And a police car comes up and is just like...
I got really good at getting punched, by the way. Okay, sorry.
That's a good punch.
Yeah.
That was a good one.
I think he smacked my shoulder or something when you did that, so I would go the right direction.
Probably.
But this police car pulls up and asks us what we're doing. We're like, we're just filming and everything. He's like, okay, that's fine. Can I see everybody's licenses and everything just to run things on us? And as he's checking our licenses, I say to Troy off the side, I was like, I just remembered I have an unpaid ticket from Helena, which is about an hour away. That's from where we're from.
That's where the red tower and everything is.
And the police officer, right after that, is like, did you know you have a warrant out for your arrest? I'm like, am I going to jail? And he's like, not unless they want you.
Luckily, they didn't.
Luckily, they did not because, they'd have to pay an officer to come and get me and everything like that.
It's just a speeding ticket.
For a speeding ticket.
It's like you killed a guy.
But yeah, I had a warrant out for my arrest.
Nice.
So when you guys shot this again, I was like, you know what? I'm just going to stay home.
Yeah.
You guys got this. Because I was like, one time they're going to let you go. If you keep coming out and they have to check you, maybe the next officer isn't so nice. So
This one was a big one for me, not just for the acting, but because this was the first one that I'd sort of more or less written on my own for the show. So it was sort of like, how is the audience going to take this? And luckily the reactions were quite positive in ways that I didn't expect.
Yeah, that was one of the things we had to do while we were out here was we had to figure out what worked out loud and what didn't.
Yeah.
We were out there with a pen or whatever and had to edit it there. Mm-hmm. So that also added on a little bit of time to it.
I really like this one because not only is it, finally Jay is seeing some repercussions of what he's doing, but also Tim gets to act as a mouthpiece for the audience a little bit too. It's like, what is wrong with you? You dick.
Yeah, the hardest part about acting in this one was sort of letting loose and not sort of using the inside yelling voice, as I call it, where you're talking.
I'm so mad.
Yeah, the hardest part was just letting loose 100%.
I was so
Especially
afraid we were going to step.
House is right behind us.
I was so afraid when I was going to step on that bug right there. That's all I have to say about this entry.
He's just a little guy.
I'm glad we didn't step on that bug.
Yeah, because then you would have had to paint him out of every single frame.
Take the death out of the entry.
Yep.
People could have, or you could have just pretended that you had drawn it there, and it was symbolic.
Luckily, that didn't happen, so I don't have to
Yeah.
worry about that.
Yeah.
See, I
Luckily,
thought right
there were
there.
no raccoons in the background eating cat food.
Yeah.
During that take, because there are raccoons that eat the cat food that people leave around out there.
We made a friend out here.
I don't know that he was a friend. He showed some teeth.
Didn't you say that whenever I turned around and said, "No, you listen to me," that was not in the script the first time I did that or something?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh yeah, because I did it and we had to cut because it kind of surprised you a little bit and kind of threw you off. I think that's what you said.
I don't really remember.
Yeah, this was a big one for
Ouch,
me.
my face.
He messed you up, man.
Yeah. Yeah, that was. Oh yeah, this footage here. We were. It's hard to see for us, but we were just shooting in the tunnel for this, and it was when we were waiting on people upstairs to stop banging around so we could keep shooting. I think in this next entry is a tunnel entry, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I had footage from that, and I put it into that 2 the Yard video. This one.
I was in class for this one.
You lucky SOB, man.
I got to hear all about it though.
A little side note, not directly related to the production of this one. This is the entry we wanted to get Doug Jones to come and be in.
Yeah. I'm really glad.
So glad, because he would not be our friend.
He would not be able to fit down there. He's too tall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I barely fit, and he's a couple inches taller than me.
Yeah.
Man, I'm so glad we didn't get Doug Jones.
That would have been especially pointless because it's like, hey, get a really tall guy.
And then put him in a really confined space.
But he would have been super nice about it.
Yeah.
He would have done it. He just wouldn't have talked to us again after that.
Yeah. Again, we did not start this fire here.
Yeah. Cannot be more clear about that. We did not do that. Although at what point when you start denying it enough does it start to seem like you actually did do it?
It for real wasn't us.
It really wasn't.
The most disappointing part in this room about this room was that whenever we first found it, there was a burned mattress in the middle of the floor. It was like there was just the springs left and there was nothing left.
Like that's where the fire originated,
yeah,
I guess.
And so we're like, oh, this is perfect. And then by the time we finally got out here to film things here, the mattress part was gone. I guess somebody really wanted those springs or something.
Those metal springs can be melted down into something.
Huh. But yeah, I always thought that was my favorite part of that room, and then it was gone by the time we actually used it. I think that was an operator symbol. I drew over a swastika on the door earlier, just to cover it up.
This was also... People ask, like, if we ever get scared while we're making these entries, and not in the traditional sense, but this was by far the scariest entry I've ever been a part of.
Just because
I thought I was going to die.
There were 2 or 3 seconds where we thought we were going to die, but we'll get to that once we get in the tunnel here.
Yeah.
Even though there's not really a whole lot more to talk about right here.
Yeah.
We had just kind of had to review a quick review of the layout of this hospital before we go to the tunnel here.
Yes.
Like here's where a little new graffiti, right? Or is this where "He is a liar" appears on the wall?
Yes.
Yes. I believe so.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it.
Magically went the entire season with no one writing over it.
Yeah.
Somehow.
Thank God.
Yeah, this was to imply that like this was Hoodie's original plan of he thought that Jay and Tim would look into that room and Tim would see that and then see the follow me and follow Hoodie, but they just ran after him instead. It was a flawed plan.
Yeah.
Even smart guys make mistakes.
Yep.
Smart mans.
Marble Hornets motto. So, I think there's even less stuff in here now than there was when Tim and Jay were here before.
I was just afraid one of these main pipes right here was going to be gone.
Yeah.
So those hillbillies we were talking about.
It might even been the same ones that came up to us before.
It absolutely was.
I couldn't really remember.
Yeah, it was them.
I mean, we didn't see them, but it was probably them.
They're the only ones I ever saw out there.
Yeah.
Other than people playing airsoft that one time.
Having their airsoft wars.
One of them called me sir.
Yeah.
And then asked for a cigarette, and I was like, you're 15, kid.
Get out of here. So what they do is they tie a chain around a pipe, and they pull it out of the wall.
With their truck.
With their
Not with their bare, like, these hulking hillbillies ripping
shot that doesn't technically make sense, but it looks cool, so whatever.
So while we were going through here...
That was gotten later. We got the shot later.
Later. We were getting into position because we had to find like the locations we were going to use in this tunnel. I know that sounds weird, but that's what we did, okay? Leave me alone.
Okay.
So we're crawling through here, and it's just as claustrophobic as it looks.
If not more so.
Especially for Joseph, because he's way taller than me, and I was really uncomfortable.
I'm not particularly broad-shouldered, but I was like hunched over and like squeezing every part of me just to get through there.
We did have respirators on for the first like 30 minutes, and they just got way too hot on our faces.
They actually made it harder to breathe.
Yeah.
So we're in that very opening part, which is the tightest part of it, and we hear the hillbillies drive up, and we hear them wrap the chain around a pipe.
Yeah.
And then the entirety of all those pipes around us starts just
shaking.
violently shaking
Yeah.
and everything. And we're just whispering to each other, like, what do we do? What do we do? Do we go out? No, we got to go further. I don't know. They're going to kill us. I don't know. And, you know, I don't know if this is a thing people often think, but I would like to think that everyone, at least once in their life, thinks this is the day I die.
Yeah.
And I was like, this is the day we die.
I'm going to get crushed by these metal pipes in an abandoned building, and
Tim
no one
is
knows
going to
we're
be
here.
like, where are they? And he's going to come and see it all crumbled and everything. And he's going to be like, well,
They're dead.
all right.
Yeah.
I was the only one who
Yeah.
knew you guys were out there.
Yeah.
So if I didn't get it curious, then
Yeah.
your
You're
face
just
would have been a
"Where are they?"
mystery.
I
Yeah.
guess they don't want to talk to me anymore. And we were never found. But we found out later.
Yeah, well, when we were out
Tim
there,
and Troy had gone down in
I
there.
think
and
to get
was-
that shot of me pointing the camera back at my face.
And I was standing up there, and they were talking, and I was like, "Hey guys, whisper at me." And they
we're
did.
like, we are
And-
whispering.
and it was like they were standing right next to me. It was like those people knew
They knew we were down there. Yeah, and they did it anyway.
Like there's no way they could not have known.
They
And-
did it anyway.
Oh my god.
They needed their
Mystery
pipes.
There it is again.
This is so yeah.
This is a stressful
was the
entry.
Scariest entry we've ever shot, and it was also a very difficult one to shoot.
Yeah.
because it is very tight down there.
I know, Troy, I came back here with you to get a few pickup shots to finish this one out, but I can't remember exactly what they were.
I think it was just the one of the camera pointed back at me.
Was it?
Or no, because you were down here with me at one point. I think it might have
Yeah.
been this shot right here. I'm not positive.
No, I was here with you.
Are you
for this
sure?
one, yeah.
I think it was you crawling under the pipe at the very end, like when you're scrambling to leave. I feel like I remember having to help you shoot that.
No, because I remember
we did that one too.
We did that one too, because I remember there's a blooper of me falling while I did that, and Joseph was definitely there. It might have been this shot.
Possibly.
Since this is a maintenance tunnel thing, there are lights in the middle of
yeah.
these areas, and there are also like pipes too.
There's a light right there. You
Yeah,
can see
there.
it. Yeah.
I hit every single one.
There was one.
Step up your crouch game, son.
I almost bit off my tongue on one of them because I feel like I was like in the middle of talking and I just ran. You know,
Right
when you
into
don't
it.
see something, you
Yeah.
don't slow down.
We're idiots and only had one light.
And you know, it was an insulated pipe with just like sheet metal over it, so it wasn't like it was a solid lead pipe. But I hit it and there's just this loud crunch, and I'm like, I don't know if that was the pipe or my skull.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it was pretty rough.
Yeah.
Not to mention, if you move more than snail's pace, you kick up so much dust, you're basically suffocating.
Yep. This
Man,
was
this
a
is a
terrible idea.
It was.
This is a creepy tunnel, too.
But I really like this.
Yeah,
entry.
it came out. It was worth it.
Yeah.
I guess is what we're saying.
It's one of my favorite ones we've done.
Yeah, that was. Oh, I remember now. You came here because we had to get the pickup sounds of me running in the.
Oh,
the
yeah.
tunnel. We also got a shot of because we were going to try and shoot a to the arc video here. Mm-hmm. Because when we got that shot of me walking down the tunnel with the flashlight, and you were holding the camera behind me, but
Right.
we never used that shot, unfortunately. This was really hard. I actually climbed under those pipes there.
We both did to get out, and
The
even when
clearance.
you're not trying to like look hurried or anything, it is really hard.
Yeah, I got pretty dirty here.
You did that really quickly, though. I'm impressed.
It's lucky I'm such a little scrawny guy.
What if I had been Jay and I just got stuck?
Oh no! And that was the end of you.
I would be like Winnie the Pooh.
Yeah.
Oh, bother.
Oh, there's footage of what we look like after we got out of that tunnel. I need to remember to give that to you when you put this DVD together.
Probably just covered in dust.
Yeah, it's a video of
We just hit ourselves
Yeah, we
into
hit
the-
ours. It's just a giant cloud. I don't know how I made
gross.
it out of that tunnel alive either. Honestly,
I don't know how we then like get asthma from that.
well, we're not dead yet. There's still time.
yeah.
Yeah.
Whew. That was weird.
I'm sure most of that was like just dust. Like
Hopefully.
hopefully not
There wouldn't be
not
there
a
wouldn't
whole
be
lot
as
of insulation.
there probably wouldn't be asbestos under the building.
You
right?
can also found out you can hear people while you're in the building, like since those tunnels go underneath, like the hallways and stuff. If someone's talking, not if they're whispering.
Hey, me neither.
But if someone is talking,
Yeah.
at a regular volume, you can actually hear it through the floor. It's kind of neat.
This was a fun art. Oh, sorry. What were you going to say?
I was just going to say, yeah, they definitely hurt us.
Yeah. This is a fun arts and crafts project that we got to do for these papers. Because we had to fill out all these papers.
We had to find them on the internet.
Yeah, we had to find these medical documents online. We had to take them and fill them out, figure out Tim's medical history, what was going to be redacted, what wasn't.
And we had to have some kind of feasible explanation for, if he's assigned some kind of medication, what condition does he have and what kind of medication is he given for it? So we kind of had to, this is the entry that sort of forced us to come up with
your backstory,
the internal rules, I guess.
Yeah. This is the wall of my apartment right here.
To shoot this around your cat.
Yeah, we had to figure out all the dates and everything for all of this, and then we had to take those papers and age them. I think we did that by just sticking them in a casserole dish and filling it with tea.
Yeah, tea. I think we used coffee.
We used coffee at one point, and I think yellow food coloring. We're like, we have to yellow these pages.
Yep, and then dirt too. We just went out to the driveway. And
I think when we were down in the tunnel, I kind of dragged it through the dirt in there too, because there's plenty of dirt down there.
I put my actual drug allergies on there just to fill out some space.
Yeah. We had to go
Didn't your
all
mom
these.
call you after?
My dad texted me and he was just like, "You need to call your mom." My real life mom is amazing. Yes.
Okay.
We realized that you spelled it wrong now.
Also, we know you should look really closely at the doctor's signature.
I love that. How does he express pain?
Screaming.
Just a smart ass doctor. Or I guess this would be like maybe your mom or something.
Yeah. This was really weird to shoot because it was just me talking to the camera.
Messed up kid, man.
Yeah. That signature right there, you just saw it for a second. I think we tried to sign Nicolas Cage right there.
We did.
Yeah.
Also, Tim's birthday is June 19th on these forms.
Yeah. I was really afraid during all this because these papers started to just like fall apart while I was shooting this.
Yeah.
Hey, man, they're old.
They're pretty old.
Yeah.
You're saying there's the display
yeah.
case, right? Yeah.
We have a little display case
In the room right here. Those exact papers are in them.
that has the medical papers, the baby doll from
that
to
the Ark.
the Ark video, some other stuff in there.
I just realized they were behind you.
Yeah.
Not very good commentary talk, but yeah. 2 bleep ago.
Can't divulge too much information.
Yeah.
We couldn't be bothered to think up all of that. Come on. We had to write it for ourselves, but then we couldn't really give it away because it'd be too much information.
Right.
It would feel lazy. I learned a word while we were shooting this.
Oh, yeah?
Anhedonia.
Oh, yeah.
What does that mean?
An inability to feel happiness.
Oh.
Or to experience pleasure from things. It is a medical
okay,
condition.
gotcha.
I looked it up on Wikipedia. This was fun to fill out. I just found all the things that could possibly be related to this.
Yeah.
And we just filled them all out.
Because we did spend quite a few hours sort of researching the things to put on these.
Mm-hmm.
That's
None
a
of that.
good operator symbol.
Yeah, it is.
I like that.
I feel like that
Paperwork
one.
is so boring.
I feel like that one was just there wasn't really much to be said on that
Yeah.
form.
So we made it look like there was a lot on it.
Yeah.
Yep. The doctor actually drew that.
Yeah. The doctor was the operator the entire time. Me neither. I don't know either, Jay. We were kind of iffy about putting this one on here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We didn't know if it would be, I don't know,
too much.
too taboo or what, but we tried to approach it as best we could to just make it backstory type stuff. We didn't want it to seem like, oh, he's super crazy. Look at how crazy he
we
is.
wanted to
is.
make sure he was a person and not just,
Yeah. Needed, his backstory needed to be filled out, and it seemed like something that would. Yeah, I think that's your signature down there, Tim.
It might be, because I think this is supposed to be.
Oh yeah, because you put yeah. We had to go out and stage that shot.
Oh yeah.
This was well after we had that entry done, so we just put the camera over there, then acted out that. Wait, was your car not there?
No.
Oh, huh.
I just realized that. Well, because
it kind of would have been off to the side there.
Well, I also used
guess.
my girlfriend's car for that because I still had the green Mustang at the time. We figured that might be
would-
a little too too over the top.
It's a good thing too, because that sucker got wrecked.
Yeah. Literally wrecked.
On the way to shoot Marble Hornets.
Yeah.
On the way to shoot the next entry, I think.
Really?
I don't remember when it was.
We were on the way to shoot something, some nighttime Rosswood stuff. I think, I'm 90% sure it's the entry after this one.
So good.
Yeah.
That was weird to shoot, man. Yeah.
Yeah, I was, man.
I'm surprised we had enough to talk about for that there. Whoops.
Good job. And I might have made it worse. Of course, I probably made it even worse by posting all this on the internet just now.
Yeah. Oh, the next one
Did
is
you
where
think Tim's going to be mad about this?
we just put that on there. Hey, Tim, I got your stuff.
Some
Fine.
people might think it's a bad taste to post other people's medical records online, but I think the public needed to know.
Yeah. Oh, this was really fun to shoot. I just sat outside Tim's window with the still camera and just told him to hold these poses.
I didn't know he was there at first.
This is
He
just
didn't
Tim
tell me
hanging
about this
out.
until afterwards.
This is just a normal routine.
Yeah.
Wait, that's not funny.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, yeah, that isn't funny. But yeah, this was...
Your old house.
Yeah.
And I just sat outside your window with the still camera and said, hold this pose now, and I'll hold this pose.
Let's
Is this
see.
when we first used the walkie-talkies?
No, we got walkie-talkies way later.
Let's see. We had Troy Moves Outhouse. We had...
No, that was my temporary
No,
3-month
I'm talking
house.
about over the entire course of season 3. We had 2 houses. Troy had 2 apartments. Tim had 2 apartments because you had the one, that house, and then the one where we shot the Alex Crayley's Marble Hornets trailer stuff. Like, if you count up all of us individually, let's see, I moved 1, 2, 3 times. Troy moved
3 times.
3 times. Tim, you moved
Twice, I think.
no 4 times.
Yeah. So we've had a few
10
places.
moves.
Totally.
Granted, some of those we shared with each other,
Yeah.
Yeah.
but individually 10 moves over the course of season 3.
Yep.
This...
There's actual dialogue here when you're on the phone, but we couldn't get it through the window.
I mean, it was mostly incidental. Wasn't it basically... Oh, it was a doctor emergency call, pretty much.
Yeah.
And then... oh, yeah, we had the jacket there on the
Yeah.
door. This one was
Stealth mastery.
incredibly stressful
Yeah.
for me, but I'll talk about it when we get there because you got to be the criminal here doing the breaking and entering.
I was in the hoodie costume this time.
And talk about adjusting the sound for being too loud.
It was really difficult to get in there without those blinds hitting the window.
I don't know that we've actually addressed it in the commentary before. We have in person with people or anything. Fans ask us how much influence they have over the series, And not that much, but I will say one thing. We never had a concrete name for Masky or Hoodie.
Yeah.
The community kind of just used those so much that it's kind of bled over into our conversation.
That's what we call it too.
Well,
yeah.
we referred to them just by like the character underneath's names, but we couldn't really use those.
Yeah.
We couldn't really refer to them as that in public.
Yeah. Those are not razor blades in that box, by the way. People thought those were razor blades in there. I think those are just like little mounting hooks or something.
Yeah.
We were not going that over the top with it. I remember I had to train myself to pick these pills up and not the J way.
Yeah, because I pointed out to Troy that Jay has a very specific way of picking things up, where he always sort of he lifts it and then does one flick of the wrist to sort of twist it towards him, then another quick flick to look at the back, and then he
takes it away. Yeah.
Takes it away.
So I had to. There were
if you look,
a embarrassingly large number of takes of me picking up those pills to make sure I picked them up.
Yeah.
In the way that I'm used to picking things up.
if you go back through the show and you watch every time Jay picks something up, he always does it in the exact same way. This
Tell us about this.
Well, I especially in light of the previous entry with all of the highly real, as realistic as we could be, medical information. We wanted this to be. I didn't want this to look like some kind of, werewolf monster movie kind of thing. Like
Yeah.
I wanted it to be realistic. I wanted this to be, this is a real person with real problems who is, it has this supernatural element to it for the purposes of the show, but it's still within the realm of possibility.
Still a seizure.
Yes, and I guess the response that I got after this was over was overwhelming and unexpected, just because there were people that I got a lot of messages from people who would tell me about how this was a surprisingly accurate, almost disturbingly accurate depiction of what can actually happen. And so
well, a lot of people with the seizures, they think it's a lot of flailing around or anything, but it's a seizure.
No,
Your
yeah.
muscle seize.
So this was, and it was that was exhausting because I had to do that
Probably
I
about
think
3 or 4 times.
3 or 4 times, yeah. And I was over the course of maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours, something like that, and it was I was about exhausted by the end of that.
Because after you had done that, because I was having to watch you from under the closet right there. And after that was done, when we were shooting this part right here, I was like, okay, well, use what you feel now. You're exhausted,
Yeah.
Use your exhaustion to try to get up here, and it was very worked out pretty well.
Yeah.
Good job.
Thanks.
I thought the dresser was going to fall over a
Yeah.
few times there. It's like, oh great.
So did I.
Nice movement.
Thank you. It took a lot of practice because I wanted to get it right, because I wanted to, and I did a lot of research by watching videos of people who have the real thing, and I watched quite a bit of that to make sure that I got it right. So that was
Yeah. I like how this shot ended up here with me grabbing the camera.
Probably more research than at this point had been done in the series.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Also, the jacket was gone off the door whenever he left.
Yeah, in case you didn't notice that.
Because the other characters, their quirks are Jay's like, I'm too curious for my own good. And Alex is, I'm a literal murderer. Whereas Tim is probably the most
Realistic
normal.
with his problems, I
Normal?
guess.
Yeah. I guess Jay is pretty normal too, but
Yeah.
he's kind of dopey.
We're actually kind of the thing you were talking about wanting to get the seizure right. I mean, we were guilty of doing it wrong in season 1.
Yeah, that was. Luckily, it was dark enough that you couldn't really tell.
Yeah.
So we did. I had said if we were going to bring that aspect of the character back, I wanted to do it right this time. Okay, yeah. This is the one that is in the woods. So on the way to shoot this one was whenever I wrecked my car.
Okay.
August 2012. I remember it. So I still have the police report slip in my house somewhere.
That makes it sound like you have it framed or something.
Yes. This one was another one where real life kept getting in the way, because obviously this is one where Jay sees that video and would have immediately rushed out to find Tim. So we wanted to have the last entry and this one up, really soon in between one another.
Within a couple of days, I think.
Yeah,
Is what we originally aimed for.
And then just stuff kept happening. Like my car got wrecked and some other stuff got in the way, and it sort of ruined that little pacing dynamic that we wanted to go for. So, and in fact, I think that's why we wrote Jay getting kidnapped into it at the end, didn't we? Like, I think we had something different planned for the end.
I don't really remember.
There was something was changed by the fact that it took so much longer to get out than we intended it to. With the ending.
Yeah, I remember.
But I can't remember exactly what it was.
I can't remember what the original ending for this was. I don't know. It's very muddy out there.
This might have been whenever we sort of not quite gave up, but sort of put less emphasis on
Time.
all of the real time aspect of the show.
Yeah.
Whenever it was starting to get a little bit more complicated, more difficult to make, it was harder to get them out in that way.
Yeah. So we just kind of said this takes place in the real time of the universe it takes place in, which is different from ours.
It takes place in pseudo real time.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because we thought, because we had the realization that, people are going to be frustrated when they're watching it one at a time here, and we take longer than they think we're going to. But it's like, it's not going to exist that way as
After
long
it comes
as
out.
Yeah, like we need to remember. Like, obviously, we need to think of people watching it and not taking months and months to put it
Yeah.
out. But at the same time,
It's like it will only exist. The show without this entry only existed like that for a month. It will
Yeah.
exist with this entry forever after that.
yeah. So we stopped putting so much emphasis on trying to get it out on time and everything, and just spent as much time as we felt was necessary to make it correct, or as correct as we could get it. I think this was just me and you this time out here. I don't think
Believe
Joseph
so,
was
yeah.
here at the time.
Darn it, Tim.
Maybe not for this shot, but he was later on.
It was really hard to run in that mask, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Because you couldn't really breathe. and
Not
you
as
couldn't
hard
really
as in the
see.
hoodie mask, but yeah, that's one thing about that mask that I wear is that the eye holes sit too low.
I think we've pointed this out on all three commentaries now.
Well, good. So people didn't miss it. But the eye holes sit too low, so I kind of had to have my head lifted up in order to see, and that sort of gave him a really weird, creepy
Yeah, stature or posture. That's
gait,
what I'm
I
thinking of.
guess.
I wanted this to be a little bit more tense than it ended up being, but it turned out all right.
think
I
I
wanted Masky to be looking directly at you for longer than it did, but I mean, it's still fine.
I think I ran into a tree while I was running down that
You
trail
did.
at one point.
You did. I found the clip of it not too long ago.
You just see me run past and then just,
Where could he be? Oh no!
Ah,
Tree is my only weakness.
don't
I'm gonna get you.
don't touch my arm.
I'm so scared.
We there were lots of times where I'll be watching this and I'll think, man, how would we have done this if blank wasn't there? Like, how would we have done that shot if those vines weren't there?
Yeah.
How would we have done, whatever? Now is when you were here, Joseph. You were here for all this because remember you're the one that had to drag me away.
Oh yeah.
And this also must have been after we learned the lesson of not being able to see with the night vision without having some kind of flashlight.
Yeah.
Luckily, when you're out in the relative open like this, you can have that flashlight, and it's not going to be that noticeable.
Yeah, Joseph's the one that had to
Well,
pull
right
me
there.
away here. every time I had to get a new wallet because of this, because as you drug me away, my back pocket's just filled with dirt. And so I didn't realize it until after we got back. I like opened up my wallet, just like mud just came out of it. It's like, ugh. So I had to salvage what I could, but then I had to get a new wallet after this. You see, you guys thought you had it hard by losing your cars. I had to get a new wallet, okay?
Well, at least my car wasn't. We'll call it a direct result of Marble Hornets.
Yeah.
Tim's was. He was going to shoot.
Yeah.
And got hit by somebody on their cell phone.
Mm-hmm.
This little shack we just sort of found not too far from where you lived at the time, or where we live now. Just sort of, we found a little trail off into the woods and just kind of went, let's see where that goes. And then, hey.
Found this thing.
Yeah.
It wasn't very hot out here. It was really easy because I was afraid at first of overacting, waking up and everything, but it was pretty easy because it was really humid out here that day, and that jacket that I'm wearing does not breathe well at all. So I was really sweaty under there. It wasn't hot. It was just really humid and gross. There were mosquitoes flying all over the place. So like I was feeling kind of lightheaded when we shot this anyway, so that kind of helped.
The entire state of Alabama is just nothing but standing water, so mosquitoes are everywhere.
Yeah. There's that doll down there.
Oh, yeah.
We kind of implied this is one of To the Ark's
layers.
Filming locations, yeah.
Welcome to my studio.
Yeah.
Welcome to Toth Ark Productions.
Huh?
Where are you, Tim?
This is a different woods. Oh.
That's a nice roof.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's something we had to redo about this because it was like, oh yeah, when you sit up, your shirt was hiked up a little too much, so it just kind of like the top part of your butt was kind of very visible for
showing
this,
some plumber butt.
This tense moment here.
I don't know why we didn't leave that in. That would have kept with the theme
like
of the
right
season.
there. Oh no, I had to crop it out. I remember because I looked over at one point and you were like on your hands and knees getting up, and it was just like the upper part of your lower back. I'll
showing
say
some buttock cleavage,
showing some booty.
Some
That would have
donk.
kept with the theme of this season, though. So,
Yeah,
I like
man,
that
look
look
at that
there.
hair. Just,
Dude, have you heard the new My Chemical Romance?
You can just hear the exhausted in our voices out here of just it's so miserable and gross.
oh yeah. Well, I had to when I was lying on the ground back there a second ago. The ground was really moist too, and I basically just had to lay there and deal with the fact that I could just watch all these little mosquitoes just like landing on my hands.
You just look really perplexed. We had to tone this one down a little bit
Yeah.
because we had Tim running out at first and freaking out more and tripping and falling, and it just looked like you were just flailing incoherently. It's like, oh no, where are we?
Dude, I heard Fall Out Boy is breaking up.
Also, you made careful. You made sure not to show the large silo in the background.
Yeah. I messed with the text when that lens flare moved. I was pretty proud of that. I made this music. It's like the only music that I made. Tim made all the rest.
Oh.
I just had the Animogue on my iPad at the time,
Nice eye.
and it just made these noises, and I just played some chords here.
It's the only reason I want an iPad is for Animogue, but I can just get a Moog for that price, I guess. This one's almost relaxing, except for the end.
Yeah. I was afraid it would be really noticeable that was my eye in the hole there. And I had to show it to a few test people being like, whose eye is this? And they didn't know. So
I knew
luckily-
it was yours because I get lost in those eyes every day.
Oh my God, this entry. We shot this entry in its entirety until we realized that Tim had like a lumberjack beard when we shot it, and he did not have that in the last entry, which was supposed to be like an hour before this one.
Yeah.
And it was really noticeable because all you can see under my roof, my car's roof right there, was Tim's chin. So it's just this really obvious beard. And we didn't realize it until after I posted the screenshot from this on my Twitter. And someone was like, hey, where did Tim's beard come from? And we were like, oh, crap.
Oh.
But I had already gotten a haircut by then because I thought that we were done.
Yeah.
So suddenly Tim is freshly trimmed between those two entries.
Yeah, it's better than magically growing a beard.
Yeah.
We tried to think of all these ways we could explain it away of, oh, maybe that got lost for a few days, or maybe this happened. And we were just like, it'd be a lot easier just to reshoot it.
I really like that I just keep on walking through that whole shot. Just
Well, yeah,
keep
you're
on going.
supposed to.
Yeah.
You didn't want to drive.
But it's just, it
vlog.
lined up so well.
Yeah, we got
Just-
it to do it that way.
yeah.
Remember, it's like we had to
It's-
find the path.
I haven't seen this one in a really long time, so yeah.
There's never anything to say when the screen is black like this. Is that? Oh, okay. For a second, I was like, "Oh, did it screw up or something?"
It's like, I don't think so.
This one took less time to shoot, but still, it was the blocking for this was hard to figure out because we didn't want them to just pace around. We actually did some dialogue blocking for this,
Right.
which we didn't usually do.
Let it be known, acting's hard.
Sorry, I just got off work. I'm working all day.
Get
Well,
off
I
my
guess-
get
I-
Get
off.
off my back, Mom.
Dad.
Oh.
Oh.
Aunt Stephanie. So I guess if you say you were at work, I guess we're implying that you were a construction worker here. So
Or maybe I worked in the
Yeah.
office of the construction firm.
maybe you were
That is canon.
Maybe
He's
I
a
dr-
construction worker.
Maybe I drove one of those dump trucks.
you
He
were
was a dump truck driver.
you were a dump trucker. Tim the dump trucker.
That's your truck
Yeah,
right there.
One of these is.
that is his
The
fleet.
closest one.
He owns a fleet of dump trucks.
That's
Tim
how
Sutton.
everyone asks how, all these people got their money and everything. Jay is a trust fund kid. Tim is in like
Owns-
he's
owns-
a construction mogul.
Owns the country's largest fleet of dump trucks. And Alex built Cyberhawk.
Yeah. And then sold the movie rights.
Yep. Coming soon.
Yep. Cyberhawk.
It's been a year and a half. I know. It's a long time.
Okay, Tim, I know.
What happened to him? Maybe you can help us if I do. But it's alive or dead. It's right now. She wants to deal with
We got pretty good at fighting, at talking over each other, because we learned our lesson when Joseph and I did the fight. We realized that it
Just back
sounded
and forth,
it
back and
sounded
forth.
less good if there was no overlapping.
Mm-hmm.
It just sounded like we were saying lines, so we had to figure out good times to overlap stuff.
I think we actually had little sort of overlap charts on the script, sort
Yeah.
of like which parts we wanted to run over onto one another.
Right now, the only thing we have is Rosswoods. We're going to have to go back there sometime soon.
I think at one point, the proto version of this entry, we had Hoodie or someone up in one of those dump trucks watching us somehow. It was,
What an interesting conversation you're having.
I see.
for real.
That was basically a line we used a lot throughout
Yeah.
the entire series. Not in the script, but to ourselves.
Yeah.
Just-
Whatever. I would
But
see.
see what your work schedule is like. You own the fleet, man.
I have to see. I have to see what my dump schedule is like.
Basically, Tim's work schedule was more or less an in-universe excuse for the wait times, at least during this portion.
You see, we said Cyberhawk was going to be a spinoff, but now we're just going to have Tim write the dumpest
Tim's Truckers.
new
On the
reality
History
show.
Channel.
Yeah, new reality show coming to A&E.
Dump truckers.
I'd watch that. At least 2 episodes.
Dump road truckers.
Ew.
The movie. Let's do another Kickstarter, guys. Please fund it.
It's a lot of beeps.
Yeah.
Oh man, I can't remember which one this is.
This I guess you could say this was one half of an epic two-parter.
Oh yeah, it is.
And
I wasn't out here for this one.
Another instance where we meant for the second part to be uploaded a lot sooner than it did end up being.
This was one of the few times we had to make sure that we had the GoPro camera recording at the same time as like actually recording instead of just pretending to record.
Whether we were going to use it or not, because you never know.
Well, no, we knew we were going to be using it for this one, but usually when we had Tim with the camera on and we knew we weren't going to be using it, we usually weren't actually recording with it, just so we didn't have a crap load of stuff to sort through.
I think this might have been, between this one and the next one, I think might have been the biggest gap that happened during the actual season time-wise, maybe. I think.
I don't really remember. We had a lot of those.
It was pretty long. I think this sort of, that gap sort of encompassed the new year.
Yeah.
So this, which means this one was still in 2012, I guess. Anyway.
Oh yeah, this is where we point out the bullet holes that aren't actually bullet holes. We just kind of lucked out that there are a bunch of holes around this. A lot of people would message me and be like, "Did you actually shoot a hole in the side of this building?" It's like, no. Why would we do that? That's a bad idea. I don't know where these holes actually came from.
If there's we get asked that a lot of, did you actually blank? And
99%
most of the time the answer is no.
Yeah.
But yeah, not only were there holes in the ceiling, but they were very conveniently placed holes in the ceiling, which is even better.
Yeah.
Happy accident.
Yeah.
I don't even think we saw it when we shot this either. Of course, when we shot it, that was the end of season 2, I guess. So we didn't know that we were going to be coming back here at the time.
Yeah. You're talking about, did we notice the holes back? At the end of season 2 or this one?
No, yeah, like at the end of season 2. I think we did.
Yeah, I think we just walked up here. I think we might have done a take without that part in it, and then we just happened to look up at the ceiling and went,
Yeah.
How about that?
That is some darn luck.
I wonder where those holes actually came from.
Bullets.
Yeah.
Someone else's bullets.
It's like, geez, looks like Alex had a Mac 10 up here. It's like there's so many holes everywhere. How funny would that have been? Like Jessica and Jay turn around, all of a sudden Alex is pointing like dual Mac 10s at him.
Heck yeah.
Like, I'm gonna make sure.
Where did you get that RPG, Alex?
I have my ways.
I think you might have pointed it out of that little window on the side, just so we could use a shot of me falling out of it.
Yeah.
Which I don't think ended up making it into the final one.
It did, but not the beginning of it.
We'll talk about that when we get to that entry. Let's not.
Which is the next entry, I think.
Of course, I guess it's mostly woods walking for this one. Still less than end of season 2 though, so we were slowly learning how much was just enough.
Did we ever hit that mark? I don't know. You'd have to ask the fans.
Yeah, probably not.
Leaving me in a cloud of your smoke all the time.
Yeah.
Would you rather walk through a cloud of Tim's smoke or spider webs?
I don't know.
Trick question. You're going to hit the spider webs no matter what.
Yeah, that's true.
That's your superpower.
Yeah.
Even if I'm walking in front of you, you're going to hit them.
Yep.
Yeah, I'd like walk in front of you waving a stick around and you'd still get hit with them.
Yep.
It's okay because I attract all the mosquitoes. Tim gets all the ticks.
I get a crap load of ticks on me too, but they don't bother me at all.
Yeah, so this part was actually...
You're just like, live and let live, man.
Yeah, whatever.
This section was shot... This location is not where the rest of Rosswood is. This is actually...
well, the park that is Rosswood.
The park that is Rosswood,
We're speaking literally, not narratively.
Yeah.
Narratively, it's the same park.
Location-wise, yeah. It's actually right on the other side of some trees from the railroad tracks that Jay and Tim met under earlier in the season
Yeah.
in the 50s.
Which is about 5 miles away or so. If that. I don't know. But yeah, definitely not the same park.
Yeah.
That's movie magic.
Yeah.
Luckily, all the woods around here look exactly the same.
Yeah, that's what I'm noticing here. It's like we are in sort of the same place, just pointing at it from different angles.
Yeah, our movie magic here of making the shack disappear. We just conveniently don't point the camera at it,
Yeah.
so it looks like it's gone.
Do you see the? I can't remember if you. I guess you managed to hide the tower in the background pretty
Yeah,
well.
I did.
Didn't you?
You can see it for a split second, I think.
Yeah.
See how I always lower the camera when I turn around?
The one thing he's not pointing at is there's this sort of abandoned, I guess, grain silo. There's the Alex Crayley's Marble Hornets trailer that we made. You can see it in the background for just a second. And
We were hoping to use it for something, but we could never think of what to use it for.
so that was, if we ended up using it, it was going to be an actual sneaky preview for something, but we
still did a lot of it. We
Yeah.
still did a lot of the things that we showed
Yeah.
in that trailer, but that was not one of them. We were just like, that'd be really cool if we could find out a reason to use it, but we kind of already had a
we had more
surplus.
we had more locations than we could find reasons to use, even though that one was really cool. Also, it was, the cool parts were really high up, so I would have had to shoot anything up there by myself. So.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't have done that.
Now we're back at the park that is
Yes.
Rosswood.
Yeah.
Got very familiar with the terrain out here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this little walk is, we've made this walk so many times. It's, although I know it better in the dark than I do when it's day out.
Yep.
I feel like we're better at navigating those trails back there when it's dark than when it's daytime, because then we start second guessing ourselves during the day. So we're like, oh wait, did we actually come this way?
You don't go by feelings.
Yeah.
We use the force.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was a weird moment to have to shoot. It's like, that's where Alex killed the guy. Here's our reactions.
I think that shirt was still there, wasn't it?
I think so.
Also, there was a geocache in here, but I don't think there is anymore.
There is. It's just on the ground. I don't think it's listed on the website anymore.
Inactive geocache.
Didn't we sign that one? I think we did. I
Yeah.
did anyway.
Yeah, we did. It was a while ago, though.
Yeah.
Is it even still there? I thought that it had like someone had taken it or something.
We were there
Last time we
relatively recently, but it had fallen to the ground. The
Oh.
magnet on it was gone because it was
No.
stuck to the side of the tunnel. Magnet smugglers came and stole it.
The demand for magnets is high, man. It's bound to happen.
Yeah.
I always liked the look of the end of the tunnel that this camera
Yeah.
gets, because it gets blown
Blown
out
out.
so hard.
I can't remember if you actually called me or not. I don't think you did.
Yeah, we recorded it later.
Yeah, because I think I had to add the echo onto it. I can't remember if I added the echo onto that or not, because it sounded pretty real. I just accidentally complimented myself.
Seems like it would have been awfully difficult to replicate that exact echo with a recording, but I mean, if you did it, hey, kudos.
Maybe we
Major
recorded
kudos.
it before you guys went out there and you played it or something.
I don't think that happened.
I don't-
I don't know.
Oh,
I really
I don't
like
know.
this one. This is really cool.
This was it was hard to try to drag you.
I think for a majority of this entry, I wasn't there with you, but I think for the tunnel, I was, and I did call you.
Yeah. I think you might have been hiding around the corner or something like that. Just like
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought it was a good editor. Never mind.
maybe. Well, yes, I've seen the To the Arcs, so. I'll just go with you did put the effects on there.
It's
that
okay.
sounds way better.
I don't care.
Sounds way cooler.
Just thought it was funny. I was like, oh, I don't remember making it sound that good. And they're like, no, I don't think you did.
No, you could have if you can do it.
Okay,
You did.
thanks.
These are
Good job.
extra cool.
Wait, what are extra cool?
Just these shots in particular. I didn't remember the running through that tunnel of trees that you did a second ago.
Man, it is so hard to run with this camera.
And keys.
Jay, just stand by your man. What are you doing? Leaving people.
Did we gave you makeup, didn't we?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, around your eyes.
I probably didn't need it very much because
those like clouds reflecting off your eyes make it look darker than it really is there in your window.
See, I think we could have
someone busted up your face there.
Yeah.
See, I think it would have added a much more interesting dynamic in this if Tim had materialized in Jay's car and driven off in Jay's car.
Oh, hey, wait a second.
Hey, wait, hey, Tim, I don't have keys for your car, and then Jay just has to walk back.
Bum, bum, bum.
Now, was it in one of these shots? There was like somebody in the background or something, just barely, like just somebody walking around.
Yeah, I think someone was on the playground or something.
Oh yeah, some people showed up when I was yelling at Tim while we were breaking up. If you noticed earlier, a second ago there, that's some nice focusing.
Yeah.
Autofocus by that camera. If you noticed when I took my keys out, the camera blurred there. I had to add that later because I have a Batman emblem on my keys. It's like Jay's coming to save the day with his Batman keys.
Give me your power.
Batman doesn't have any powers. Just give me your money.
Bravery.
Give me your money.
Yeah, the power of money.
See, Jay says I have no idea how he got there before me, but see, in real life, Jay took off through the woods, whereas Tim could have just kind of gone around them, and he probably could have gotten there a little quicker.
Way faster.
Yeah. But this isn't real life.
It's all fictional.
Yeah. This is one of the first things I shot with the GoPro when we first got it.
Oh yeah.
I went out to the that park and stuck it in some water where there were some fish swimming around. I was like, I might need this at some point. That was like 3 years before this.
Yeah.
Tim helped me shoot that.
Yeah. It was the parking lot that we argued in a couple of entries ago.
Yeah.
That's why you always save your footage.
Yeah.
I was like, hey, just throw it way out of focus. Same day here when I shot that. Shot those fish. Just stuck it in another smaller tunnel. Now our favorite.
This was really cool.
I had class like all day while you guys were filming it, so I didn't get to join in.
You missed all the fun stuff. So here's when we had to sync up the the chest cam and we had to find a way to try and make it like a summation of what happened. So I'll just flash through these things.
Yeah.
Because I didn't want to show the entire thing again. Like anyway, here we are.
I forgot about the lead up, but also there isn't very much of it, so maybe that's why.
Yeah. You're holding that camera really weird, it looks like.
Yeah, it probably was.
He's not a trained... Tim in Marvel Hornets was not the cameraman. He was the actor.
Yeah.
Okay?
Very interested in shooting people's butts. I had to I jacked up the... I just like slowly jacked up the brightness, or not the brightness, the gamma, I think, there to like just make it look like they were walking into some fire.
Cool. In a way, they were.
Yeah. I had to be really careful with those distorted digital sounds because sometimes I made it sound like digital farts. It was like.
So I actually jumped in the river for this.
In case you can't tell,
fully clothed.
One of those times when it's like, actually, yes, we did do that.
I think this was shot probably about a month or so before all the rest of it was, because I remember it would have been way too cold by the time we shot the rest of it.
Water was still pretty cold though, wasn't it?
It was a little chilly, yeah. This as opposed to the two that also sort of involve, I guess, teleporting, you could say, later in the season, is that this is the only one where we had a list of shots that we liked, that we thought would be really cool, and we got all of those, and then we sort of tried to find a specific order for those.
That was the fun part.
Yeah. This was also in the same parking, the argument parking lot from a couple entries ago, by the dump trucks. Not the other argument. Not the punching argument, the snarky argument.
Yeah. when we were shooting this, a cop walked up and we had all this fake blood on the ground.
It's like, what are you guys doing? Making a movie? He's like, oh, okay. If you guys ever need a cop, just let me know.
Yeah.
So that was pretty cool.
There was this really weird problem that I didn't think, oh, hey, there's me pulling you down.
While I'm holding the camera in my teeth.
Yeah. What was I going to say about the thing before that? I can't remember now. This right here. That's... Oh, wait, no, never mind. Maybe I took it out. I was going to say when you jumped out of that little shack. I think that was...
There's a story behind all of these, but we don't have enough time to tell them all.
Oh, I was going to say there's this weird problem that helped out. Oh, shoot, now we got to talk about this. Chris Dominy was really drunk when we got him to do this. I was just like, can you lay in this blood? He's like, yeah, no problem. We used all the blood.
It was freezing cold that night, too. And we're like, hey, I need you to put on this short sleeve shirt, lay down on the gravel, and get a little sticky and wet.
He's like, okay, whatever.
Yeah.
What I was going to say was there's this, what I thought was a problem at first, but actually helped out with the illusion of drowning, which was the camera was strapped to your chest, not your head.
Yeah.
So even if your head was above water, the camera was still underwater. So it looked like you never broke the surface of the water, and it was just always underwater, and that really helped out.
And it was hard to do because I wanted it to be pointing towards the surface, but like you said, it's on my chest and not like on my head or something. So I did have to sort of lay back and make myself sink back first, and that was harder than I thought it would be. And then it was really hard to resist the temptation to just float down rather than sort of push my way down, because then it looks deliberate.
Then it looks like you're swimming.
Yeah.
Also, this is when you were a pretty heavy smoker, so you didn't have that big of a lung capacity to begin with.
There is that.
Overall, though, really happy with how it turned out, because you want to make people uncomfortable, prey on their fears, and generally people are really uncomfortable with the thought of drowning.
Yeah. I think
generally. I don't think there's anyone out there that's like, man, you know, it'd be fun drowning.
I think this one is the one up until this point that got possibly the biggest audience reaction we'd ever gotten up until that point, for multiple reasons, some of which haven't happened in the video yet. But
it was very season 1-esque in its how it was built. Just the shots making it all work together.
But it
had a lot more thought put into it than season 1 did at some points.
It was really satisfying afterwards to see the reaction, just because this was sort of it was like a big sort of trying something new kind of thing. So it was like everyone's either going to love this or they're gonna hate it, and it's gonna be like a jump the shark moment. Like it's gonna be an extreme one way or the other, and luckily it seemed to be the positive from what we could see anyway.
Yeah, we had a bunch of shots back when we had that little nightmare montage. There was quite a few shots that we ended up not using just because it would come off as being a little too confusing. I think the one that comes to mind every time when I say that is we had a shot of quote unquote Masky attacking Tim, even though they're the same person.
Yeah.
And we were like, it looked really cool, but we didn't want to
imply that they were two different people.
Imply that they were two different people, because they are not.
That's one of those cases where in the moment it would be very, very difficult to explain that.
Yeah.
No, it's hallucination, but it's also showing up on camera, and you know what? Forget it. Just cut the scene.
This one was... all of this stuff in the hospital for this part was incredibly draining, but especially this part. Or this part, and then the part in the bigger room.
Is this where you whack the wall with the pipe?
Yeah.
Yes.
Don't envy you there.
It's the whack the wall entry.
Well, this was the most exhausting part out of all of it.
I'm surprised you didn't end up with any horrific bruises all over your hands.
Yeah, me too.
Cutting yourself on this dried paint.
Yeah.
I think it was really 59 gave me the first big impression, but I think this was the entry that really made me realize, hey, you know what? Acting is hard. It's actually really hard. Harder than I thought it would be.
The level of effort shows.
Yeah.
So good job, buddy.
I think this was another one that we had to come out here and reattempt a couple days in a row so I could.
I don't think so. I think we kind of nailed it the first time. I think that's what I remember.
I'm pretty sure you guys knocked this out really quickly. From whatever.
Because what we did was I said, I'm gonna walk out of this room. You're gonna lose your shit.
Yeah.
And that's all we did.
Which doing this was exhausting enough, but doing it like improvised was even more difficult.
Yeah, we had like one or two lines. You're like, be sure you say this, but other than that, just
And because it's all one take.
Mm-hmm. And I also couldn't turn around. I had to be sure not to face the back wall because there were swastikas all over it. So I also had to keep that in mind while I was doing all the emoting and whew.
You didn't want to use the shot at first because you were walking funny with your jacket on in that shadow. You were having to walk like. You remember you had your pea coat on and you had to hold it backwards so your hands were behind your back. I was like, you can't tell in that shadow. It's fine. But now everyone knows.
I did not notice that.
This was a very difficult shot to putt or to what's the word block, I guess.
Yeah.
Because I had to stand behind you, so you didn't actually take those pills because we didn't have very many of them, and they were all Tylenol, I think.
Something like that, yeah.
I thought they were the fiber supplement or whatever.
That was later.
Okay.
Because I actually took those.
Yeah.
My one regret about this little scene is that I swallowed all of these pills just a little too fast.
Without any water whatsoever.
Yeah.
So what we did here was whenever Tim brought the pill up to his mouth, he did it really fast, and I was standing behind him, so he just kind of threw it over his shoulder into my hand.
Yeah. While making the gulping sounds.
Yeah. Look at all those pills. You're just going to take them all. I mean, you have a really wet mouth, Tim.
Yeah.
Yeah, I psyched myself up really well, but I don't think I feel like they went down a little too easy. But I remembered that.
To be realistic, though, you'd be coughing up half-chewed pills. That would probably take like a solid 2 minutes to get through all of that anyway.
I think a way to get around that would be to have you like take some of them and then bring your hand back down and have less, but whatever.
It's too late now.
I had a terrifying moment there because you see how reflective these walls are. When I was editing this, I was like, oh great, I'm standing behind Tim and you can see me reflected in those walls. But if you notice in that last shot of him taking the pills, every time he looks up, it gets really bright. I had to do that. I had to like make the brightness go a lot higher whenever you looked up to blow out the wall, so you couldn't see me standing there.
So there you go, guys. I hope you appreciate it because Troy does all the little things.
Yeah, now I remember why this one was so rough. It was because it was so damn cold, and I only had that red shirt on. Because like you said earlier, I was wearing the pea coat for that one shot just because it was so damn cold outside. So it's like I'd have to psych myself up, jog a couple of laps, smoker laps anyway, the equivalent anyway.
So 0.1 of a mile.
Yeah, a short distance down the hallway, and then just kind of whip off the coat and try to go through it as quick as I could.
It's like, man, that wall, I think you can tell that wall is very solid.
Yeah.
And your hands are very cold, and that pipe is very cold.
Yeah,
This was a one-take wonder right here.
It's also made out of, metal.
And the wall is solid concrete. There is not a bit of plaster like I thought there would be.
Yeah.
But we also knew those chips were going to be in the wall, so I kind of had to make it count the first time.
Like, do this the first time so you can't see. Well, I thought it was going to really break the wall. But if we had to do it again, it would have been okay.
This was one hell of a cliffhanger.
You can tell. I noticed when I was editing this that the camera was very close to your heart, so it kind of bumped with your heartbeat. So I slowed it way down to where it stopped right before it cut to black. There. That was weird. I did not expect to have to do that.
This was like the one little mini debate that we ever had about posting order for entries, I think.
Mm-hmm. That's my girlfriend doing that, by the way. Doing that voicemail message. I was like, you have to get the cadence right.
Because we were, I remember it was like, we were each trying to, like, campaigning for a different release order with all the stuff that just happened from the GoPro and then the scene that comes immediately after this part right here. I think Troy was, I think you were campaigning for
just one entry.
Yeah, just one
together.
Well, just one entry with the GoPro stuff first, and I think
I was
Joseph,
campaigning for 2.
No, you're campaigning for 1 with this first. Tim was saying 2.
Yeah. That's right. You were wanting to have
Was
them
I?
flipped around the other way, and then I was saying like have them in the same order, but like posted a day apart. But then it didn't really, the posting them separately didn't really make sense from a uploading perspective. I mean, it would have been dramatic as all heck, but it wouldn't have made sense for Jay to only post that first part, I guess.
Yeah.
But either way,
that's kind of the tragedy of that we can't have those big cliffhangery moments because it wouldn't have made sense for that to happen. Even though we did kind of do that in the ending, but it also, you know.
I think this is the beardiest I'd ever been in this show up until this point.
Beardiest.
It only gets worse from here, folks.
Your beard of sorrow.
Yeah. It's not a very good beard. It's just kind of grizzly. Just kind of scratchy.
It's still mostly chop.
Yeah.
Mostly burns.
That right there is what I would call an adolescent mustache. Oh, this was the part that we reshot
Also known as
because
a Joseph mustache.
Yeah, we shot this out by the spillway before, remember?
yeah,
It
and
was
then
way too loud.
yeah, well, and then we brought it back because Joseph wasn't there whenever we shot it, and we showed it to him, and he just goes, "We got to do this again. We got to reshoot it. This feels like an episode of Dawson's Creek."
No, that was when Tim drove off.
Yeah.
When we did that. When you drove off, the one before this, that last shot of you driving off.
Wait.
No, it was this one.
this
It was definitely this. This was the scene that we shot by the spillway. We took out.
Oh yeah.
like-
That also happened in that entry, but that happened in this one too.
Yeah, we chopped out like half of the dialogue that was in it the first time around because it was a little too cheesy.
It was just a little too wordy given the circumstances.
I think I actually had a red pen that
You
day,
did
too.
I remember.
And I had the script there and just went to town.
This one might be my favorite to the arc entry so far.
It was my favorite one once it was finished, but man, it was a pain to get done.
Yeah.
Because
this is the most effects heavy we went with it.
I had to. These TVs aren't plugged in. It's out in the middle of the woods. Like there's nowhere to plug this in. So we did drag all these TVs out to the woods, but the view or what's on the TVs was put in post.
This one's my favorite shot because it was literally just a screen that had fallen out of the TV set.
Yeah, I like doing stop motion stuff. That was pretty fun to do too because we just I just pointed the camera at this TV and I was like, okay, Tim, smash the screen little by little.
Didn't you have to crop off the top a little bit because you could kind of see like, my reflection moving at the top?
I think it was your reflection or your shadow. I can't remember. It was one of those.
Yeah.
I think that was one of my most favorite ones to do, even though it was such a big pain.
This was the one that we had to come back out for several days in a row.
I think this entry is the one that we shot the most times.
Yeah.
Because it was at least 3 days. Just this one scene right here.
Yeah.
I remember the first day we did, I don't know, it was a pretty large amount of takes before we just decided it just was not working and we needed to try again.
Still freezing outside, of course.
In case you couldn't tell by Tim's stance there.
Yeah.
I mean, it also freezing cold.
It also makes me look insecure, but I'm also freezing.
I had on like my really heavy jacket for this, so
yeah, it was nice and bubbled up in the next room.
I think you were wearing Tim's jacket.
Yeah, I think you were wearing 2 jackets and sipping some coffee while we were shooting this.
Yeah, I had my coffee.
Yeah.
Our green room across the hall right here, I guess. I just had those knocked over shelves that we just sat on top of.
There was a closet with a lit candle in it one time we came out here. That was
lit candle
weird.
and a rotten apple.
Oh yeah,
it was weird.
Wait, the candle was still lit?
Yeah,
barely, but it was all the way down, like it had all the way melted.
Maybe it was a peace offering.
Yeah.
This was when we
spooky ghosts.
This was when we started our tradition of gas station coffee and pork cracklins. Every time we came out to shoot something out here, we'd always bring that.
It was a very short-lived tradition.
Which was dumb.
It's like, yes, Tim seems insecure and anxious, but there's a reason for that.
Yeah,
because you're full of coffee and pork cracklings.
Yeah, it gives my performance that underlying sense of urgency.
I passed on the pork cracklins, but I definitely I made more than one mistake of getting beef jerky and coffee in the morning.
Well, also Tim had been smoking cigarettes too, and that also didn't help at all. Well, I mean, it helped move things along, but it it made it more urgent too.
That's also why we couldn't do it in one day. It's like we had to go.
We had to take care of business.
Abandoned buildings don't have indoor plumbing. That's the most detail we'll go into about that.
You may not know this,
I'm
but
glad the season 3 commentary is coming along so nicely.
Yeah. I'm just trying to avoid talking about my actual acting because I still definitely feel like I could have done a lot better.
it's fine to me.
Yeah, you did. You did.
Especially, I'm still learning about the whole what do I do with my hands thing.
That's a really hard part.
It really is.
It is.
You should have just held your arms stiff at your sides the entire time. Like, but what if I'm right and your arms are just sitting?
But what if I'm right and I'm just sort of like flashing jazz hands next to my face or something? What about now?
This is also a lot of words to try and memorize, which is not something that we're particularly used to doing.
Yeah.
We don't monologue very often.
And this is the longest one.
Yeah.
I do believe.
Yep. I think the longest one was in season 2, and that was me in the car. Or no, not the longest one, but the longest one of season 2 was me in the car at the last entry. But that has nothing on this.
Yeah.
It is way shorter.
Did you have your script off screen for that one? Were you able to do that?
I had it mostly memorized.
Yeah.
This was almost fully scripted too. Like this was not one of those outline ones.
I think there was one or two times.
We went off a little bit, but
Yeah, I would not have been able to do something like this just via an outline.
There's maybe one or two spots here where I ADR'd a different take into it, but you did it so consistently that I could put it in and it sounded the same.
Yeah,
it's like maybe you had a voice crack or something because it was so cold. But
Because like you said, the whole the Sutton's limit thing, it's like once we do a certain amount of takes, they all start to be the same, so you could substitute audio from those by that point.
Yeah. You're kind of shaking there. It's so cold.
Yeah, it was really cold.
you can tell.
But I'm also emotionally distressed.
Yeah.
Like the longer the take goes on, the camera gets a little bit shakier too.
Yeah. Oh,
Because between
my hands
takes,
were cold.
you're warming up your hands and everything.
Joseph was sitting in that room right there across the hallway.
Yep.
I think we caught his foot one time.
Oh.
I don't think it was in this one.
Yeah, I would, because I would have to sort of get myself into that state of mind, which is, not something I'm used to doing because I am not a trained actor or anything. So there was one little in-between part here. It's sort of to the left of Tim, down the hall a little bit. There was a sort of creepy little spot, which we did use a little bit for one of the other teleporty entries later. But that was like the only part of the building that it was just a little area that didn't have any windows. And it actually was kind of creepy and also dark and really cold. So every time before we shot this scene, I would sort of spend a few minutes in there sort of just,
Feeling alone.
Yeah, trying to get in the right mind space and getting,
Trying to get into MySpace.
What did I say? Mind.
No, you said MindSpace, but for a second I heard MySpace.
I was thinking headspace and mindset at the same time, so they came out as MindSpace.
That's a good website name.
Yeah.
Let's found MindSpace.
Mindspace.org.
I would be absolutely shocked if that wasn't already a thing.
Mindspace.gov.
Yep.
That sounds like a thing that a public library would have during the summer. Welcome to MindSpace.
It's like a hands-on science.
Yeah.
Tim's over here talking about his approach to acting. I'm like, yeah, that'd be a funny website name. sorry to ruin that.
I mean, I think I've said all there is to say about this particular one.
Didn't you cut your hand or back or something one time when you slid down that wall right there? I feel like you injured yourself in some way during
I
this.
think so.
Pointy things around here.
Syringes and
like maybe you're a little bit more over to the your right and hit that
little peg thing.
Yeah. I know I definitely did.
Yeah, I think you're right.
At one point while we filmed out here, and that hurt a lot.
A lot of pain happened in this building.
Yes.
Just to us.
But we'll get
and other people.
We'll get to that.
Us too.
I think it was right off to where the little hallway you just walked through there, like off to the left there was your little mind space area.
Tim's mind space.
Yep.
This was shot over many days. I remember now because we had to get Brian out here.
Yeah. In fact, I think, was this part shot first?
No, I think it was shot after. I'm pretty sure it was. This was Tim's flashlight. it went by the side because he was an unconventional guy.
Is that
now
actually
it's
my
a torch.
flashlight or was that yours?
No, I'm saying the character Tim
Oh, yeah.
flashlight. Because everyone had their own flashlight.
This was before you got the really powerful one, isn't it?
Yeah.
When you live in the
Kind of a signs moment there, I just realized.
Yeah.
I've done that a couple of times.
Yeah.
It started with entry number 6. Got it right here.
Yeah. There's
been a couple
also
of
similar when in the earlier entry in season 3 where Hoodie walks across the hallway while they're just talking. That's also
yeah.
kind of a signsy moment. I've never realized that until now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why that is a defining moment in Signs. Like the rest of the movie, I can take or leave it. It doesn't matter to me. But that one shot, was
Spooky.
really good.
Really spooky. This was
But
anytime we walk through these hallways, it's really nerve-wracking, not in trying to be stealthy, but in trying to not catch horrible things on the walls. Because this is obviously an abandoned building, people are going to spray paint horrible things on the walls.
Yeah, I was
If
gonna
not,
say
phalluses, then racial slurs or
Yep.
other things, or swastikas, like Tim said.
Yeah.
It is-
So
I think this was the one that we went to the campus library at like 2 a.m. to upload.
Yeah.
And then you finally got it up there, and then you said, I'm going to preview this one last time. I've watched this like 6 times now. I'm going to preview it one last time. And then right before you posted it, you were like, oh, there's a penis on the wall
There's a
that I
yep.
missed right there.
It cannot be overstated how many things you have to dodge with the camera here.
Yeah.
yeah. How many things you have to dodge with the camera, and how many really loud things you have to dodge on the ground.
Mhm.
But luckily, those can all be fixed if you do catch them.
Mm-hmm. I think we would occasionally like sort of scribble out some of the mean graffiti and write nice stuff next to it.
Yeah, we did.
I think that blur right there was probably to hide something.
It probably was.
Yeah.
Someone, because I was around the area, someone wrote Coney 2012 on the wall. I do remember that graffiti. It was right back there on the left. So yeah,
Man.
that's probably.
They're out there doing something. Hey, what are you doing?
Shut up. Oh, the wrench.
So I was gonna make a.
Let's not forget to talk about this wrench in a few minutes.
But first, before it's
Marvel Hornets commentary. Let's not forget to talk about this wrench in a few minutes.
There's a reason.
before it's too irrelevant, I had a comment about the flashlight.
Uh huh.
Things are pretty messed up for Tim right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
You could say they went sideways.
Oh my God! Just we absolutely have to cut that out. that part of the commentary is just going to be completely silent now. This was really Brian the whole time, wasn't it?
I think so.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this was Brian. The first time we weren't emulating the Brian walk. It was
Yeah.
actually
It
just
was
the
actually
Brian
I
walk.
studied Brian's walk. I got that walk down.
There's on one of this shot coming up here. We had a bit of a goof with Brian because when Hoodie is in that corner placing that tape or checking to see if the tape is there still.
Could you see his butt?
You could see his butt, yeah. Like he didn't tuck in his shirt. So like, when you bend over like that, that's not just Brian, that's
Yeah,
anyone.
that's-
Like
oh,
you
yeah.
had to get him to tuck in his shirt, and it's just like this shot right here, which I really like. I really like that shot. But it was just like a Brian butt. Just
Nice.
Hey. Hey,
Nice.
could you get that? Yeah, because
I always like shooting these really stealthy things, even though it sounded
not
like
being
we're-
stealthy at all in real life.
I'll
Yeah,
never hear you.
Yeah, in real life, it was like the footsteps echoed and everything, and they kind of echoed in this, but we made sure it was less. So, multiple times we would shoot this whole thing and realize that the tape wasn't left there. Like, great.
There's some gross on there.
Yeah. I think what we did with that, we just kind of like scooped up some dirt with that
Yeah.
Yeah.
tape and just left it there to make it look all
Oh,
disgusting.
icky.
Yeah, because I knew that we had to make the tape itself
Yeah.
kind of screwed up, so the worse it looked, the better.
Go get it.
Another little suspension of disbelief because, speaking from experience, those tapes stop working if you so much as breathe on them the wrong way.
Yeah. No,
Digital is nice.
they're ruggedized tapes. Good.
Yeah,
This was
they're military grade.
this right here was not fun to do because we had to run across that entire field every single take.
Oh, yeah. Well, no, we split it up into 2, kind of.
Well, yeah, I mean, not
That part of the field we did.
yeah. There was an alternate version of this entry here where we kept looking around the woods for a lot longer.
Yeah.
Because there's another building down there that we kind of searched through, and we just kind of improvised going through it, I think.
And then we sort of realized, well,
Wait
we
a
don't
minute.
find anything in here.
Yeah, so we just cut it
Why
out.
have it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, Jay, get a steady cam.
Tim,
God.
hanging off the tree, Tarzan style. I love that you hit the tree with the wrench there.
It was in my way, man.
It's like your wrench machete.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
I like these fields.
Yeah.
And Angry Tim.
I'm Wrench McKenzie. I'm not going to stand for your mess.
So speaking of wrenches,
One of the takes where I threw this wrench in anger, we couldn't find it for like...
over an hour
We spent like an hour looking for this wrench.
in these fields, we went back on the camera, watched him throw it, just try and triangulate where it landed.
I don't know what about this field made it so hard to find this damn wrench, but it vanished into the grass.
Yeah, you threw it, and then we were like, oh, where is it? And then like an hour and a half later, we're like, where is it?
Did it have like straw over it?
It
or
was
anything?
barely. Like when we found it, it was very much, you could see it pretty well.
Yeah.
Because we thought, like, did Tim throw it so hard into the soft ground it just was swallowed up by the dirt? Just went, and that was it.
God.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, that was an annoying moment. An annoying moment that's really funny in hindsight.
That was a nice little quick step you did there.
Yeah, because I think this was sort of like the last shot we needed before we could go home, and it was starting to get dark by the time we were done.
You're like, of course we can't find this stupid wrench.
At least I think it had warmed up by this point.
Yeah, that's why you pulled your sleeves up there, because it was getting kind of hot in the sun.
Also all that running around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Tim's frustration was, again, sort of a audience surrogate there. Sort of like you were that close and you still didn't get him. You suck.
I think what we said was he lost them in the woods there.
Yeah. Well, considering how easy it is to lose a wrench,
Yeah.
that guy in that tan hoodie probably could have disappeared pretty well.
That's what we should have called him in the entries, like guy in the tan hoodie. GITH, Gith.
Man,
That's Hoodie's actual name now, Gith.
could you imagine if we
Guy
put
in
him in
the
a
tan
camo hoodie? That would have been awesome.
He's got a
Cargo jeans.
Yeah.
camo hoodie. He's got it like an AR slung around his back.
Yeah.
Cargo jeans with a hammer in the little loop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or
He
camo,
just-
or
he just-
camo jorts.
He just got
Unmask him and he's just got "Don't Tread on Me" tattooed on his face.
yeah.
That's pretty hardcore.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome. This was me in the hoodie here this time. That was fun to do because Tim's kind of heavy and I'm not a very strong guy. That came out like me calling you fat. I meant you have mass.
I've got some heft. I'm not going to argue with that.
Dense.
Yeah.
There were a few takes where Hoodie is pulling him out, and just kind of stumbles and falls over like, oh, you're too heavy. I wonder how many times we show the "he is a liar" thing.
A lot.
In the entries. It's a lot. We were proud of it.
People never listen, man.
Yeah.
Every time we came out here, we expected that somebody would have like drawn over it or something.
Yeah.
So just writes, no, you.
No, you're stupid.
No, you are.
This is when I realized that you could do this. When you could change the simulated frame rate.
Ah.
It's like, oh, that makes it, because that's what actually happens with these tapes when the tape gets screwed up. Is the frame rate goes to crap.
Yeah.
Drops them frames.
Yeah, frame dropping. Another pseudo stealth entry, or no, a very much stealth entry. Again, it was freezing cold out here.
This location is so cool, but
I hate
we
going
got
to
tired
it.
of it because we've been here so many times.
Yeah.
I think it was around this time, too, where we just dreaded going back anytime.
There he is.
Well, how about that?
Hey, look, it's you.
Well, look at that fella
Is this-
right there.
Who's that handsome son of a gun?
Is this the first instance of crazy drifter Alex clothes?
I think so.
I think so.
Yeah, because we had to go out to the thrift store to find something that looked.
And that is the weirdest fitting brown shirt under there, too. It's
Well,
like
me and
triangle
you,
shaped.
have the lanky guy syndrome, or not syndrome, but the lanky guy problem with shirts.
Yeah.
It's like you can either have.
It long enough, but it's way too billowy.
Yep, it's too wide or too long. You have to have one.
Yep.
I always have a problem with short sleeves going out too far with my shirts too. Like the sleeve goes out, makes it look like I have really broad shoulders.
And you don't want to mislead people like that.
I don't want people to think I'm a hefty guy.
Look at that menacing walk.
I tend to go
that
for
prowl.
the not quite long enough shirts, and that's why I can't stretch. Else I show off my belly.
Just become a belly dancer, just so you can casually belly dance every time you stretch. Like, woo, woo, woo.
Oh, were you looking for this?
Woo. That's the sound that belly dancing makes.
Yeah.
Marble Hornets belly dancing.
Yeah.
Marble Hornets belly dancing edition.
This isn't so much a commentary as it is random searching on Wikipedia.
Yeah.
Cyberhawk edition, belly dancing edition.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
It's good. That's what we should do with the idea we had of making Marble Hornets First Take edition.
Yeah.
It should just be called Belly Dance edition, and then season 2 will be Cyberhawk edition.
I like it. Yes, sir.
So this shot here was very fun to coordinate, to block out, because we were like, how on earth are we going to smack Joseph in the head with a metal pipe and not smack Joseph in the head with a metal pipe? Like, how are we going to smack Alex in the head with a metal pipe and not smack Joseph in the head? Ooh.
Yeah.
So
I was
good,
I was on the other side of the door, and I sort of yanked him to the side
Yeah.
right as you swung. I guess sort of at the door handle. Oh, this was the one where, like, in that pause, you could hear a little, because I accidentally let one loose.
You didn't accidentally.
No.
You shit.
Oh yeah, and
You
then
intentionally farted on me, you bastard.
You did it.
but
Yeah.
then Troy didn't notice until I pointed it out, so that almost ended up on YouTube with a little in it.
This was a very fun intro to shoot. I liked shooting this part right here.
Especially because I wish you could hear what Joseph was actually yelling for this.
Right there in his mouth, I think he said, "This is really awkward. I don't know what to shout."
Yeah, because we had no like points for me to yell because you can't hear it.
Yeah, so you just
So-
needed your mouth to move.
So just like, I'm yelling. I'm really angry at you.
I am so upset.
I am just sour as heck. Also, we found out that I have this superhuman strength. No
No zip tie can withstand you.
That's right. Yeah. So manly. I like this shot.
You look tough as heck.
Your
I
bloody
look
nose.
effed as heck.
We didn't put the operator in here at first. Like, that wasn't going to be a thing. We decided it when we were shooting it.
Mm-hmm.
But there were a couple of takes where, like, when I'm struggling against those and yelling, my legs will just break free because we had to use two of them attached to each other, so they were really weak at the connection point.
It's like, oh.
So I'm like yelling, and then it snaps, and I just look down. I'm like,
Oh,
oh,
I'm going to get you.
I got you now.
I always like it when I say that a tape is messed up, because I get to do those crazy things with it.
You get to go to the arc on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I got bashed in the head with that pipe on one of those takes, I just kind of fell at an angle and ended up on one of the where I guess a little handrail used to be.
Yeah.
Oh man, we had to take a break after that one.
Well, it wasn't. I think at first, we shot it two different ways. We did it one with you falling into the door like that, and one with it kind of out of focus with you falling against the wall and sliding down.
Yeah.
So instead of it just being your feet, it was like you just laying on the ground, and we weren't confident enough in us selling that hit to do it that way. But that was when you hit that little protrusion in the wall.
That was
looked
a
like it
rough
hurt.
entry, man.
Yeah.
Because to make it convincing, Tim was not pulling me gently.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's why we were doing it, because you
Yeah.
could really see the impact. Because otherwise, it just looked like you just kind of went.
Ow.
It didn't look like you got hit very hard, so we had to really yank you.
If it looks like I was getting
Pretty
sick
sure-
over there, it's because I got really close. I've had a lot of practice with the whole, act coughing thing, but that's the thing, is if you do it enough, it starts to trigger that gag reflex a little bit. So, after 2 or 3 takes of that, it was, it's not very fun. It's making me feel a little queasy just thinking about it.
God, you don't have to do that anymore.
Yeah. Until we start our new show called Coughman McGee.
Yep.
What a great superpower.
Yeah. Stand still, or I'll cough you to death.
I'll cough violently and make you feel very uncomfortable.
This was. Oh yeah, this is when we realized that there's no more Hotel Channel. on the on the TVs, because usually hotels have like when you first turn on the TV, it has the about the town thing, but they didn't. We thought we would just use that for this, but this TV didn't have that. It had
naturescapes.
It had naturescapes and relaxing shots.
I think it also had a fireplace one.
Yeah, so
you should have had that one on.
Yeah, really should have.
Got the table set up so you never have to leave the bed to do all your blogging.
Yeah. I had to, it was so dark in here, I had to turn up the exposure so bright it's so like grainy looking, but I think it makes it look
almost like a
security camera footage type thing. Because I tried to use this plugin with the editing software to remove grain, and it worked pretty well, but it just, I was like, it's fine the way it is. And done blogging, post.
The imperfection gives Marble Hornets the character.
The charm.
Yeah.
You can kind of see, it's just like a little Jay watching the naturescape.
That is just beautiful right there. Oh.
I think it was a stream that was just kind of flowing, so you can kind of see the trees up at the top there, and the water was the white part on the bottom.
This might have been where Nature Break was born.
It was.
Just sitting there staring at that stream.
No, Nature Break was born. I told you the idea initially while we were shooting this.
Really?
Yeah. So I came in and I was like, I had this dumb idea.
Was it because of this channel here?
No, it was because I thought it up shortly before this. That was an actual phone call. Because I remember I had to replace Tim's caller ID icon with just a white square, so when he called, you couldn't really see what was on the phone.
That camera angle isn't doing crap there, Jay.
You can't see anything with that.
I got your Zaw.
What's up?
I brought pizza.
Let's see, was I just like hanging out in the bathroom doing
Yeah,
this?
you were. Just every now and then you just hear in the background.
Yeah, I think I was laying down in the bathtub in there. In fact, I'm positive I was now.
I think that was in the later motel a couple entries from now, like
No,
the really
both.
crappy little. Oh, both. Okay,
Yeah.
Just hanging out in the
that's
bathtub.
fine.
It's like,
This-
man, we were looking for Alex and he was laying in the bathtub the whole time.
Yep.
This little motel was actually where we recorded the the old audio commentaries for the season 1 and 2 DVDs.
Yeah, where they hated us for being too loud.
Yeah,
probably.
and it's also across the street from all the hotel stuff in season 2 as well. So
Yep.
No, it's not. Oh wait,
Yeah, it is.
it's kind of
It's-
across the
yeah.
street.
Caddy corner.
it's like at the corner of those two. I said the corner of those intersections. That doesn't make any sense.
You know, if we had just filmed all the places I was hiding during all the scenes where I'm not on there, that'd actually probably be a pretty nice little gag reel. Just, where's Alex? There he is. Oh,
Been
he
good.
got bored and now he's just standing on top of the toilet for some reason.
Whoops, he's naked. There he is.
Did you lose your clothes again, Alex? No, I know where they are.
No, I'm fine. How are you?
This is new Alex. Alex the sequel.
Alex, do.
Never give up ever. I don't
know what this
all
one
these
is.
all
I don't
these
know any of the entry numbers. I'm
yeah
terrible.
these entries are
Oh, I remember
almost a
this.
surprise.
This is what. I remember this one. This is the climbing one where everyone thought you were Brian.
Oh yeah, this is one of the old.
Oh, is this?
hijacks.
Oh yeah, hijacker. Yeah, this one was.
I remember when we were shooting this, or when we were trying to figure this out. We
Jay really needs to change his password from password 123.
no,
It was
it's
1, 2, 3, 4.
J123.
It's 1, 2, 3, 4.
Like, well, if I don't, if
It's like, oh man, you just figured out my password. In
Dang,
season 2,
how?
we should adjust that.
if I change it though,
The
I'll forget it.
the channel hijacks were just the logistics of it were never really explained because it didn't really have a reason to be explained. It's like Oh, he figured out my password again. That's it.
Yeah.
He got sent a spam email and there was a keylogger on it.
Yeah.
There you go.
One of these takes here, I was holding the camera for this, so I guess it was Hoodie again. Well, no, this isn't when you jump out at me, is it? I was gonna say that's later, but there are a few times because Joseph was talking about you waiting on the other side of things. You were on the other side of that open door right there, and there was one point when your timing was off and you just happened to look around the corner right when I turned the camera around. It's like, oh, hey, how's it going? Your element of surprise is totally gone. I've heard people describe this part right here as the most frustrating moment in Marvel Hornets ever.
Why?
It was by design because he's got the right on his knee too.
We had to take this mattress out of that old hospital behind this building and just throw it off the roof to get it down. That mattress was gross. I think those are all curtains we threw on it too.
Yep.
Is this the day my parents came to visit? I think it was.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. It's like, so here's our studio backlot.
That we may not
don't
have.
Touch anything.
I think Joseph almost slipped on glass.
Multiple times.
Multiple times
Himself.
Yeah, right there when I turned around was when you looked around the corner like, hey,
What's going on?
what's going on here? Getting the sound right for this entry was a challenge. Anytime we have impact sounds,
right there.
Anytime we have impact sounds, we're always afraid we're going to make it either too movie-esque or it's not going to be loud enough.
This was another building that's right in the same area as all of the abandoned hospital stuff, because it cannot be stressed enough that all of this, every time we went to this location, we would find a new building. It's just, there's so many there. So this one was sort of behind and to the right of the main big hospital building that Alex hits Tim with a pipe in. Yeah. And then the one where Alex was tied up with the zip ties to the chair. Nuh-uh. But yeah, the one that he was tied to a chair in a couple of entries ago, that one was also behind the main hospital. Like, it was right next to the one we were just in.
Having to mind putting that mask on was really hard. I think I eventually started throwing it over my shoulder instead. Just like, it's on now.
Yeah, whatever. They can't see it anyway.
I think on basically all those takes where you threw me down, it was at least one of them, you basically threw me into a pile of broken glass.
Sorry.
Woohoo.
That's all right.
What I was going to say about that sound was when you were holding me against the wall and you like smacked my head on the wall, like you pushed my head back. I went out to that area like midnight to get that sound. I just like had to kick the wall a bunch of times and record that.
Yeah.
It was tough. It was tough to get that sound right.
You should have kept the camera on Jay down there so you can get the scoot in there.
Yeah.
So cool. I love that shot a lot.
This is a really good entry.
Yeah.
I'm upset that I missed the knob at first right here. It's so like I'm like, what? Oh, there it is. that has always really bothered me.
Did you speed it up for just a second?
Yeah.
So you could be like,
yep. I felt so stupid there.
I wouldn't have noticed if you hadn't said anything.
Sorry, everyone. I ruined the magic for that shot.
Good job.
No, we can't.
I still like it though.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good.
I had to change the color of it because that lantern was really blue at first.
Yeah.
But I got it looking really orange.
That entry really captured the mocking tone of Hoodie too.
Yeah. Yeah. Moving right along. Someone that header part right there, that right before this video here, someone took that and spliced it together to see the words that were on it.
Uh-huh.
I don't remember what it was, but it was basically like I got it off of a stock footage thing, so it was just like labeling the film strip or whatever that it came off of. This is a really fun one to make.
Now by the time we made this, or by the time you made this one, we'd already come up with the "everything is fine" line.
Yes, this little quote unquote poem was in a dream I had one time though.
But that's what I was gonna say was we'd already decided that the ending line was gonna be "everything is fine," but that it also being in that wasn't intentional, was it?
I don't think so. I didn't realize it at first, but oh well.
It was just on your mind.
Yeah.
Yeah. It worked out pretty well in the end, though.
This is just a truck, or not a truck stop, but a rest stop.
Yeah.
About 15, 20 minutes down from where we live, I guess, down the interstate.
Yeah.
We had lots of problems when we were shooting this because we couldn't find a good spot in this rest area that didn't have a ton of trucks in that little parking lot behind us right there.
Little old ladies coming up and asking if you're having a lover's spat.
I think we sort of started shooting this scene
on the other side
a few
of the
times
room.
in multiple places in this rest stop before we finally were able to finish it over here.
There's some
It
prominent
was a
chops
hot day. Yeah.
on this day.
You don't have those anymore, so now you look different
Yeah.
from that. That doesn't even look like you anymore to me.
Yeah.
You're so different.
Like, man, that guy looks like a nerd without sideburns on. More of a nerd.
There was a dude just sitting in his 18-wheeler cab. It didn't have anything on the back. Oh, no, it did. You can see it right there. He was just sitting there with his engine on, and it was really loud.
I wonder if that counts like as driving time.
Maybe. I've always wondered, like, when you're a trucker and you're sitting, you have a sleeper cab and you sleep in there, how do you get like air conditioning or heat or anything without your car being on?
I don't know. Maybe they have a little mini generator and they have a fan or something.
I don't know.
Let's buy a rig.
Okay.
Maybe they have liquid cooling like spacesuits or something.
Yeah.
Or sweet
In
PCs.
climate control.
Because surely you don't have to sit there with your truck on to get AC going, and there's got to be something there. If you're going to sleep in that at night. I have nothing else to say over this entry, so I'm trying to... I think you were still at school when we shot this, and this was like in between your classes or something.
Probably.
Did we try to shoot this multiple times?
I know. I was in class when you guys went out and did that.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember. It's been so long.
And this is... we probably just flicked the camera on right after we left the rest stop.
We did, and we just went like one exit down and shot it and drove back. It's weird. I've driven on that interstate so many times, I know exactly where that is.
Yeah.
Yep. There's only one way out of Tuscaloosa. And it's
this
this
road.
road.
Oh yeah, I forgot about this. We just kind of walked around all the prominent locations that were around here for Marble Hornets and just showed Tim looking confused at them.
But this was the only part of this location that we could show because the rest of it had been renovated. So we're actually pointing away from the main building. There was another shot that we didn't use because it wasn't...
You can see the new parking lot right over there.
There was another shot from that area that we didn't use that we were going to use, but it wasn't very obvious where it was. It was the Riverwalk for one of the early entries. There was like a frozen yogurt place there now.
Yeah.
So it was a shot of me just sort of turning around to look at Troy and shrugging.
I wish we didn't put that in there.
Yeah.
It didn't. The humor didn't really flow. I also forgot this was in the same entry. When I titled the folders that all the for each entry that you were talking. I think you mentioned this earlier. So I have a bad track record of remembering what happens in what entry numbers, so I just label them in the folders. This one is labeled Jay falls in a hole.
Nice. It is accurate.
Yeah.
Yeah, your title for one of the later entries is my favorite, but we'll get to that.
Yeah. Jay falls in a hole is one of my favorite episodes, man. We felt so smart when we did this. We were like, yes, a callback to like
3 years ago.
Yeah, to season 1.
A thing that we didn't even consider making a thing, but the fans kind of clung to it for whatever reason. We're like, fine. So this is one of those cases when people ask how much control the fans have over the story. It's like, well, you got the hole. You got the distortion hole.
You urged us to return to this hole, and it fit into what we were trying to do because we were really stumped on this, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Really stumped on how to get more tapes.
We were just going to be like, I guess they're in the tower?
Yeah. It's like, why would they be there? I don't know.
We needed a way to get more tapes into the show, and we also wanted to do something with that hull, but we couldn't figure out what, and then we just kind of went, why don't we just combine them?
Yeah.
Having to point it at the floor so you don't see all the graffiti.
Oh, yeah.
because people drew like operator symbols and stuff.
Yeah.
Also, I think someone wrote "I ate a taco" in here.
Yeah, or no, it was I ate a taco or I ate ice cream. I can't remember. Maybe both. Look at that booty.
It's a popular food stop.
Troy's revenge for me filming nothing but Joseph's butt
Yeah.
at the beginning of the season.
Yep.
Weren't those boards like even more rotted and dangerous?
Yes, yes, they were. As a matter of fact, it's the last remnants of the police tape. I'm pretty sure has been in there this entire time.
Yep.
Since season 1. Probably.
The first time we went to the tower, the police tape wasn't there.
Oh.
They got tired of people eating tacos in there, so they tried to block it off.
It's just the yellow tape that instead of caution or police line, it says no tacos allowed.
Yeah. Don't taco here.
Yeah.
This is the beginning of Jay's paranoia and seeing things that may or may not be there.
Oh, spooky. I really liked this when we did this because it kind of gave what Jay was feeling to the audience too when he points the camera at something that may or may not be real. People are going to go back and look at it again too, like he would, and look for little things, which they absolutely did, to see if they could find, and since we pointed it into this heavy tree growth, the branches kind of made shapes in it that people like circled and said, oh, is this the operator? Is this the thing or whatever? So I like that we got to do that.
Shut up, Jay.
Weird looking trees.
It's just a really casual tree.
Yeah.
It's kind of leaning.
It's just leaning. We had to kind of awkwardly walk off the trail here so we would walk over the hole.
Oh, yeah, because it is slightly off to the side. I'm so glad that hole's still there. Or was still there.
I was really afraid to do that constantly because that hole was like past my knee, how deep it was.
See, seeing it now, you could easily have just like tripped anywhere.
Yeah.
But, this dedication to your craft.
Yep. Well, I wanted it to look legitimate, so I wanted to step in it for real. And it was kind of covered up with leaves, so I didn't know exactly where it was, so it was always a surprise when I fell in.
So that everyone could see the surprised look on your face. Oh.
It was very awkward to get these tapes the way they were because I think my girlfriend and I did it. We went to the thrift store, bought like a metal bowl and a spatula, and we ordered a bunch of blank tapes from like a discount retailer or something, and then just coated them in lighter fluid and cooked them in that metal bowl and flipped them with the spatula.
That's a lot of toxic fumes being let off, probably.
We were outside at least.
Ruining the environment.
Yeah.
Out of all the things in this show, all the paranormal events and things, I think the thing that requires the biggest suspension of disbelief is those tapes still working, just because
look at that mess.
The mini DV tape camera that my dad had, those tapes wouldn't play if you so much as breathed on them wrong. It's like, oh, I looked at it in a funny way, now it's not going to play.
Well, see, Alex was shooting his student film. He would have used high quality tapes.
Only the highest.
Yeah, so
on the rare format Super DV.
Yeah.
Yep.
Super Mini HDV.
Each tape costs $50.
Yeah.
It's got 1 hour.
And you just set them on fire. Set hundreds on fire.
I think we had a lot
Much like Tim did in the show in a different way.
A lot more tapes in there than we actually picked up. We had a ton in the bottom of that thing. I was always really scared because we never really found the bottom of that hole. Yeah, like you kind of felt a bit of it, but we never stuck our hands far enough down in it.
Could have been a critter.
Yeah, could be like a bear that lived in there.
Bit of yourself in the park.
Anybody watching this manages to find that hole, you might find a leftover tape or two in there.
Oh yeah, we left one. We left one in there on purpose.
Oh, did we?
Yeah.
Ah.
If you know where that is, you can go get yourself a souvenir.
Good job. It's the great Marble Hornet scavenger hunt.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just don't leave graffiti anywhere, guys. Come on.
Yeah. Leave your taco eaten to yourself.
Yeah.
I don't know. Whenever I eat a taco, I want to tell the world.
Take only pictures and also that tape. Leave only footprints. No tacos.
Leave only footprints. No tacos allowed.
Yeah. Take that tape because it might count as litter. Was this on the airport road again?
No, this was over by where you lived.
You used to live.
Yeah.
That really dark road.
Okay.
It turns out
It did not take as long as entry number 2 did.
Yeah. Well, this was.
You've had some practice now.
Yeah.
This footage was recorded separately from the audio of you talking to quote unquote Amy. I think we just sat in my car in the parking lot of my apartments and recorded you actually talking on the phone with her.
Did we? I thought I did mine.
Because I remember. Well, the girl who played Amy, Beth Ann, she moved away and we didn't know her phone number anymore, so we just got Joseph's girlfriend Mai to speak on speakerphone for this, and sounded enough like
Did an
her.
admirable job.
Yeah. So what we did
all
was
ladies sound the same, Troy?
what?
Are you saying all ladies sound the same?
On the phone, everyone sounds the same.
That's what I was about to say.
Good one. Good save. I no big deal. I might try to transfer to different school.
Yeah.
We always wanted to bring Amy back in some meaningful way, but this is all we could manage.
It's pretty much the best we could do, yeah.
Yep.
Seeing as how Beth Ann doesn't live here.
Lived
anymore.
across the country.
And we don't have the animation skills to make like a hologram or something, like a Tupac
A
hologram.
Tupac, yeah. Yeah,
we
you
got invited to Coachella.
We just sat we sat in the parking lot outside my apartment, and Mai was in my apartment, and you just called her on the phone and we recorded it from there.
I don't think I was there for that.
No, you weren't. Because I remember you gave her the script and she just kind of read off of it to you from my apartment.
Some quality driving footage. Did you have to loop around or anything?
We just, this road is pretty barren, so we just kind of went as far back as we could, or as far back as we felt like we should, and then drove in a straight line back. This is about an hour away from where we just were, like in literal terms, I guess.
This was another throwback location that we'd wanted to use for a long time. The playground from entry 4? I
think it was 4.
Yeah. But again, had to be careful with where the camera pointed, because there was a lot of playground equipment that had been replaced, and this is supposed to take place around the same time.
Yeah.
But I think the swing set was still there. Whatever you see on camera is the only stuff that was still there.
Yeah.
That was there the original time.
I still feel like some of the stuff had been moved a little bit too.
Yeah,
like
probably.
The original equipment. And also the smiley face trash can was no longer there.
Yeah, that's a real bummer.
So we should have just shot this one at the same time 5 years ago, and then we wouldn't have had that problem.
See, why didn't we think ahead? Why didn't we think
Amateurs,
ahead,
man?
like 4 years ahead to something that we didn't think we would be doing for that long?
Yeah.
That we thought was just going to be one season.
Swing set. Yep.
Everything behind Tim or Joseph right now is stuff that was not there before. So
There is the trash can. It's just it doesn't have the smiley face on it. I think it's got like a ladybug.
yeah. That was
Looking good next to that lamp.
that was tough to shoot because it was very dark out there.
I
Yeah.
did a sweet parkour move off of that tree.
That was one of the weird problems that we didn't think of for some reason, which was the operator wears mostly black, but then also appears mostly in the dark.
Yeah.
So it's hard to see.
Yep. And also, yeah. Sorry, I forgot what I was gonna say there.
This was back when we did a poor job of light balancing the shot, so everything's green.
Oh yeah, we had an issue there where the running, it looked really awkward on camera because even though you're running full tilt on the camera, it kind of felt like you were just slowly approaching him.
Oh yeah.
So we had to figure out how to get far enough away to where it looked like you went a ways, but close enough to where it wasn't that awkward amount of time running up to him.
Hold on a second. I'll be right over there. Just hold on.
Hold on, I'm coming.
Also, the fact that I'm out of shape and don't run that fast anyway.
Yeah.
So
But you got those
We all
long
feel you.
legs.
I have those dancer's legs and not runner's legs.
Okay. See, what you should have done is you should have interpreted dance to him.
Yeah. Do some pirouettes on him.
Here's our first venture to this house.
Oh yeah,
The time when it wasn't horrifying to shoot.
yeah. So this was my grandparents' house, and then my parents. Well, my grandfather passed away, so my parents moved my grandmother into the house next door to them, and so this house was just empty and waiting to be sold.
It was a good
and,
30 minutes away from your parents' house, too, isn't it?
and renovated and everything, and it was just sitting there, and it had been sitting there for probably a good year or so, and then I just said, "Hey Mom, that house is just empty and just sitting there for now, right?" She's like, "Yeah." I said, "Can we use this for a location?" And my parents said, "Sure." So we had an empty house, more or less in the middle of nowhere, all to ourselves,
Yeah,
which is a
pretty awesome.
refreshing change of pace. So there was no one around to hear us if we were loud or anything like
Telling
that.
jokes about butts.
Yeah. So it was it was a refreshing change.
A unexpected editing challenge here was... I'm trying to see if it's really noticeable still.
I can't see it.
I can't really see it. But in that door right there has the... Because what we did was when Joseph laid the camera down there, we had the screen turned around, the LCD screen turned around at us. We could make sure we were on...
Right.
in the frame, but what we didn't realize was that Jay wasn't supposed to realize that was on, but you can see the screen of the camera reflected in the door right there, so it's like, how did he not notice that? So I had to go through and edit out in really weird ways that reflection of the screen in that door, and I still can't really see it, so I'm still pretty proud of myself for that.
Well, it looks in the last shot you could see that third column of windows, and it looked like the bottom two of them might have been a little bit foggier than the rest of them, but I couldn't tell. Did you just crop it out for this part?
Why you
No,
just,
it's still there.
Okay.
Why you gotta break people down like that, Tim?
I'm not. I'm just saying. I was
did a
just
good job, Troy.
I was just
Thanks.
reassuring them that I would not have been able to tell at all if he hadn't said anything, and even then I still couldn't really tell.
It's in this one too. It's just darker because
It was later.
yeah, it's darker outside, and also that the motion light isn't on.
Oh, yeah.
outside, so you can't see it as well contrasted against the wall thing across that.
Those were some cool effects.
There's certain times when I would go insane with those effects, and that was definitely one of them.
Yeah.
We were really conflicted on how much Jay would be carrying on the way out of here, because that was all of season 1 right there, basically. So it's like, should he just have this giant box that's like the size of a car, or like what? So we had to kind of find a good balance between looking ridiculous when he walks out and still looking like a lot.
Turns out it was just an external hard drive, and Jay's been lying this whole time.
Yep.
Unreliable narrator
Yeah.
right there.
Alex just uploads all the footage onto Jay's iPhone.
Well, would iPhones be out in this at this time when it was supposed to be? When did
I don't-
iPhones come out? I don't
I
know.
don't know. Whatever.
I had my iPod video back then
There you
in
go.
2006.
Yeah.
So
You
if-
uploaded it to that.
Yeah.
if-
Get out of here! Oh wait, stay
here.
just buries Jay in the flower bed.
That was hard to shoot right there. I think that was the last thing we shot for this entry. I can't remember where I was going with that. It was hard to shoot.
Dude, I just messed you up.
Yeah. I always really liked it when I got to do those slow moving distortion things when they're really quiet.
They're good and scary.
Then Jay takes a nap. He's like, no, Jay, stay here. You look tired. You're not good to drive.
This is around the same spot that he was lying in the ground in the next entry. Just
Yeah.
about.
I mean, that was on purpose.
Yeah, yeah.
That wasn't sarcasm. That was actually on
yeah.
purpose.
It's like It's like poetry.
I wish we could have made this tank farm right here more of a location, but seeing as how it was illegal to go in there.
Yeah. And we would never trespass.
Yeah.
Never. And neither should you.
Spooky. Bring back
the action. Screw the text, man. Come on. I don't watch your dumb series to read.
I think our next series should be all text.
Yeah.
Just all text slides. Maybe a photo slideshow, but
made in PowerPoint.
at most. Yeah.
It's very experimental.
We're going a more avant-garde route.
We're going a more avant-garde. Avant-grade.
Avant-grade.
Ah,
Is this the entry where we go back?
yeah.
So
many horses. Forget the other stuff. There were so many horses out here, and they were my friend, and Tim is a bad person because he scared them all.
I kept having to chase them away because they would have gotten the shot, and it would have been distracting whenever.
You weren't being nice about it. You were just like waving your arms and yelling.
How else am I supposed to? They don't know go away like my dog does.
I mean, is Tim gonna have to walk up to him and be like, "Hey guys, I'm really sorry to do this, but we're
Did you even try?
We're working on this thing." And
just imagine
you're in
like
the
7
shot.
horses out there, and they all came up, and they were beautiful and majestic, and I pet their noses, and it was awesome. And
This
all of that
jerk right here.
This jerk right there on the screen right now went and chased them off.
So the story,
Like 4 times.
the story with this location is we used it for the last one, and we thought we had it for an indefinite amount of time.
Because,
And
like
we-
you said, it had been on the market
Yeah.
for about a year and a half.
And we planned on doing this one, like we used that location because we planned on using it again for this entry here. I think
I was behind that door.
I think the day after we posted 71, I got a phone call from my mom that said, "Oh hey, we sold that house, so you have a week, or else you can't use it after that."
This was like a Tuesday, the Tuesday after we got back from LA.
Yeah.
So we were really tired.
So that was a Tuesday, and so it was being sold on like a Friday or a Saturday or
I
something.
think this was a Wednesday or a Thursday.
So this was shot over the course of one day in like at least 12 hours.
Yeah.
Because we went the night before to your parents' house and just stayed the night there, and then we got up at like 8 the next morning to come out here.
Yeah.
And we were there until probably around midnight or so.
Yeah, I think we hit the road
So it
at
was-
like 12:30 or 1 in the morning.
It was like 16 hours of shooting.
Yeah.
It was scary.
Yeah.
Because once we left, we were like,
That was it.
We can't come back.
Yeah, it was the very last day. The next day it was going to belong to somebody else.
Like, it was a couple that bought it, and the wife was actually at the house some of the time when we were filming.
She was standing behind Troy when he was getting...
I was going to say that when we got to that.
Well-
fellas.
Sorry. Shut up. Shut up. But for real, I did not know that I liked horses as much as I do now. Until
Barbara Hornets really helped me appreciate horses.
it was
Joseph
really
Delage.
nice. It was having its little salt lick, and then it came up to the fence, and I got to pet its nose, and it was just like, hey.
I think I still have a really low quality photo of those horses on my phone.
I think there's a video of you chasing them off.
Yeah, we have video of you chasing them off.
Yeah.
We should-
Slip
we should-
that onto the DVD.
Yeah, I thought we were going to anyway.
This is like the most in depth we've gotten with messing with set construction, I guess. Mm-hmm. Because downstairs there, we taped up windows and like
We taped black garbage bags over the window.
Right.
Which, if we didn't go to LA before this, we might not have thought of.
Yeah.
Because they were shooting a night scene in the middle of the day.
Yeah, so they just put
And-
those black garbage bags.
And it's
over.
like you would think, oh man, it's probably pretty impressive what they go through to do that. No, they just put bags over the windows.
Yeah.
And it's...
Or it's
yeah.
more like a tent on the outside so you can kind of see outside the window. We didn't go that far. We
Yeah,
just put garbage bags over.
We should have bought a tent.
And there
over
is
this.
that right there. That was a different kind of panic. That dread comes because it was the first GMX we went
Our
to.
first convention that we ever
Yeah.
went to.
We had a contest, write the best fan fiction for
Yeah.
us, and you could make one of those drawings, and we would feature it in Marble Hornets. And we wanted to do it here, and we could not find it.
Yeah.
Freaking out. We're like, oh my God, we're going to have to get in contact with them and ask them to do it again or whatever. And then I found the folder that they gave us with like our itinerary and everything because I was doing some cleaning, and I opened it up.
There it is.
And there it was. So dodged a bullet with that.
No, I'm the one that found it. It was in my HVAC closet with all of our
it was in the
shooting
folder,
supplies. It was in that blue folder, yeah.
Okay, I thought I found
it was at my apartment in where the air conditioning unit was for some reason. Because remember we had all the stuff for this in there, like some of our special effects stuff, and it was like in the back of that for some reason. I don't know why it was there.
So that was the first shot.
Taking credit, my bad.
Yeah, I'm the one that found the thing that I lost. Okay.
So that was the first shot that I had to chase horses away for, I think.
Yep.
At that window.
I remember putting it in that folder too when we did that because
we were like, let's not lose this. And it worked. Yeah. Sort of.
Kind of, yeah.
In the end, ultimately it worked.
Yeah, Jay.
You passed the speech check there.
I'm still figuring out what to do with my hands in scenes like this.
I am in all of these shots
right
off
behind
screen in a bathroom.
Oh yeah, were you in the bathtub?
I
think for part of it
at
you
some
were.
point, and now I'm in that bathroom right there. There are two bathrooms.
The Joseph bathroom.
Because I wanted to hear what they were saying and everything, so I just go to the nearest bathroom because typically we don't film in there.
Yeah.
And yeah, just have the door cracked so I could listen.
I don't think we've ever shot anything in a bathroom before.
We should.
We should do the entire next series in a bathroom.
All right.
The toilet adventures.
The toilet diaries.
Joseph's duffel bag.
Yep.
Oh, this was the top pocket thing.
Mm-hmm.
If we want to, do we want to say that now or save it for the end?
So,
I mean, that comes back in the end. So
yeah, that's what I was saying. Do we want to say that now or whenever it happens at the end?
when it happens in the end, but we'll just say, hey, remember at this part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that we're planning out what we talk about in the actual commentary.
Yeah.
What's being filmed right now actually probably took place like 6 hours after you first get here.
Yeah.
But it's supposed to be like right after.
Mm-hmm.
You can tell the sun was kind of setting in that far room.
But it made it look
Had
pretty
a nice
cool.
golden hue.
So as they said before, this shot right here, when we shot it, was...
Oh, I was in the closet. Or no, I wasn't.
You were outside helping with the special effects stuff. Because I was the only one in here. Because this is when we first got walkie-talkies.
Yeah.
So we're like, you guys go outside, do this stuff, and I'll let you know when I'm shooting in here.
Oh, yeah.
And as I was talking to you on the walkie-talkies, the person who bought this house...
So you can't say get out.
Yeah, who bought this house, you're standing in the room watching me do this, and it's not like you can say, excuse me, can you leave this room for a second? That is a part of this house that you just bought.
That was the pecan tree.
At some point, I'm in one of
pecans on
these
that tree.
closets.
Oh yeah, that bathroom. You can kind of see the sun reflecting off of it. It's that door on the right. That was the greenest
It
bathroom.
is neon green. That's why we had to keep that door shut.
Yeah, you can see it just at the top of the door right there, just a little bit. That was also a tough thing to do, was figure out why they would go back down to the basement.
Yeah.
And it's a good thing that there was an attic space up there, because we couldn't think of a good reason otherwise to go down there.
Yeah. Still never went in that attic. I've never been in there. So this entry is really surreal for me because I spent a large portion of my childhood in this house, and then the very, very last time I am ever there is shooting this. It's just odd for me to think about.
This is actually night now.
Yeah, this is actually night. We
just used the garbage bags for the descent down the stairs.
Right.
But,
and also during that first look or whatever.
Yeah.
To make it
look darker.
dark.
Yeah, this is after my mom and dad remodeled this entire house, and there used to be little walls separating this basement into rooms, but all of that is gone in this, and probably for the better. Looks more spacious now.
This
Not tripping over shag carpet or anything.
I'm really happy with how this entry turned out because it was very complicated to shoot because we had to figure out all the stuff during the day that had to be shot and then do this.
Yeah.
Because once we got to this part, like, this is the only day we can shoot.
Yeah, we have to get it
right.
right.
To be done. But it was received
pretty well.
Very well, yeah. And people appreciated the whole, like, time thing going on.
I think this is the shot where you made, I missed it there, but you made the barbed wire right there spark against the against the little pole right there, and it looked really neat. I think that's how I picked the take of that shot to use. Like, oh, it looks neat. It sparks.
Yeah, this was actually, I remember we kind of had to plan out Tim's route that he takes because
I think that's the most time we took.
Yeah,
to block out something was this shot right here.
Because we came out of the basement door that's on the side of the house. But we wanted that shot to take place, this upcoming shot, we wanted it to take place underneath that big light pole in the backyard facing the house. Like, that was the shot that we wanted. And we spent quite a while sort of figuring out how to get Tim from A to B, like what would be a good way to go that would still look visually interesting. And so it's hard to tell here, like, on camera because it's so dark, but I more or less make a really big circle around, like, through the pasture, which was really difficult to do because of it because it was so dark.
It was very overgrown.
Yeah,
in parts.
I think there were more fences in the way, so I think I might have run through the really tall overgrowth for a little bit and then cut and then moved over to where that little barn was in the back. I don't know that I ran that entire way.
I think you did, and I cut between because otherwise it would have been too long of running.
If only you
because there was another fence that I had to climb over, and that would have added more time onto it.
Yeah.
If only you hadn't scared away the horses. Can you imagine?
You could have ridden them.
You could have ridden them. Also, they could have been actors in it. Because what would be creepier than nighttime horses?
No, you just be like, Jay, follow me, get on the horse, don't ask questions, let's go. And they ride off into the sunset, and that's it.
Yeah.
They just become outlaw horse riders.
In a spooky sort of Blade Runner-esque metaphorical shot of just an entire herd of horses.
Yes.
Flock of horses.
A gaggle.
One of the lesser known 80s bands.
Gaggle of horses.
Flock of ponies.
Yeah. Flock of ponies. The shot ended up really good.
Yeah.
I'm really proud of this one. This probably took the second most amount of time to get figured out, if not the most. I can't really remember.
This is probably my favorite operator shot, and also I've enjoyed doing the sound effects stuff for it, because this actually has quite a lot of sound effects stuff going on right now. Mm-hmm. I feel like it probably had about 10 different layers of distortion sound effects on there, just layered on top of one another.
Yeah.
Because I use my the synthesizer that I built a couple of years previously and recorded a lot of different sounds with that and sort of mixed them around and laid them on top of one another.
I thought that was the phone mic noises that we used there.
I think it was both.
Okay. Probably, yeah.
Yeah. Also, this was Troy's first time getting to do seizure acting, so he got to see how draining it is firsthand.
It was very draining.
It doesn't look like it would tire you out as much as it does, but oh boy.
I was trying to go
seizing up.
I was trying to go all out, even though you could only see my head, because I wanted it to be as authentic as Tim did it. So I don't think I did quite as good a job as him, but that's also the fact that it was just my head too, so it's hard to tell.
Way to set the bar high.
Yeah. Way to make it
jerk.
Yeah. Way to make it harder on everyone else.
You said you cut out my
Batman voice.
My Batman voice here, yeah.
In every single take here, Tim just kind of mumbled to himself, "We never should have come here." But he said it in a very frustrated, exhausted way that sounded like a Batman voice. So it's just you carrying me, and you just hear, "Never should have come here." I know you didn't do that on purpose, but
Yeah.
that's the way it played on the camera for some reason, and it was really funny.
Hang on a second. Never should have come here.
That's kind of what it sounded like. Swear to me, Jay.
Jay, you need help. You need help now.
You just pick up Jay and fire off your bat claw into one of the trees and launch away.
We're getting out of here.
Which entry is this?
73.
No, I know that, but what is this the one where you appear? This is the
Yes. Where Hoodie's hunting for peels.
Yeah, okay. No, this isn't the one where you
Or no, that's
This is the climbing one. We've already done that one.
Oh yeah. It's bedroom here.
Make your bed. Jesus. It's filthy.
And also against the wall.
Yeah.
Put your bed back where it goes.
Who sleeps like that? Some kind of animal?
Okay, now throw that blanket down as angrily as you can.
This was you during this part,
Yeah.
wasn't it? Yeah. Because it was very hot.
Throwing a tantrum.
And then as soon as people saw him climbing that wall, lots of them said, "Oh, well, that's obviously Brian."
It's Tim.
Yeah.
You did that. Nice job.
Yeah.
You can tell it's Tim because it's a butt.
Just showing it off.
Yep.
Yeah, hey.
That was also oddly difficult to block out right there. I remember. I can't remember exactly why, but it was like, oh yeah, because you couldn't turn back around because I think we. Oh yeah, because you couldn't wear the mask, the hoodie mask, to climb up that wall safely. So
Oh,
you had
yeah.
to keep your back turned to it.
I forgot all about that.
You couldn't walk directly back to the camera.
Did I not have it on my head and then flip it down after I climbed down or something? Or was that... Maybe I'm thinking of a different scene.
It wasn't that because we would have said you could see you putting it back down. So
Probably should have thought of that the
Yeah.
first time around. Probably could have done that. I think there was one shot way later on in another entry whenever I did have to do that. But I couldn't tell you what it was off the top of my head.
this shot right here was also difficult to do because the way the hoodie mask goes on your head, it cannot be easily pulled off. So we had to stuff the mask into your shoulder there for you to pull off like that.
Yeah.
And it was really, really weird looking because you just had this big bulge like right under your neck.
And
you to be
again,
able to pull
also
out.
had to do that where you couldn't see my face.
Yeah, I had to put your arm right in front of it. You forgot to take out your wallet.
Such
Yeah.
teases.
You can always tell it's me whenever there's a huge wallet in the back pocket, and it's always huge because I keep a lot of loose change in my wallet.
You're one of those weird people.
Yeah. Never tell you about
Just
the time
put it
that
in your pocket, man.
I found out about a year ago that all throughout high school, my dad thought it was weird that I kept so much loose change in my pocket. So about once a week, he would sneak into my room and slip like a fistful of pennies into my wallet. And I never noticed.
That sounds like something your dad would do.
And I never found out until
That is a very
almost a decade later.
That's a very Papa Sutton thing to do. I just imagine, and you never use it, so it just gets bigger and bigger.
You just never noticed the giant pile of pennies in
Nope.
your wallet?
Never did. Because I kept a lot of pennies in my wallet anyway.
I don't understand.
Yeah.
You're a dumb kid.
I sure. Well, I still do it, so
You never
Think I
learned.
would've
Would you
learned.
notice if I started putting pennies in your wallet?
probably not. I feel like there was one of these takes I messed up oh no, it was this one right here. I accidentally dropped that pill bottle right there, and I couldn't see it, so I couldn't pick it back up.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, oh well, it's empty now.
We just found this building when we shot this, too.
It's around all the other ones, like
Yeah.
the hospital and
Because
stuff.
we were like, every time we come here, we find a new building. And this is the one we found that time.
Yeah.
That's the road leading up to those abandoned buildings that we always have to walk on.
We have a very in-depth location scouting process.
What's at the end of this road?
Yep.
Oh, I had to shoot this part, and it scared me to death because I'm very afraid of heights. You can see how high up this bridge is, sort of, on the right there. And there's just a fence there, and you can see all the way down. I was really scared.
And right below this, you can see, well, you couldn't really see, but there was a railroad bridge next to that. And underneath that was where we shot the scene at the beginning of this season where Tim and Jay meet up and Tim is on the phone.
Yeah.
Although that last shot that you just got with the antique store that I walked out of, that was actually, it would have been behind you in real life.
Yeah.
It was on the side of the bridge that you were walking away from.
That's movie magic.
Yeah.
Yep.
This is our, at the time, actual house.
Yep.
That we were living in.
Many fond memories in here.
Yeah.
I guess.
This entry, I don't think we had any idea what we were going to do to make this happen. We were freaking out. We were like, what happens here? Like, what is going to happen when Hoodie comes to this place? And we had all these different weird ideas of like him finding surveillance cameras like pointed through the ceiling or something that Alex put there, like drilled holes in the ceiling and pointed cameras through them and all this weird stuff. And we were like, wait a minute, what if Alex is there and he comes out? What then? And that took a long time to arrive at.
Yeah.
That idea.
And we just kind of realized, wait, there's a attic ladder built into this house. We should use it.
Oh wait, no, there's a bathroom. We have shot in the bathroom.
Yep, there you go.
Got it.
And when Jay finds the dried blood, I guess.
Yeah, that's true. Okay.
It's just not a normal location we shoot in.
This was me. Also that razor down there
it was my razor, but it also was used in our
short
Zach comedy short, Troy Shaves His Face.
Award winning.
Yeah.
It is an award winner.
By definition.
I'm looking at the award right now.
I can tell this is me by how I'm moving my hand.
You're like a little animal.
Oh, yeah. Pick it up, shake it, point it at the camera, pull it behind. Pick up, shake, nope, throw it away.
Nothing in there. Don't need to look at it a second time.
Man, that bathroom was clean. For that it was.
Okay, you cleaned that. Okay. Got it. For some reason, I don't know why.
4 people using the same bathroom, you try to keep it clean.
Yeah.
For some reason, people here heard Hoodie talk, or he said some kind of expletive here when he hears the basement thing open. I don't know. I never heard that. That was a really common thing people heard.
Did you drop an F-bomb?
No, I didn't say anything. I was playing Hoodie. You're not supposed to say anything.
Did you say the S word?
Shingles?
Yes.
Shingles.
Salud.
Cheese.
I think those boxes that you briefly saw in the main part was... Oh, no, that's a box of Season 1 DVDs underneath that, I think.
Yep.
Yeah, you can see the scratched out address on it.
Yeah.
There's also a piano underneath that sheet.
Yeah.
At this point, and there's a French horn somewhere in that room.
Yeah.
At this point, we have a lot of merchandise around our apartment, I think.
The inventory.
Yeah.
Right there was where people thought they heard him say something, but there's a TV trope for it. It's called suddenly voiced character.
Do we have that one now?
Yeah. That's where I first heard that.
Ah.
Thinking
You should have put in a...
Except not really, make a really passive aggressive response to it.
I want my achievements legitimately.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I don't want to get the ones that
For some reason, that
buried.
shadow right there, I guess you're behind a bush or something, it made me think that Alex just kind of danced up to the window.
What's going on out here, guys?
Like, look at that. That leaf to me looked like he just raised his hands and was like, woo!
Get away from here, like Scooby-Doo style.
This is a haunted house. Get out of here!
You just see when Hoodie comes in, you just see like a sheet ghost hanging from the ceiling. He's like, "Oh no, it's haunted!" and he runs away.
This is too scary.
I can't
And that's when
handle
Marble
this.
Hornets got scary.
Yeah.
Are you in a McDonald's right now?
Oh no, this is when I was in the gas
Oh,
station
yeah.
buying snacks, and I just, carrying a camera in the gas station. I think I had to shoot this scene twice, and no one said anything to me either time. Just like, sorry, I needed to buy more snacks.
They probably thought you were like a secret shopper or something, but really bad at it.
Forgot something.
It's a minor continuity error here.
Really?
Yeah, your shirt. But we were like, you're wearing a different shirt here than you are later in this entry, but we were like, it's so dark that you can't really tell.
But didn't we shoot this all on the same night? Like, I thought I just pulled away from that motel to shoot this. Didn't I?
You changed your shirt because it's brown there. It's brown at one point and blue at one point.
No, this is where it's blue. I don't know why I would have changed my shirt.
There was a reason you changed it, but I can't remember what it was.
I think we just wanted a passage of time or something. I don't know.
Oh yeah, I had to have shot this first because I got the snacks that we used later in this entry there.
We gave you a shopping list.
Yeah.
It was a different shirt. I know that.
No, I'm not saying that it isn't. I'm baffled as to why I would have changed it.
We got told to stop filming here.
Yeah.
Because I guess nobody else stays here, so she gave us the room that was right next to the office.
Yeah.
And we kept pulling in like this, and eventually she came out and was like, "Hey, whatever you guys are doing, stop it."
So we just went inside.
Yeah.
It's like, well, we're done.
Yeah,
out
see, now you're wearing that light brown
Mm-hmm.
shirt, and before it was a blue shirt.
Yeah.
It's like, well, we're done out here anyway.
Yeah. So we're going to bring our camera and our sexy selves into this hotel room of
I
yours.
think she said like some people were complaining, but that is not the kind of hotel that anyone complains about anything at.
Because if you're going to complain about something in a hotel, it's not going to be that. There's a whole lot more that's wrong with it.
This is like seriously a place where I wouldn't be surprised if they had like an unlisted hourly price.
Hourly rate, yeah.
Oh, this is where
I'm in the bathroom right here, by the way.
yeah, we watched
Laying in the bathtub.
we watched
Yes,
Space Jam
and-
on the TV waiting for you to show up. 'cause
Oh,
it was
yeah.
on TV. That was fun.
We caught the end of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's good stuff.
It was on a TV that looked like it was almost as old as me. So old. Ugh. It was... This was the first time I was in front of the camera for a while, so I felt very
Exposed.
exposed, yeah.
Self-conscious.
This is the most prepared we've been since we got back.
That's just how I am, Tim.
Yeah.
Yep.
Although something weird happened this time.
Did you spend the night in this hotel?
No. I think, didn't you just straight up check out and leave? Because it was
Yeah,
under your name.
I think so, yeah. I was gonna stay there, and then you guys left, and I just kind of looked around and went, no,
Just kidding.
no, I don't think so.
All right, we got what we needed.
Yeah.
We did what we came here to do,
Yeah.
and then check out.
No, I did go back there the next morning.
I feel
'Cause I
like
thought
I
it
feel
would-
like you went back there like really early or something.
I went back really early the next morning because I thought it would have been a little too suspicious if I did try to check out like 3 hours later.
with
Who
three
cares?
dudes and
Yeah.
a camera. I mean,
Yeah.
you paid them. What do they care?
True.
Dedication, which is why I've been sharing them with you since we got back, just to be safe, because I want to be.
This took quite a few takes to get right. Anytime we do long dialogue scenes like this,
Yeah, I wanted to make sure that you would be.
I think this
Another
was
scene,
another
you
one.
Just hear a voice from the bathroom. Do it again.
I think this was another one where I accidentally did robot voice once or twice.
yeah. That, I was gonna put that in the bloopers for this, but it was a little too long. Anytime Tim would go up on his lines, he would say the next word, but it would just get exponentially slower. So he would just start
Yeah.
going.
Yeah.
Like his batteries just ran out.
It's like, yeah, you've been acting strangely, so that's why I've been sharing them with you since we got back.
Yeah, like eventually it got Like the space between words got very uniform, so you sounded like a robot. You just suddenly started talking like this. That was the secret of
Well, if you change
remembering
up
lines
the
is
space,
hard.
then it sounds like he just doesn't know the lines.
yeah.
It's like music. It's better to play at a constant tempo. You know?
Could have just kept that audio and cut out the spaces so it sounded really weird.
Then you would really sound like a robot. Well,
so I've been
just
giving
thought
them
that-
to you since we got back.
The end of each word just touches the beginning of the other one, so it's just like one really
one
long
mega word.
Good choice either because I'm running low on medication since I'm
I've just been sharing them with you.
Beep, boop, beep.
Beep.
That was the twist at the end of Marble Hornets, that Tim was a robot right along with Cyberhawk the whole time.
Tim is Cyberhawk.
He has like one of those Viking horns at the very end that he just blows, and Cyberhawk flies in and saves everyone.
Except it's not even a Viking horn. It's actually just like a metal thing that extends out of his face in form of like a megaphone.
Or it was that metal pipe you were carrying before. Just you can always tell when we don't have a lot of interesting things to say on the commentary for a certain entry because we start talking like this.
Well, see, what we never said before was that the one detail we left out was that Cyberhawk is actually about 50 feet long, so he's able to just sort of, I can blow that horn and he can just pick me up and carry me away.
Yeah.
I can ride off into the sunset.
No, you don't get carried away. You ride.
Yeah, when you saw him in season 2, he was really far away.
Yeah. Yeah, he was roughly the distance away of the moon, so he was very large.
He's a big boy.
I think I did really get beef jerky
He
and trail
changes
mix
the
for us.
tide when he
You
swoops
did,
down.
Yeah. Can't remember which one I gave you, though.
I really like.
That's a good face.
I really like making this one.
What was that face?
It was an old photo.
It's talking.
It was an old photo that I found, like a very old photo, and I put it in Photoshop, erased the hair, and pixelated it, and then added the mouth.
Ooh.
I don't know how I got that idea, but I did.
This glitch effect in particular is...
Fun.
Yeah. It looks like something that's actually happened to a few video games at one point.
Yeah.
Okay.
What?
Just the face by itself, isolated from everything else and without context. This is pretty funny.
Okay.
Was that a code?
Well, yeah. I didn't just put random numbers in and mess with people. Why would I do that?
Shame.
I should have.
Yeah. Turns out none of them were codes this entire time.
Don't spoil the next series. Just nothing but numbers, and people just write their own story around it.
Right.
Hey, everybody, it's the number show.
My hair's looking pretty good there.
Oh, yeah.
That's the same blue shirt I was wearing at the end of the last entry.
Yeah.
I think I was holding on to the next couple of shirts on all of these road trip entries.
Oh,
so that it looked like I had a very limited wardrobe. Like I just packed really light.
I think I remember what happened now. We shot the part of you getting in the car after we got you getting the snacks, and that was a day later. So you were wearing a slightly different shirt. I think that's what it was. It was just for that shot. I'm pretty sure that's what it was.
So did we just do that shot outside the hotel or something?
No. Like the shot of leaving the convenience store, getting in the car.
Oh.
That was on another day.
Okay.
And that was just because I remember you turned off the camera before you got in the car, and that made the pacing weird. So we had to add you getting into the car.
Right. That's right.
What a pretty area.
Yeah.
I always wanted to get that shot of driving with me pointing the camera at the side mirror. Very, very pensive.
Yeah.
Very indie movie.
I like
Very, very Alex Crayley's Marble Hornets.
Alex would have been proud.
Yeah.
Alex is proud.
It gets so meta that in Alex Curley's Marble Hornets that you actually see him riding in the car holding the camera looking pensive.
We are nothing if not meta.
You just got an intense beard out of nowhere here. Or at least it did.
He's seen some stuff, man.
Yeah. It's also a TV trope. I think it's called Beard of Despair.
Yeah. I definitely get one of those in the show.
You're the only person in the show physically capable of
Yeah.
growing a beard of despair. I can grow patches of torment. But
Patches of torment. We got really scared once these entries started because it's like, oh man, this is a lot of talking for extended periods of time. We hate doing that.
Yeah.
It was hard to find a. We just happened to pull up next to an abandoned house right there.
I really wanted to go inside it, but I decided against it.
It was hard finding a place we could walk and talk here without looking really suspicious.
I don't think we pulled it off very well.
No.
I think we still look pretty suspicious.
whatever, no one's going to say anything.
There were people outside working on their cars or something across the street from where we were here, and they kept staring at us. I wonder why.
Tim gets all up in arms about it. What are you looking at?
Yeah. Just, like, make a really bad comeback. Like, why don't you take a picture? It'll last longer. Yeah.
Nice one, Tim.
Walking past the neighbor's shed.
Yeah.
Did you? Oh, I thought that shed was yours.
Nope.
Nope.
No, sir.
Dun, 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 dun.
Still Agent Tim and his goofy sidekick Jay. Wait, no, wait, okay.
So Halloween lights are still there for that. Still see him.
Tim goes around all stealthily. Jay just runs straight to the door.
Yep.
I'm coming, boss.
I guess he figured if anything was watching him, Tim would have seen it, so I'll just go straight there.
Somewhere in that room is where we found my kitten.
Oh,
yeah.
Yep.
I like to think Tim installed that old pencil sharpener outside just because.
Where else are you going to sharpen your pencils?
Yeah. Not going to do it inside.
It was always really annoying when we
you
shot
empty
stuff
it out,
in
you
here.
get pencil shavings everywhere.
It was always really annoying to shoot stuff in here because we had to mess up the quote-unquote set of Tim's house every time.
Yeah.
There were certain rules we had to do every single time, like, oh, this picture has to be unhung from the wall, this couch has to be moved this way, and
Kept slightly annoying my girlfriend because we kept having to erase her exercise regimen off of the whiteboard on the wall.
because Tim would never do that.
No.
Look at him. Look at that guy. Look at that beard. No one with that kind of beard exercises ever. They get too hot.
I don't know about you guys, but I only exercise by how many beer cases I can lift.
Yeah.
So far, it's 10.
That's a lot of beer.
I'm working up to 12.
I'm plastered.
So there's like 3 Christmas trees in this attic.
Yeah.
That aren't yours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I moved into, when we first moved into this house, I went up to this attic and I found there were 3 Christmas trees up there, a Shrek 2 DVD, one pair of sneakers that were a couple sizes too small for me.
A door, right
I think they
there.
were Air Jordans. A door.
Not that picture.
We put that there. A PlayStation controller, and if I didn't say that already, and I found an envelope, a mailer envelope, with a floppy disk in there that said Powerade screensavers on it.
What was on it?
Powerade screensavers.
Whoa.
Did you?
There was also a belt buckle.
A really sweet.
A sparkly skull bell buckle.
That's right.
Do you still have that?
No. I think I
Aw.
left it in the top of the closet for the next person to find. And a Dr. Dre lighter. I forgot about that.
Yeah, that was a gift for the next tenants.
It was a treasure trove up there. Was this before or after the foothold in the ceiling?
Before.
Okay. I guess we'll talk about that later.
So yeah, if anybody moves into this house, there's a Shrek 2 DVD waiting for you upstairs.
And a sweet belt buckle. We couldn't figure out how. I keep saying, like, oh, we had a hard time figuring this out. I can't think.
I think
of
that just kind of goes without saying.
Yeah.
Marble Hornets was just a challenge.
It was tough to figure out how Jay was gonna be able to tell that Tim had the tape, and I can't remember how we arrived at seeing it through his pants, but that's all we could think of.
There are also like 3 pianos in this house. 2 of them are propped up against the wall where you can see, and then 1 is under that.
You just have multiples of strange things.
Yep.
3 Christmas trees, 3 pianos.
Actually, there might be 4 keyboards.
If you count Tim's Casio tone.
Oh, no, that's just the bottom of one of them. Okay, so 2.
If you count Tim's Casio tone. I knew the second we shot this that one of the top comments was going to be, is that a tape in your pocket or are you just happy to see me? And sure enough.
It's both.
Yep.
It's both.
I'm very happy to see you. But also, yes, a tape in my pocket. Please don't hurt me.
Yeah, so there's 1 there. Then 2 is off to the left.
Sure you didn't see that tape over here.
You sure?
Put different boxes under there because we couldn't. I think we accidentally threw away those season 1 shipping boxes or something.
Look, I'm just saying. I just want to know the truth. I'm not going to be mad at you. Just did you really not see the tape, Tim?
I had to blur that shipping label out.
Oh, this would be a good time to talk about the thing in 72 instead of saving it for the end since it's relevant here. So the original plan for Jay finding Tim's tape was going to be hidden in Tim's duffel bag.
Oh, yeah.
And so when in entry 72, whenever Jay is about to open up that pocket in Tim's bag, and he tells him
there
to
is
put,
a hole up in the roof.
Oh, yeah.
It was?
Yeah.
So whenever Tim says like, no, top pocket, and Jay opens a different one, it was originally going to be Jay would open that other pocket that Tim dissuaded him not to open, and the tape was going to be in there. But once we thought of this, we ended up liking this better. It added a bit more.
It felt a little more natural, and it felt like Tim was actively hiding things from him. Since he ran ahead of Jay and hid it, it felt more.
And it also required Jay to be more aggressive rather than just sneak something out of Tim's bag.
Yeah.
He had to actually confront him about something, and that added a little more tension.
Yeah, as you can see here.
Yeah.
What are you doing, Jay? You gonna get your ass beat.
Do I win this fight? I guess I do.
Well, you get the tape.
Yeah.
That's all that you needed.
Yeah.
What do you mean? What do you mean? What is this, Jay? You've seen these constantly. God.
When you're thinking about the choreography that went on off camera there, you just have Jay frantically reaching in to Tim's pockets. There's a reason we kept that off the screen.
Yeah.
I think at that point I was actually standing behind you guys and I tossed the tape.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Over you guys.
Either you tossed it or
I think
one of us tossed it.
It was me. I remember that. Because there were a few tapes where it would go way too far.
Yeah.
Because I got a cannon for an arm.
Yeah, obviously.
You got a permit for those guns?
That's dumb.
Anyway.
We finally get around to this entry. This entry felt like it would never, ever happen.
Yeah, getting towards the end of the season was satisfying because we were finally able to make the entries that we'd been planning on 2 years in advance.
Yeah. This
was one of them.
Was planned far, far in advance.
Probably the beginning of season 2, right?
Yeah, since Jessica was...
Well, we had footage we were sitting on for this entire time.
Yeah.
Which was also one of the most awkward things to shoot. Just because it's like, so I'm going to sling you over my shoulder here.
We weren't sitting on that for very long. We shot it...
No, this was new.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You mean you're talking about sitting on from like season 2?
No.
Because we had this for...
Oh, well, we did shoot this like a month or 2 months in advance, though. I think that's what he was talking about.
Did we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were sitting on the footage where our masked fella here is carrying Jessica. That, like, we had that for a while.
I remember when we shot this, you turned to Jessica and you're like, okay, just gonna be straight with you. I can't really see where I'm going. So I'm gonna carry you down these stairs over my shoulder, blind. Hope that's okay. There were so many people here for this, all those cars.
Jessica being the consummate professional, though.
She was like, okay, please don't drop me.
Yep.
But okay, let's do it.
Yeah, we did have to sit on this a couple of months, but not as long as we had to sit on some of it, but we'll get to that. For those of you who watch our comedy channel, this is the same area where we shoot the series Nature Break starring Craig Digsby. It's the
There's-
same little wood spot.
I think if we can talk about something that isn't Marble Hornets for a second, I think that tree she's leaning on is the first episode of Nature Break tree, I think. If it's not that one, it's one of the ones next to it.
Same universe.
Yep, totally.
Yeah.
We shot this very quickly, relatively speaking, because Jessica was there.
Yeah.
You're like, we don't want to waste her time.
For a night.
Yeah. Yeah, she was there. She had to be back because she was... she lived in New York at this time, but
Yep.
she just happened to be back in Birmingham.
For a play, I believe.
She was in a show in Birmingham, and she was like, I can come to Tuscaloosa for like a day. And so we were like, how late can you be here?
So she was cool enough to do her show in Birmingham, then drive down here, which is about an hour away, and shoot until, 5 in the morning?
Yeah.
Something
Yeah.
like that?
I felt really
It was
bad.
so late that when she got to her hotel, they had actually canceled her reservation.
Yep.
Because it was far enough into the next day to where it's just,
I still don't understand why hotels do that. I think
felt really bad because it's like because we had been, filming all day, like
Yeah.
from midday on, because we got everything in season 3 that has Jessica in it on this day,
including the end of season 3 here, yeah.
which is the stuff we really sat
Yeah.
on for a long time.
Oh, that's what you were talking about.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about the stuff from season 2.
Yeah. No.
I
Although
think-
we did film this prior to like it being the next entry
Yeah.
as well.
For that shot just then, before she picked up the camera, I'm pretty sure that I was the one that was sort of holding it steady, like sitting on the ground holding it steady, but you guys still had to step like over it
Yeah.
to get that
Yeah.
framing of your feet in the shot. So I just sort of had to duck down and hope you guys didn't accidentally kick me. Also, I do remember telling Jessica before the first time she picked up the camera, I was like, so it was one of the buttons, it was like the zoom button or something, was really hard or really easy to accidentally hit with your hand, so be careful with it. So every time she picked up the camera, she was really delicate with it. She like cradled it in her hands as she ran.
It was a duckling in her hand.
Yeah. That camera became a delicate desert blossom.
If anyone was going to break the camera after 5 years, it was not going to be her.
Yeah.
Yeah. What if it was?
That'd be awful. I would feel terrible for her. Okay, Jessica, sorry, you owe us $20 now.
Yeah.
Oh, crap. I can't believe I just said that.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Come on.
You owe us
guy.
$15 now.
Yeah.
1995.
Yeah.
Depreciated value.
Yeah. It was worth 30, but we've had it for 5 years now, so.
So was this in the park by then, or were we still out in the
This was in the park.
in the Digsby Forest, as I like to call it?
This is Rosswood right
Okay.
here.
Forest of Craig.
Just waltzing through the woods with my gun.
Yeah. Well, where we live, that's nothing out of the ordinary.
Yeah. And if you wander too far off the beaten path, you will meet other people with guns.
Yep, that happened. I think we already told that story, though.
Yeah.
Buy the other DVDs.
Yeah, I think that was in the season 2
To find
commentary.
more. If you like strangers wandering around with guns, check out the season 2 DVD commentary on sale now.
I think
At no stores anywhere.
this was at like midnight already right here.
Yeah.
At the least. Joseph.
I had a little delicate
gingerly walking through that muddy part
because
right
we
there.
couldn't see anything except for what was exactly on.
I was gonna say you have the night
flashlight.
core. That definitely lights up stuff, but
Yeah, but we needed it on a really narrow
Yeah.
setting because otherwise the entire thing lit up like way too much.
I just realized that this is a parallel to what happened last time.
Yep.
Alex pointed a gun at her.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
It's the same strategy that she doesn't remember him using.
Yep.
Alex has a very
I really like
specific set of skills.
I really like that we were thinking for so long how Jessica was going to get the gun from Alex, and then I'm pretty sure it was Jessica that said, "What if I just kneed him in the crotch?"
Yeah.
And that's what she does.
Yep.
Like as soon as she said that, we were like, "Yeah, that'll work."
Yeah, Alex is very adept at pointing guns at people, less so in the execution after that.
Think that's me in the hood again.
It is. Because I remember you had to run through with the mask on and you couldn't
see. We had a few
anything.
takes where it's like you couldn't really see, so you kind of came up to me and kind of stopped and then kind of like
gingerly
pushed
Even
me
in
down.
that take, it looked like I was sort of jogging at a leisurely pace.
Well, I had to speed it up.
Yeah.
Because that's what I told you. I was like, you don't have to go very fast. Don't worry. I will try my best to speed it up later because I really did not want you running full tilt down that slippery tunnel, not being able to see anything.
Killed Jessica. It's like, oh,
I think in the part before I showed up, I'd kind of dozed off on the ramp on the other side of that tunnel there.
Jessica was not here for this.
But because you got her.
Yeah.
That was like the last thing you recorded. You were just like, okay, I need you to turn the camera on and just make lots of running and breathing sounds that I can use.
And then say, hey, over here, and I don't know where I am.
Yeah.
And that was it. Then we came back later and shot this part.
Yeah. Quite a bit later, I think. Not a whole lot, but you know.
The part of Jessica is played by me right now.
Yeah. After sleeping for a day after this hellish shoot.
Yeah.
This might have been.
It wasn't hellish. It was just
It was
exhausting.
long,
It was
yeah.
exhausting.
I think this was actually the longest shoot we had from start to finish. The next being entry 72.
Yeah. I don't know. I think 72 was longer.
72 we started at about 8 and ended around midnight or so. Because I'm not going to count the drive back. I
Yeah.
don't think. And even if you did, let's see, 8 to 8.
I like them colors. Them some good colors.
Even if you count the drive back, that would be about 18 hours. This one started around.
We also had a very long break because remember we shot this part of her laying in the street and then we just stopped until it got dark. So that wasn't. I would say 72 is longer.
Well, we also took breaks in 72 though.
Oh yeah, because we had to wait for it to get dark.
And
Anyway,
we weren't.
Either way, they're probably about tied.
They were both long.
From start to finish, this one we started around 10, I think, and then ended around 5 in the morning or so. So let's see, 12.
Marble Hornets Season 3 commentary. Joseph doing math in his head.
Yeah,
I was
not
good at
very
that.
well.
I was good at that limp. by
About
this
19
point.
hours
Yeah.
So there's the telltale huge wallet right there.
Yeah.
with all those pennies inside.
Mhm.
You just had the mask kind of sitting on top of your head for this. Huh.
Well, how about that?
Rats.
I'm in quite a pickle. Jay coming apart here.
Bursting apart at the seams.
Yeah.
Emotionally, not physically.
What if it was physically? Jay just combust.
Yeah.
It's the only logical conclusion of the series.
Well, no, I just meant that sounded like I was calling you fat, and that's not what I meant.
Oh, I didn't even think about that. Getting back
No,
at
if
me.
anyone was bursting at the seams, it was us two.
Yeah. That's... if I ever write an autobiography, I want that last shot to be my book cover. So stylized. It'd have to be an autobiographical graphic novel.
It's just called Bursting at the Seams.
Yeah.
That's your solo album cover right
Yeah.
there.
Bursting
Joseph.
at the Seams, a Sutton selection.
I never really know what to
Selections
say
of Sutton.
with the To The Art videos other than, that was fun to make.
Yeah.
I like doing that.
In the backyard again.
Yep.
Dodging the dog poo poo.
Mm-hmm.
Quality commentary. Oh, yeah?
Did you just sneeze?
No.
Oh.
Halloween lights again.
Who does Halloween lights?
That foosball table was also there when we moved in.
And it was there when we moved out
Yep.
too.
It was not a very high quality foosball table.
I never touched it.
People made fun of me for this knife, but I wouldn't want to get stabbed by it.
I don't want to get stabbed by any knife.
It's
Yeah.
sharp. It's sharper than it looks.
It's sharp. It's pretty sharp on the end there, but
Yeah.
a lot of people are like, "Oh, why'd you get a butter knife?" But it's pretty sharp. Trust me. Okay. there was another blade in this pocket knife of mine that was more pointed, but it had a giant logo on it, so we couldn't use it.
Ah.
It's like Rodney's Pocket Knife Company.
It's a good pocket knife.
Yeah.
If you look all the way to the left, whenever he came in, you could see my my huge shelf of video games right there. I think I made sure if you looked really closely, you could see Sonic, but I'm not sure.
We never really explained why Tim had some of his stuff covered up in like white sheets. Like, was he cleaning his chimney or what's going on here?
Yeah, it was.
Isn't
They
there a
didn't
take
cover up-
where that knife just goes flying off?
Yeah. That was a good punch.
Sounded like it had some weight.
Yeah. I forgot what I was gonna say. Every take right here, when you tied me up with the zip ties, as you were faking tightening them around my wrist, you would tighten them a little bit more every time. And by the end of this, my hands are about to fall off. I don't know if it's apparent, but it's really hard to move when your hands are tied behind your back.
Really?
As you can see here, as I like undulate up onto the wall.
Yeah.
I almost said oscillate, which is one of my favorite words, but that wouldn't really apply here.
How do you feel about ocelots?
The day Jay became
Ocelots are cute kitties.
the day
Yeah.
Jay became a wave.
We never realized that there was a French horn sitting beside me
Yeah.
until after we shot it.
Just
I-
very prominently, too.
I uploaded it. I don't even think Joseph saw it until it was uploaded,
Yeah.
or this part right here anyway. And you just sent me a.
Yeah, I was on the couch during this, I want to say, or something.
Were you? I don't think you were here. I don't think
I
you
was
were here
there.
when we were shooting this.
No, I was definitely here. I remember this part.
Might have
Because
been
I
the-
was helping, like, when you needed out of them, I was the designated wrist cutter.
Oh
Or
yeah.
wristband cutter.
Man cutter.
Because after we uploaded it, Joseph just sent me a message on like Skype or something that just said like, "LOL, that French horn sitting there."
Yeah.
Well, Tim does show a proficiency for instruments, and this is his house, so
Yep.
Bye.
I just, because we had the volume really low and we were talking right there, I just heard Jay say, "Don't call me fat." Just scream at him as you close the door.
Don't you call me fat, Tim.
yeah, this I remember we were really excited about this particular scene whenever we finally figured it out, just because it was like Jay and the camera had become one basically over the next 4 years, and then
Yeah.
suddenly splitting them up is like, you know, taking a security blanket away.
You've
in a
taken
sense.
everything
Yeah.
from Jay. That's messed up, man.
Yeah.
And now you take over his YouTube channel. What is your problem?
Yeah.
That's really mean.
And you keep putting ads on it.
Mine now, Jay.
Jay was the one collecting the ad revenue, so if anything, Tim was doing him a favor. He kept
Yeah.
putting out new content.
We thought this would be a fun thing to do, to suddenly have a shift in tone of oh hey, it was Tim that uploaded this, which we've never really done before.
Yeah.
It was kind of a easing people and or I guess testing the waters and easing people into Tim is the new guy now.
Yeah.
That's what we should have credited you as in the credits. Tim Wright / the new guy.
I don't know how much people like really picked up on it, but you know, going along with the camera was a part of Jay at this point. It's like, not only has he lost the companionship of Tim or anyone, like his only contact with the outside world, but he's also lost the camera. So it's like Tim just took everything
Yep.
from Jay.
And he's sad.
And he took the channel, he took the investigation over or whatever. Just
Yep.
everything's gone.
Well, it's-
Basically he did everything short of saying, Jay, You're off the case. Hand in your badge.
Well,
I think this was me as Hoodie on this one.
I thought it was. I can't remember.
it depends. We'll be able to tell on whether or not the camera points at Jay's butt at all.
Yeah.
Yep.
I was really afraid of whoever it was throwing that knife at me because it was a very large knife.
But yeah, because it's like
think it was Joseph.
we with Tim, we put all of this backstory into him with all of the, like the documents and all of his monologues and things like that. But with Jay, like the camera had more or less become his identity by this point in the show. So it was like having that taken away. It was splitting him in half almost.
Yeah.
Basically, this was a breaking point for Jay.
Yeah.
Tim did everything short of handing your badge. Jay did everything short of saying, "Do not take my precious." Oh yeah, when we shot, I think it was this day when we shot this stuff. Right before I had to lay my head down on the floor there, Joseph's dog walked by and peed on the floor right there.
Forgot about.
Troy isn't allowed to touch Rocket because she gets so excited around Troy.
As you do,
Yep.
as everyone
So
does.
unless, like, as soon as Troy comes over, she has to be let outside,
Or she will
to
pee
tinkle,
everywhere.
or she will pee when she gets touched by him.
I can just pat her head and she will just let loose.
Yep. It's just too much.
Yep.
She used to do that with Tim, but then she lived with Tim for a while.
Yep.
So.
Does she do it now?
She's sometimes
Yeah.
she started to.
Uh-oh.
Just with both of you, I
Yeah.
just let her out.
I can't believe that happened. It's like she just walked by and just let loose right there. It's like, that's right where I'm putting my face.
She's like, I know.
Oh man, I think it's these shots right here. I shot this by myself. These,
Whoa.
Oh yeah, you had to drive all the way up here.
yeah, because we shot this. I think it's this entry. I'm pretty sure it is. We came up here and shot this entry, but it felt weird, the starting point, because all we had was we started to shoot when it was all of us, of me running up to the building here in the rain, but it felt weird not having a lead up right here. So I drove all the way back at like 5 a.m. to get this stuff so it would look right,
Yeah.
like this shot and everything.
I guess we should introduce this location. So this is the first appearance of my old high school, St. Bernard Prep School, and I remember now. This school is still in operation, but
That's the actual school right there. Yeah.
that was the actual school building. But they have a lot of other older buildings that.
It used to be a university.
Yeah, but a lot of those buildings were sort of damaged and too expensive to repair or remodel, and so they just kind of been sitting there. And I remember them from when I went there, and so I thought, well, it's worth a shot. Might as well ask them. And they were very open to the idea of letting us come and shoot there, and so we just kind of had to come give them a day or two's notice, and they would just open up the buildings that we needed. Just said, good luck, don't hurt yourself, basically. So
This building right here was rarely used,
yeah,
and it was only that room right in front of me that I think was used.
they used
And
it
they don't use it at all anymore.
yeah, they would occasionally use it when I went there. This is where the drama program happened. I was in Little Shop of Horrors in this building.
Where the drama happened.
There's a little poster, a show poster hanging up in that hallway that I just walked through that has Tim's signature on it from when he was in high school.
Wasn't it taken down the next time we came out?
No, it's still there.
Okay.
Um,
Because that's
Yeah.
theater history, right?
so
Yeah.
I have a history of performing in this building.
In this very room right here.
In this
actually.
room, yeah. That shot right there was inspired by a really awful movie that I made when I was like a junior in high school there, and I shot a much more poorly done found footage-esque movie in there, and I remember doing that shot, and it's shot very similar to that. And we were
Isn't
in that
that why
room.
we did it? Like
We were in that room, and I told you about it, and I said, and you said, "Well, we have to do it now.
Yeah.
we have to do exactly that." So
One of these days, we're going to see it.
never.
Just
Never.
take out.
If I
take
have
out-
anything to do with it,
take out all the licensed music that's in it, and just we'll put it on
Isn't
the
that
DVD.
the whole
music?
thing, yeah, the whole thing would have to be silent then.
As long as I get to see it.
Yeah, I don't care. I don't want to profit off of it. I just want to see it. Show us your magnum opus.
Well, let's keep it PG here.
All right, Dad.
Hey, I mean,
So that was there was a
I got
there's
such a headache from you dropping that wrench on the floor. Sorry.
yeah,
It's,
because it echoes really loud.
Yeah.
But there was like a maintenance building on the other side of the little quad there, and that was open too. So we just sort of went in there and found like 3 or 4 of the biggest tools that we could find, and then
That wrench was comically large.
yeah, and then just kind of brought them over and picked the best one that I could swing at Troy with.
Whoa.
Hold on a second. We always wanted to do the parallel storytelling stuff in Marble Hornets, and we never had a chance to do it until now. So we kind of went hog wild at the school with it.
Because it was pretty much going to be our last chance to do it.
Yeah, because we knew what was happening next.
Our next series, to make up for the lack of it in this one, is going to be nothing but parallel storylines, and you can only get the full immersion by using YouTube Doubler.
YouTube Doubler and also Vine and also
Yeah, of course we're going to incorporate social media with it.
MySpace, LiveJournal,
Oh yeah.
Zanga.
Friendster.
I think this library building that Jay is in right now, there was like a big middle section that was only accessible from one side, and it's kind of strangely built, but I think we were going to use it, but it was too dark to see because there weren't any windows in the middle. Like, it was just in the middle of the building.
What part are you talking about?
Just like in the middle of the building we were just in. It was like the
yeah.
bookshelves and stuff.
Oh,
but
yeah. There was windows in there, wasn't there? Where all the
Kind
books
of,
were?
yeah.
The old books?
maybe
Old
we just
film?
couldn't find a good reason to use it.
Maybe. It was awkward to get to.
Yeah.
That's probably why. There's like a weird mezzanine floor or something.
Yeah, this is a dormitory building here that Jay is hiding next to, and only half of it is abandoned / disused. The other half is still being used, but there was some really bad water damage on that half, so they just sort of walled it off because it was too expensive to repair, basically, I think.
I think one of the reasons we had Jay following Tim here was so we could establish the geography of this location.
Yeah, since
and
it was
just show-
brand new.
Yeah, and show Benedict Hall and everything, which is what it was actually called. So
Yeah.
we were just like, let's just call it that. Because we were trying to think of a way to get some custom signage in there to call it what we wanted, but then we were just like, why don't we just call it what it is? It's fine.
Right around here, the, I guess, priest of the monastery,
Yeah, it was the abbot there.
the abbot, he was around there working with some guys, and we had permission to get underneath the church here, but he was like, what are you guys doing?
He didn't know about it at the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
Really?
second in command is the one that gave us
Yeah, and then
permission.
I just said, "Oh, we got permission to film down there in there." And he said, "Oh, okay. What are you filming?" I said, "It's just like a scary show." And he's like, "There's nothing scary. There's nothing scary about this place." And I was just like, "Well, it's easy for you to say. You live here."
Yeah.
There's nothing scary about the church.
Yeah.
It did.
That's what he said.
Yeah, he said, or I thought he said, like, there's nothing scary about the Lord or something.
yeah.
No, he said nothing scary about the church.
Yeah.
Which this is a church, by the way. We didn't want to.
It's a beautiful one, too.
Oh yeah, it's gorgeous.
God, I hated crawling under this thing.
Yeah. And then we found out that door at the top of the steps led you right back down to the same place. I think
and it's always unlocked, apparently.
I think we mainly didn't draw attention to the fact that this was a church because
It was supposed to be a school.
yeah, it was a school, and I think we also just kind of didn't want people to start thinking like, oh no, the operator is going to turn out to be a metaphor for Satan or something.
Yeah.
Or actually Satan.
And also most college campuses do not have a giant church
Yeah.
in the middle of its campus like that. But this is kind of the center of this private school's campus, obviously.
So that's why we had to be in the basement, because we couldn't be in the main part of this church because it looked way too nice for a Marble Hornets location.
Yeah.
There is one thing down here that normally I'm not freaked out on location, but there's this one table that was like covered up with a cloth and
Oh, yeah.
a bunch of lumps under. And I was just jokingly, it's like, yeah, this is like where they keep the bodies. There's one right there.
Yeah, it was vaguely human shaped.
And we go over there, and I pull back because I think we wanted the sheet to cover up something else. And I was like, pull that off. There's a body under it. I started pulling it off, and there was a foot there.
Yeah.
And I jumped back. I'm like, oh my god, there actually is.
Yeah.
What? It was a crucifix.
Yeah, and you saw the feet on the bottom. Yeah.
And it was
A very, very
Jesus.
large, like life-size
Yeah.
crucifix.
But it didn't take me long to realize what it was. But for a split second,
Joseph is a jumpy person anyway, but that scared me too. And I was like, oh my god! This is literally where they store the bodies.
there are all sorts of mystery jars down here too.
I think they're all really old, like
Archaeological.
geological,
Yeah.
like geological samples or something from like
I'm
the
pretty sure
30s or something.
If you open them up, you're going to unleash diseases that have been dead for
One
long
of them,
time.
One of them is just a jar that says the Black Death on it or something.
How did I get polio?
I filmed Marble Hornets, and all I got was this lousy polio.
Yeah. It was difficult to make this shot tense in here because it was so dark.
And we kind of had to make it look like it wasn't as big as it really was.
Yeah.
Because it was very, very big.
Yeah.
Was this is the church that, if you don't want to talk about this, it's fine, but this is the church that had Combat Boot Jesus in it, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
If you don't want to talk about that, we can just edit that out.
Oh, no, I like that story. Basically, they have a bunch of statues of a bunch of saints along both sides of that church, and it was in the actual
sanctuary, is that what you would call it, or chapel?
No, just like the main part of the church upstairs. And it was like the sculptor was he was a French expatriate that came over during World War II, and he was carving these statues, and he did really detailed feet in sandals. But then when they were hoisting one of those statues up, they accidentally dropped it and broke the feet off of one of those statues that he'd spent so long on getting those really detailed toes. So if you look really close, if you ever go to that church, like the first 3 or 4 of those statues have sandals with really detailed feet, and then the rest have what looks suspiciously like combat boots, just smooth combat boots underneath their period accurate robes.
So these pictures, we actually took them and then got them developed at a CVS.
Like the day before.
And Tim, you went to school with one of the clerks there, didn't you?
Yes.
And we were like, it was an hour photo, and like, oh, well, we'll get it done right here. But all the pictures come up on their screen as they're printing them out, and it's all like me tied up.
Have you
and
kidnapped
bloody.
a person?
Yeah.
It's like, but your kidnapped person is standing right there.
Yeah.
It's like,
and you're just like blinking help at her in Morse code.
Yep.
Also, the quote unquote bloody handprint painted on the wall in that room was already there.
Yeah.
Happy accident.
Because there's a ceramics class down in there in a room that we didn't go into, and so there were lots of paints and things down there.
We
I
found
was
one of
actually
your
in the
ceramics.
ceramic room a bunch of the time.
My ceramic was still there. I was a chimp that I was going to put a pirate hat on.
Allegedly one that Tim made, but I don't know.
It was pretty high quality.
Yeah. It's too bad we couldn't actually do that.
Yeah.
We almost set your house on fire, but we weren't really gonna. Probably shouldn't break a window to get in somewhere.
Also, that front window was plastic, so you couldn't have broken it anyway.
Oh yeah.
Subtle.
I think this was the last thing we shot here today, or that day. Just look really sad and lonely, Jay.
Gracious.
What did I do to deserve this?
I feel like there should be some really sad music playing here.
Could make some.
Yeah.
I'm so sad. There you go. A little sad
If
music.
only Cyberhawk were here.
Save me, Cyberhawk.
I don't remember where I got this picture. Oh, I remember. We were shooting something. One of these things. One of these things.
One of this Marble Hornets.
One of the entries, and I thought the lighting looked really cool, and I tried to take a picture with my phone, but it was really blurry. So, but then I still used it. That's a clown.
Whose face is that?
These are all old public domain home movies. I use them a lot. Also, the tones are playing 3 blind mice. No one ever realized that.
Oh.
Because
I did right before I came over here because I saw the folder was named 3 Blind Mice, but
Yeah.
before that I never noticed
that was
either.
the part no one really figured out, was that those tones are playing 3 blind mice, and it's that code says, "Am I the 3rd blind mouse?"
Blind mouse. Yep.
Here we are.
I got really country there for a second. Blind mouse.
Them blind
okay.
mouses.
Don't hide who you are, you hillbilly.
This is the big one.
This is the big one.
The one that we had planned out 2 years in advance?
Yep.
3 years in advance.
Wasn't this when the little lake on the campus was frozen too?
I think so.
And we spent an hour just messing with that because we're dumb.
Well, no, because we got locked out, didn't we?
Oh yeah, and we were waiting.
Oh yeah, when we were throwing the stuff at the frozen lake, we actually didn't shoot that day because we got there and the person who was supposed to let us in wasn't there or something. Was it that time?
Yeah, I think so. Which, to be fair, I don't think we gave them very much notice, if any, so...
Yeah.
It was chilly though.
Oh yeah, because we were able to shoot one part of the next entry, but we couldn't shoot the rest of it because we couldn't get into one of the buildings.
We were able to shoot all the stuff that happened outside, which was 30 seconds worth.
Yeah.
Do wish we'd been able to use the upper floors of this place, but just couldn't really. We didn't really need to. It just would have been.
It all
neat.
kind of looked the same anyway.
Yeah.
And it was cooler down in the basement for when we were here when it was hot, which was not right now, I don't think.
Yeah, no, it was freezing cold.
Oh, this is when I lost my glasses when we were shooting this. Oh no, that was a couple ones
That was
later.
later.
Yeah.
This is the one. This is the big one. You know, the one
The
where
first doozy.
where a hornet got stuck in my head or my hat.
Oh yeah.
Not a hornet, a wasp got in my hat and I put it on. I remember that because later when I fall against the wall, I kept hitting my head on it and it hurt a whole lot and I had a terrible headache.
I would also like to mention we previously talked about you naming all of the entries folders on the hard drive in your workspace or whatever, and your name for entry 80 is Jay gets his shit ruined.
Yep.
Which I think is pretty apt.
It's always been that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Jay gets wrecked. If it was 5 years ago, it could have been Jay gets owned. You know?
Probably more than 5 years ago.
Pwned.
Yeah. Pwned, yeah. This.
I don't think it was this. Or yeah, it was this part. We were just walking somewhere. I took my hat off for some reason, scratched my head, and in that short amount of time, a wasp flew into my hat, and I put it back on. And I felt something crawling around in my hat, and I was like, "Oh, my hair's doing something weird." I thought it was just caught in my hat or something, so I kind of rustled it around with my hand, and I got stuck on the head by a wasp, and it really hurt. And I did a magical little dance to get it out.
Poor baby.
So I had the worst headache right here for this before I get, like you said, my shit ruined.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh yeah, right here. Joseph kept because you weren't supposed to pull the trigger, I don't think. So you either would pull the trigger or you would make a gun noise with your mouth.
Yeah.
Now, I'd like to mention that Jay's words to Alex right there are the same ones that he says to Tim in entry 18 right before he gets tackled.
Yep. That's on purpose.
Yep.
You guys didn't think this shot right here would work, but I proved you wrong.
No, I thought...
It took me like an hour.
You're talking about the arm?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was skeptical.
You said we shouldn't do it, but
It was freezing cold.
I did it. Those few little frames there took me like 3 or 4 hours to get right.
It was freezing cold, and as we know, the number one rule of filmmaking is make sure you're comfortable while shooting.
Yep.
God.
It had gotten significantly darker by the time we got around to shooting this part.
I think this was also, I think the only time that we actually had kids that went to school here actually like wander into these places.
Yeah, and we had to say like, you guys can't be in here.
Yeah, it's like, hey,
Which they really weren't allowed to be in there.
yeah, we're like, hey, we have permission. You guys gotta get.
That previous shot was right when we realized that we could use the flashlight that Tim is holding as our key light. Because all we did was turn it way, way up and bounce it off the ceiling to make it look like daytime.
Oh, yeah.
This is the last thing we shot for this, and it was really tired.
I think I
That when you fell there, that was real.
yeah. That fall was real, and I feel like we were only able to do a couple of takes of this because I was getting sick or something.
You were getting really winded or something. Like
A
you were
little bit of both, I think.
Spoiler, he does.
He does.
One thing I couldn't control was every time I ran outside, there were always people. In fact, there were a couple people sitting on a park bench right to the right of the door whenever I went out, so I kind of had to point the camera at the ground or away from them.
So you just looked like a crazy person running out of the
Pretty much,
building
yeah.
multiple times.
I don't think I ever explained what I was doing to them either.
As you shouldn't
matter.
have.
Yeah. Because, I mean, school was still in session by that point, I believe. Or no, they were doing the summer camp stuff, I think.
I
Or
think-
no,
No,
this
it
was
was
still in the
cold.
winter, yeah.
I think it was a Sunday night, so they
Yeah.
had some kind of thing with the church or whatever.
The summer camp was later, whenever we were actually shooting in summer.
It took us forever to figure out how to word the text at the end. Like we didn't want Tim to seem too melodramatic or anything. And I think we finally decided on keeping it simple.
Yeah.
With that.
I
My
think,
world has crumbled around me.
Yeah.
I am empty.
yeah, we spent hours trying to figure out the end text for some of these entries, just like finding the right balance. I remember that being one of them.
It's always darkest before the dawn. I'll get you, Alex. That was alternative text for
Yeah.
you guys.
I think this is the thing that was shot when we couldn't get in.
Yeah.
I think this all kind of blends together. We debated on blurring out the name of that building. I don't know why we didn't. I think because we're lazy.
I didn't know that it was even, you could even see it.
Yeah. Oh, this is when it was really cold.
Yeah.
Because all that water that Tim just walked over was frozen.
Yep.
There was a pipe or a drain, and below it is like gushing water, but it was all frozen.
Which never happens in Alabama. So we were like,
like it
wow, ice. It's amazing.
Never gets cold enough to freeze running water.
Nature is a miracle.
Speaking of amazing things.
Amazing miracles.
Yeah.
The grand entrance of
One of the best characters. Or the best
if
character.
not, yeah, if not the best character in this entire show. The nameless groundskeeper, who in real life is my dad.
Papa Sutton.
That's my real life dad.
That's what you should have credited him as. Is
Papa Sutton.
Actual real life dad.
Actual real life dad.
Because we had the idea because we needed Tim to talk to somebody to get,
A civilian.
to get exposition, I guess.
Yeah.
And I think our original idea was to have him run into another student, I think,
I think it was
a
always
long time ago.
It was like a groundskeeper or janitor most
Yeah.
of the time because we were talking to someone to do it for us that lived close by that we knew and really wanted to get it, but he couldn't. So you're just like, hey, my dad's here.
Yeah.
And he
no,
nailed it.
Yeah.
I'm talking about, like, I think before we even started season 3, we had talked about meeting up with another student here at some point.
Oh yeah, and making
but
them.
she moved away.
Yeah, I remember
And
that.
also-
Before we even started.
And also, we didn't want to introduce another character.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was a little too late to introduce a new character, so we just kind of had to do a bit part, I guess.
Yeah.
Here.
This is also kind of reminiscent of an actual run-in we had with a guy here that was like, hey, what are you guys doing? It was actually on this day, and we had to explain, no, it's okay, we're filming and everything. And that's the day we also learned what asbestos looks like. And apparently it's the giant piles of gray fluff that we've been stomping around for months
Yep.
in this building. So,
That's why you're not supposed to go in on this part.
Yeah.
I guess.
and our marble hornets might kill us early, send us to an early grave.
Oh well.
This one was a lot of fun to shoot. It was fun acting across from my dad. I remember I gave him the script a couple days ahead of time, and he was just like, "Man, I gotta memorize all this."
We weren't going to use the shot, I don't think, at first because we couldn't figure out a way to do it. But then we saw this fire escape, and we're
Yeah.
like, oh.
So the hard part with entries like this was balancing a realistic amount of exploring whenever he's actively looking for someone.
Because he can't just walk directly
Yeah.
where he needs to go.
But if you have too much, then it becomes tedious. So that's been the crux of several. Well, you could kind of say it's the issue with this entire show. Really, has been finding that balance.
Yeah, the realistic balance of I don't know what to do, and here's the solution.
Yeah.
I think that's just probably a pretty standard storytelling problem. How to write the things.
Well, it's also like is probably a bigger issue with this too because it's supposed to be real and
Yeah.
everything. The person who's shooting it isn't considering the pacing or whatever.
Right.
Oh yeah, the door at the top of those stairs there goes right into the basement.
We already said that.
Did we?
Yeah. You big
Great. Now we got to record this whole commentary again.
Yep.
Start it all over.
It was always really annoying to match up those clips there with the because what we did with that was we had it obviously we had the chest cam rolling at the same time as the other camera.
Oh, this
This was a horrible thing.
yeah.
For
So
many reasons.
so the footage that you're seeing right now, and then the tunnels that you see as I'm climbing down into them, are not in the same place. Those tunnels are actually located in Tuscaloosa by the
Let's not say where they are.
but
A place.
yeah. So the original plan was I was going to lift up the manhole cover, and
You were originally supposed to just go straight down there. We're like,
Well,
it's probably just a drainage thing.
yeah, I was going to lift it up and then sort of start climbing down, and then sort of transition between that footage and then the tunnel footage.
Well, we were also hoping that it would be the same thing down there, so we could
Yeah.
just use that. But
So I hit record. I'm doing all this stuff. Lifted up with the crowbar that I had.
Like, not even, though. It was like
Just
lifted an inch.
just a crack, and
Because that
it was
sucker was heavy.
and it was an actual literal sewage sewer, like
Yep.
just a wave of doo-doo smell.
yep.
A high school sewage.
Yeah.
I've never smelled something bad enough
Right-
that made me immediately gag before.
Right next to their cafeteria. So,
So I was just like, yeah, I'm definitely not going to be doing that.
This wasn't near their cafeteria. What are you talking about?
it's right next to it. The church is right next to the...
Yeah, but it's not the same building. Oh, what? Oh,
I
you're
said
saying
right
like?
next to it.
Oh, you mean like in terms like it's downstream from? Okay. I thought you were saying like it's a. I thought you were saying like, oh, it's right under where people eat. How do they not smell this? Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. No, that's not what I was saying.
Downstream. This was pretty scary because it was dark and I was actually really high up, decently high up, higher up than I was comfortable with, considering I had kind of one free hand.
Yeah. This wasn't an easy thing. Like, you had the chest camera on, you just had to climb a ladder. You had to actually hold the camera this time.
And the flashlight.
We had to go buy a cheapo flashlight for him to drop here.
Yeah, I think we had the flashlight dropping for the dual purpose of lighting the bottom so you could see it as I climbed down, and so I didn't have to hold it while I was climbing down.
You have to climb down the ladder with your teeth.
Yeah. Also, those steps are meant for work boots, so they're really sharp on your hands.
Yeah. Depending upon how rainy it is, there's a lot of water in here sometimes, but luckily we had a good time. These tunnels, they may not look like it, but they're way more spacious than the ones under the hospital were.
Yeah.
But
They're still more comfortable to walk through, but
yeah, they're still small enough to where it's like you can't really crouch or stand at a comfortable height, so you did this odd scuttle while you
that's
walk.
not a face up there, by the way. That's just light coming through the manhole cover. I had this sign right here forever because I thought we were going to use it for something else. We never did because it said no entry on it, and that's what we had in season 2 with that mystery thing. So that's what it was named after. This was not a easy fit.
No, yeah. This one was very, very tiny.
I'm kind of surprised that we were able to fit anything in there.
I'm surprised that Tim was able to turn over in it.
Yeah, I just kind of had to wiggle worm my way in there, I guess. It was a tight squeeze because I'm not the tiniest person in the world.
That's the same flashlight that Tim was holding that I'm holding there. We had to do it because we only had one flashlight that could light it up consistently. Also, we forgot the gloves when we were shooting this, so I'm holding Tim was wearing a black shirt, so I just wrapped it around my fist right there.
Wait, so was I just like shirtless in that tunnel?
No, you remember you had on the red lumberjack shirt.
Oh,
you
yeah.
took off the shirt you were wearing under it for this one part right there, and I just wrapped it around my hand. Because with Marvel Hornets, we never don't forget something.
Yep.
I wish there would have been a way to show more of that tunnel as I was going in it, but there really wasn't enough room to maneuver that.
Yeah.
A little bit of suspension of disbelief here because that light, it's like if you're anywhere in those tunnels, you will see that light because it is so bright. I know because one day when you guys had to go out here to pick up some shots and I came by, because I think I had class earlier in the day, and I came by and you guys weren't at the office, so I was like, oh, well, they're probably out there. So I went there, and from like the opening of the tunnel system or whatever, I could hear you guys and I could see the light.
Yeah, well, I mean, that flashlight that we have is ridiculously
Industrial strength.
Yeah, because in pure darkness like this, especially with the GoPro chest camera, you need a really bright light to light everything up. So
blasting someone in the eyes with it at its highest level is counted as assault.
Yep.
And of course, that's like the first thing I did to myself.
Yep, because you're
I'm
an idiot.
I'm so glad
I thought I was
going to
turn it
this
on a
transition.
smaller setting, but the button is kind of finicky.
Yep.
And I had a huge, like basically was reduced to nothing but peripheral vision for about 30 minutes after that.
Yep.
Even though it was a split second.
That transition there that you're talking about when you're climbing out of the sewer, there is no hole in this building that comes up from any sewer, and it's, you know, 2.5 hours away from where we just were.
I was crouching behind. It was like a drawer. Or
it was like a drawer we took out of one of the because these were old dorms, so they're just like old furniture. So we yanked a drawer out of one of them, and Tim just kind of crouched behind it and stood up from it really fast. So if you really watch it, you notice that Tim gets off that ladder really, really easy.
Yeah,
he actually just kind of floats out of the hole. But that's all. That's a composition,
compromise
we were willing to make.
Yeah, because that actual opening came out on just some street, so that was probably a challenge trying to get it look like it wasn't coming out outdoors.
Yeah.
And to think in season 1, the editing process was blur the thing a little bit more. Now you gotta do all these transitions between locations, and
the building you could see across the quad was also abandoned, but we couldn't really find a reason to use it.
It also was the asbestos room,
Yeah. Well,
so it's probably good.
I don't know that you ever got to see the top half.
No,
But-
never went in there.
The first floor was some dorm rooms. The top floor had been completely torn out, and was full of wasps. So
Nice.
I had to cut that part right there really short because
another actual, or no,
It
I
was.
fell a couple times during doing
It
this,
was
but I don't
really
think that was
funny
the one.
watching you do this.
yeah, that previous shot I had to cut it short because we didn't match it up exactly right to when Jay was watching him, so I had to. That was not
Yeah.
this because we weren't recording that at the time. We really should have been.
Yeah, because the main reason we needed that that shot or the tunnel thing is because we needed a way for people to get into that building without being seen.
That wasn't the door.
Yeah. Am I wearing the wrong shirt?
No. We were thinking about having some kind of outside force here after the gunshot was heard, but it's like we can't really pay police for this.
Yeah.
It would be cool if we could have, but Tim actually becomes a fugitive on the run from their questioning. It just changes into a police drama, into a courtroom drama.
Yeah, a procedural. We get the entire cast of Law and Order.
Yeah. We've been wanting to do this parallel storytelling thing for quite a while.
We finally had we needed a reason to use it before Jay was out of the picture, so
Got it at the last minute.
Yeah,
Yep.
use it when he's out of the picture.
We had to set up Brian as the bad guy, even though he wasn't.
mm-hmm.
We had to make it all tragic, all tragical. People said that line made them really sad.
Oh, makes me a little wistful.
I'm getting a little misty-eyed here. Being dead and all.
About time.
I'm a ghost.
Could have just had an entire season of Tim W. Ace Detective.
Yeah.
I was
This
Another
was the
30
thing. Okay,
entries.
now I remember this was the thing that we shot. This
Yeah.
was the only thing we could get when we drove all the way out here.
Oh yeah, because this was actually open.
Yeah.
I was always a big advocate for Jay dying.
Thanks.
There was one point when, like, we had already decided that we wanted to kill him off because we all felt it was like the logical conclusion to this very illogical series. Being it's like he's not very good at what he does. He's going to get himself killed.
That, and he also
Yeah.
he was consumed by his obsession, and so his obsession killed him.
There
Seemed
was-
appropriate.
There was one point though when Troy was like, "Now hear me out. What if Jay doesn't die?" And I was like, "No, he's got to die. Give me this. Alex has to succeed at one thing." There's a lot.
I think one of the main reasons we wanted to kill him too was also Alex has to hit something with that gun at least once.
Yeah.
Come on.
The series has a lot of characters that fail at their goals a lot.
Granted, you were also holding that gun just terribly.
Yeah.
Just you don't fire a gun one-handed. That's stupid. You're not gonna hit anything.
Alex is a director, not a marksman. Okay,
He's
Director with air quotes.
he directs people, not bullets.
yeah. I was just about to say that. This was the original laptop that the first season of Marble Hornets was made on.
And we left it in this parking lot and rode over it.
Yep.
We got on our BMX bikes and did flips on it.
We weren't actually
BMX
riding
flips.
the bikes weren't actually moving. You're just sitting
Yeah.
on top of the laptop with it and you just flipped
Yeah.
with it.
It builds core strength.
I think Joseph and I were hiding behind those silos over there.
Yeah.
I was climbing this silo at one point,
Yeah.
and then I got scared because there was nothing stopping me from falling and dying.
That usually doesn't stop you.
This one seemed.
Well, no, that usually doesn't stop Tim, seeing as how you. There were many times where you did something like that.
Well, I was climbing up on the bolts and the wiring that was like keeping it all in the right shape.
Nope, Tim's cooler than you are.
Life's too short to not know what's up there.
That's right.
Wherever the where is, or wherever the there is.
There's a one-take wonder.
This could be like a book cover.
You can tell we just got there.
Like a teen fiction book cover.
You can tell we haven't been in this location very long because you can still see the mark from my sunglasses when I drive on my nose there. It's too bad. The character of Jay was done at entry 80, but I wasn't done because we still had to shoot this.
Yeah, that first part was shot on the opposite side of the location we'd been using for Rosswood Park from where we usually were, and then now we're back in the
well-known
place.
Yeah, that's what the tunnel's called, Happy Place.
Yeah.
Man, it took us a long time to figure out how we're going to get on the other side of this tunnel.
Yeah.
Or the reasons, or what it was.
Just use your legs, dummy.
Because every time we had them coming over to the other side of the tunnel, something would happen. It's just an entrance to Narnia, really.
Yeah.
Always had to keep the end of the tunnel there a little bit off the center of the camera so the auto exposure would make it not bright and indistinct like that. Because I liked how that looked when you couldn't see what was on the other side.
Little filmmaking tip.
Yeah. That graffiti there on the right side of the on the tunnel there was always really hard to avoid.
I can't remember what that was. Is it like a school mascot or something?
No, it was like a weird face. It had like giant lips.
I remember the big eyes now.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is... well, no, you actually did climb over the top of this, didn't you? I was trying to remember exactly what was on the other side there.
Yeah, we came out here one morning, I think, and I was just like, I'm just going to run out here.
Yes, sir.
So I found this big hill and was like, I'm going to fall down this. It doesn't look very steep here, but man, it was.
I'm not even sure. I think you were by yourself over here. Like, I think you were just like, I'll be right back.
Yeah. I wasn't.
And then you come back and you're just like covered in leaves.
Yeah. I got really good at dropping that camera.
It is an art. There's a certain technique. And now we are...
even further away.
Yeah. About a 15-minute drive away.
Yeah.
Or no, wait, this is still in the same spot, I think.
It's not. This is near the shack.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
This is just on that far side. Because there's that little husk of a building right there.
Oh, yeah.
With all the tires.
Yeah.
Lots of tires.
Lots of tires and lots of TVs. But we've already talked about that.
By the silo again.
Yep.
Which I have never, ever climbed on.
Yeah, I was going to say, speaking of climbing up things that are really dangerous that you shouldn't do, it's a good thing that you didn't do that.
Yeah. Because if I did, I bet it would have been really cool, but also really scary.
Yeah. Did we have a lot of trouble getting that shot? I can't remember.
Maybe?
No, it wasn't that shot. It was.
Oh, it was. Yeah. Okay, we'd already done that part. Or no, it's the next
later.
one when it's yeah, got it. When the operator's in the woods there. Got really good at fake phone conversations.
Tim, it's me.
This is very intimidating thing to do because this was the last lines I ever had in the show. Were these. Even though I think it only took like... Oh, yeah, I remember now. There was only about 2 or 3 takes this because the battery on the camera was about to die.
Yeah. There are no working outlets out here.
Yeah. Because I turned on the camera and it said like 5 minutes left on the battery and was like, great. So I don't know how we did it, but we did. We did this on 5 minutes worth of battery. So that definitely helped the sound of the frantic sound of my voice, because I really didn't want to have to come back out here because the sun was also going down. So we probably wouldn't have time to come out here before it was dark.
This was our season 1 operator appearance throwback entry, because there was that brief one right there.
Yeah. Oh, I barely missed that.
Yeah.
I forgot it was right there.
I did too until
That one gave us some trouble.
Yeah, because it was hard to...
You had to be sure you didn't pan the camera over too fast.
Yeah.
You had to show him enough to where if you were really paying attention, you would see him, but not enough to where it would be too awkward to see him there and be like, how did he miss that?
This is the one and only time that I had to do the seizure thing myself. I didn't do as good a job as Tim did, but I tried.
I would say it is admirable.
It was also awful doing it on this gross floor. I do really like this shot of the operator we have here in the window.
Yeah.
That turned out way better than I thought it would, because it was just the way we set it up. It was something. We did not think it would work.
It was something as heck.
Yeah.
There was. I'm just thinking of the other ways we tried it that definitely did not work.
I think it is. I think that might be the most. I don't know.
This was
The
like
most
a 90s music video.
The I don't say alien it's ever looked, but I don't know. Just that's the spookiest it's ever looked.
Are
I
you
think.
confirming that the operator is an alien?
I don't know.
Come on, man. Don't give that away.
This is viral marketing for ET2.
Yep.
If you look really closely in the Senate scene in Star Wars: The Phantom Menace, you can see 3 tall suited beings.
Yeah.
Yep.
Look at Tim shifting the blame. It's like, oh, Jay was an idiot. It's his own fault.
Yep.
Also, if you pay attention, all the little details on the new Millennium Falcon, there's some operator references on there.
Yeah.
George has been good to us. Is what I'm saying. George. We call him George. George Lucas is who I'm talking about, but we're on first name basis.
I think this is the only thing of Marble Hornets that we've shot with the nicer camera that we have.
This was shot in the exact same place with the exact same camera as our nature break videos.
It's not the same camera. This is the XA20.
Yeah, we shot the most recent nature breaks.
Oh yeah, we did, didn't we? That's right.
And that truck was also right by the area that part of the chase in Entry 76 takes place.
Yeah. People keep asking me what the code is for that right there, but I cannot remember it right now. Sorry.
Quality commentary. By the
I'm also.
Why even mention it?
I'm also just I like messing with people. I cannot remember, but also I wouldn't say it anyway.
Epic troll.
Shut up. Wanted to have a little moment between Tim and Jay Chair.
Oh no. This is where he had that really tasteful ending shot to that other entry.
Last time I went back here, that chair was still there.
It's gonna become the bloody shirt and bloody rock from season 2 in that tunnel.
I mean, nobody ever comes in here anymore, so who's gonna move it?
Didn't you say they were renovating it though now?
Yep. They were getting
lots of people coming here now.
I wonder what parts they're renovating.
The
entire thing.
Pretty much all of it, I think.
Seems like it'd be a huge undertaking.
It is. Still see the stars on along the top of the wall if you look up there.
This is really nerve-wracking to shoot because it was on the GoPro.
Yeah.
And this place up here is not exactly super bright. The GoPro is not good with low light.
Doesn't
places.
play well with darkness.
And again, no way to preview the GoPro videos. So
we had the preview screen. We just didn't use it very much until a week.
Because this was also in the afternoon, so it's like every second you waste looking
Yeah.
at video, you're losing daylight if it didn't look good the first time.
Also, we wanted to do it as quickly as possible because the sun was coming in through the end of that hallway, that window right there. But it was also slightly dark enough to where we couldn't. It was difficult to see Brian coming up here. So it couldn't have. It didn't play as well as we wanted it to, but it was. We had run out of time.
He didn't stand out quite as much as we wanted him to.
But he's there now anyway, so it doesn't matter that much.
Brian's here, baby. It's okay.
Everything's fine now.
No.
I think that was the last thing we shot for the day.
Yeah. I think this was the most meticulously planned out of all of these sort of teleporty entries.
We were really into getting this episode done.
Yeah. I mean, I think we had like flow charts, all kinds of flow charts and things drawn out.
Yep.
And then of course we still deviated from those anyway.
Because it was so far, it was spread out all over so many different
right
places. That area you're just running through with the burned ground, weren't planning on that.
Yeah.
Happy accident.
Yeah, it's outside the hospital. Also, that fire you see very briefly, I actually went out to Joseph and I went out to my parents' house, and the pasture that they owned, they helped us build a bonfire. So that fire was not stock footage. That was an actual bonfire that we built.
That Tim was standing dangerously close to.
Yeah.
It looked good.
The problem was it looked a lot bigger in real life than it did on that camera. And so it wasn't able to be used as prominently as I'd kind of hoped it would.
I like shooting all these nightmare entry things because it was fun just watching Tim throw himself down hills and stuff.
I get into it too. I just kind of toss myself off. I don't tiptoe off. It
was difficult to get that door opening correctly. We just had like a stick, I think. Just kind of poked the door until it opened. But
I was on the other side, and I was like,
because we had to match up the speed of the doors opening as best we could. Sorry to spoil the magic of the door opening on its own. It wasn't ghosts.
Obviously, still in our house.
This is almost like a montage of all the locations we've used in season 3.
This is your life.
Yeah. Didn't you guys just like sit down over an hour to make all these drawings here to cover the floor?
About 100 of them or so.
Those clothes I'm wearing there.
We had 3 people working. It took about 30 minutes, I'd say, to get them all out.
Yeah.
We could have gone with more, but we were running out of paper.
Those clothes I'm wearing are still slightly pink from that blood on them.
Now, Brian is only in the costume for the parts at the library, right?
Yeah. Yeah, this part is actually Brian.
Yeah. And
this was very tricky.
That footage that we just saw,
the overlaid footage from a third-person perspective, was we didn't have that at first because it was terrifying. If you watch the behind the scenes of the making of this shot, which are on this DVD, that was one of the shots we had there that I was able to put into this entry as the perspective of the operators. What is it? It is implied to be watching for a second. But when we shot that with the GoPro, it was difficult to see where it was facing when you picked up the pipe to swing at Brian here. So we didn't have a way of showing, or we actually didn't get a shot of him climbing out the window. Yeah,
there's barely any footage of him climbing out the window that it was recorded on the GoPro. So it felt weird as it was because it's like suddenly he was hanging out this window for no reason. Like it was kind of hard to tell exactly what happened. So that was kind of the only real solution that we could find.
If you notice right there, the distortion kind of highlights the operator there because it ended up being further away looking from the camera than...
Oh, it had the brief Masky tackle shot that was recorded way, way before then.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't remember putting that in there.
Yeah.
Huh. It was very cold when we shot this too. Because Brian we had to lay on the floor down there under the window. It was like a concrete floor, or not concrete, but the really smooth, whatever that is, and it was freezing cold.
Asphalt.
And every time, asphalt. That's what's on roads.
Oh, I thought we were talking about him right
No,
there.
on in the building.
Oh,
and
yeah.
between every take, Brian would just like jump up like he had spiders on him or something.
Jog laps.
Yeah.
Pretty nice panorama.
That place where you had Hoodie lying under the light is actually the same place that bearded guy from Park
Yeah. In season 2 was.
So furthering the whole like flashback of let's go location hopping.
Yeah.
We should sell like big panorama prints of that shot there that we just had. Sell big posters, like subway size posters.
Oh yeah.
Here's what went crazy with this filter, because we had to show the camera was on its last legs. We had to get the chest camera out of commission because it was just way too.
It outlived its usefulness.
Yeah.
And it also forced Tim to only be able to use the handy cam.
Yeah. Jay's old camera.
Yeah.
Funny part of this getting this entry shot right here, never thought we'd have to do, but I thought this timing for this would be a little bit better because you're not looking at it right now. There we go. The zip ties laying there. This was shot way after Jay got out of the zip ties and left them there. So those old zip ties were gone. So we had to put the zip ties back on me, cut them in a very specific way, and lay them exactly how they were laying in that entry. It took like an hour to get those zip ties in the right place.
Because we went through like 10 zip ties, didn't we?
We couldn't figure out how we did it.
We had to find out exactly where to cut it and exactly how to put them on. So our attention to detail right there.
Yeah.
And then we,
That's the kind of
Wear the
quality
wrong
that
shirt.
our fans have come to
yeah,
expect.
then we wear the wrong shirt or forget the hoodie.
Oh, yeah.
We forgot to mention that, didn't we? I can't remember what entry it was.
I don't know.
I
It
think
might
it
have been
was-
for the one that we just
I think
did.
it was the last entry. We'll talk about that in a second.
Oh,
I thought we did actually do that.
this I think I'm not sure if I was looking forward to the previous one more or this one.
We didn't tell Joseph to do that. I think he just did it as a joke, but I left it in because I was like, that is exactly what Alex would do.
Yeah. Hey, I'm.
You're all about being in
method.
character.
Yeah, some people asked why we didn't make the hoodie identity reveal, I guess, bigger or more grandiose, I guess, and this way just kind of felt more appropriate.
Yeah. We didn't want to have some big unmasking, like, oh no, what have I done? We also wanted to show
Scooby-Doo-esque. Also, we'd already kind of done that once, so didn't want to do it again.
Yeah, with you. And it is also a good time to characterize Alex a little bit more.
Yeah.
He wasn't always a jerk.
He wasn't always a
wanted to
jerk.
make a movie.
He just wanted to make a movie, but no one else did.
Yep.
Yeah, because I liked the sort of juxtaposition of the happy footage going on here and the funny, feeling to it, but also having just seen this guy die an episode before that.
Yeah.
And so I like that sort of conflicting emotions that I thought the audience would get while watching this.
Little tidbit: the the whiteboard where it had the audition thing written. I actually have a class in that room now. At the time of this commentary recording,
I just had to stand outside and hang around.
Yeah, we really wanted Brian to say, "Oh, I'm Brian" for this. You can't. I don't think you can tell right here, but look how happy he is. There's like a plaque on that door out there in the hallway by where Tim's standing. I had to stick a piece of paper over it. I think we wrote like Nick Cage's office or something on it.
Professor Cage.
Yeah, that's what it was. It said Professor Cage is not in his office right now. Please email him or something.
And Nicolas Cage has just been referenced all over the place in this show.
We also were really excited about this because it was a chance, because I got to write Marvel Hornets dialogue, like the Alex Curley's Marvel Hornets dialogue. Joseph got to write some, but Tim never did.
Yeah, so this was my first time getting to write Marvel Hornets the movie dialogue.
And I would say you knocked it out of the park.
Yeah, a fantastic debut.
Yeah. God, We were all standing.
We had a lot of ruined takes from laughing.
Brian was probably the one that laughed the least.
Brian deserves some kind of award for keeping it. Look at it. Look at his face. There is not even a trace of a smirk on there.
Yeah.
He is completely stoic, like some kind of statue, like a hero of ancient lore.
I think there was even a take at one point where Tim started laughing out in the hallway and Brian didn't from the dialogue.
I think you didn't you have to like turn around and not look at him for some of these or something?
I couldn't.
So good job, Brian.
I think at one point we were actually tossing out the idea of just getting my audio so I didn't have to read my lines at all, just so Brian could do it. We powered through it though. That whole Brian being like, "Oh, this is really good." It's like that is totally what Brian would say too.
Yeah.
Even if he didn't like it. Like,
on that notepad there.
Even if he didn't think it was... Oh, sorry.
For the various takes, they had a tic-tac-toe game going.
Yeah.
We have fun. Never let it be said that shooting Marble Hornets is not fun. We allow
for
moments.
Some jovialness in it. I almost got a haircut before this, and I was like, nah. Give it the little swoop.
Yep. Old school. And there's another excuse for you to wear this shirt that you don't like.
Yeah.
I think it's an alright shirt. It's okay. I don't look good in yellow, so I wouldn't wear it, but...
Neither do I.
I think it could be argued that not many people look good in yellow, but this isn't Marble Hornets fashion talk, really.
Yeah.
We're just three nerds. We don't know.
Although, talking about Marble Hornets fashion talk...
Look at Brian,
yeah.
Ooh,
just killing it right now.
He's just smoldering.
Well, also,
fierce.
We gave a sideburn origin story in this entry.
Oh, yeah.
Because I just thought, right at the end, just what if the whole reason Tim grew his sideburns out was because of Alex, too? And I remember somebody messaging me after this entry came out, and he's just like... We don't get origin stories for Jay or any of these other damn characters, but we get origin stories for your sideburns.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because that's where our priorities lie. Lay? Both.
Yes.
I love how short his audition is.
Yeah.
Alex is just like so desperate. He's like, no, you got it. You nailed it.
Well, that or maybe Tim cut out his audition because he didn't want people to see it.
Yeah.
I like that idea too.
Alex is really into the facial hair analysis too. It's like, he feels like an irreverent spirit can be portrayed through sideburns.
We all have very prominent wallets here. Everyone, we need to streamline our wallets, guys.
I do now.
Oh yeah,
I got one
you
of
do.
those micro wallet things.
Wallet talk.
Yeah.
With the guys.
It's made out of repurposed leather. If any of you are
I've upgraded to a Google Wallet.
Who says likewise in normal conversation like that, by the way?
Likewise?
Yeah, like when they said Tim said it's nice meeting you, Joseph or Alex just waves and goes, likewise. I don't know. I don't hear that very much.
That's how I responded.
I mean, I just figure that's what Alex would say or whatever, but...
Another run-in with the law here. Just getting...
You're just pointing the camera at just stuff, and a cop rolls up.
It's like, what are you guys doing? And I just said, student film. He's like, okay, and just drove off.
Just some
Did we actually put in... I
mailbox.
can't remember. Did we put in the audio we record later? Like, oh, this will look awesome.
I think so. Or no, I think because I remember it was in there. We thought it was funny at the time, but when I played it back, it was like
A little too over the top.
a little sarcastic, like a little knowing. There's the reveal. Yeah, I'm glad we did it in a low energy type way because that's, I wouldn't say messing with convention or expectations or anything, but it just would feel too
We're innovators.
dumb. It would feel too dumb to just have there be some kind of big, like you said, Scooby-Doo unmasking.
Because if we whip off his mask after chasing him down, then what happens?
Yeah, it's like, oh no, then you pick him up and carry him in your arms and go out to the water and let him sink down.
Yep.
What is that from?
That's from Final Fantasy VII.
Okay, that's what I thought. I never understood
We
that
could
part.
spike up when Tim had the long hair. We could spike it up like and we could put Brian in like Eris's pink flowing dress and jean jacket.
Let's do that. I always thought that part of that game was dumb because the water just got really deep all of a sudden, but they were standing in it. I don't understand.
There were a lot of.
It was really hard to get that off.
Yeah.
Well, we had to redraw it, remember?
Yeah.
Because
I had to take up a screenshot or bring up a screenshot from my phone and like try my best to write it down because we wrote over the mirror already with your fault. So
and that stayed on that mirror until we moved out.
Yeah.
It stayed on the mirror until I moved into the new apartment.
Yeah.
And then only got erased when I was putting it up.
This is a fun montage of Tim flittering away his afternoon. Is that a word? I don't think it is. Flittering away. It's
Fettering?
Flittering.
But I still don't know that that's the right context. I don't know. Whatever.
Yes.
This was just like the very last one, I think, where I was just like, what's some other stuff we could do?
Did we
got
put
this
in the
banjo.
whole banjo thing on? I can't remember.
I think we did.
Because you were fiddling around on the banjo for a while.
Yeah.
And we just recorded the entire thing.
Of all the Tim being by himself shots, I think the only one I had written down was the lighter one there because I thought that would look really neat.
Yeah, and you were right.
Yeah. This took a lot of takes.
Come on, Tim.
Because the first time I did it, I accidentally sounded way too southern because I just done a little live reading of a book online that required me to, or that I thought would sound good to talk in a really thick southern accent like the day before, and I was still in that mode.
It was No Country for Old Men, right?
Yeah. And then afterwards, you were just like,
it's still stuck.
Yeah. You're like, we got to do that again.
You sound like an idiot.
Oh yeah, because you're like, I don't know what I thought was gonna happen.
That was too gravelly too.
Yeah. At least it wasn't. Never should have come here.
I don't know what I expected to happen.
Also, the 10-gallon cowboy hat you had on didn't help either. we thought it would look all right, but you know,
Substituting periods with yeehaw didn't help either.
yeah.
I don't know what I expected to happen, yeehaw.
Mm-hmm.
Yeehaw!
Wonder what I was drinking in that cup. I don't think it was water.
Straight whiskey.
It was probably whiskey or tequila.
I think it might have been, actually.
I wasn't kidding.
I'm pretty sure it was water. Now that I think about it.
No, I like our story better.
Okay.
Tim's seen some stuff, man. Okay?
I was getting in character. It was part of the method.
Yeah, that's the ticket.
Camera-
This is great.
Camera was
No,
on a
you
tripod
shouldn't,
there.
Tim. Don't you know how much of a sad, tired trope self-exposition is? God.
Yeah.
I'm going to have a revelation.
Oh, I'm gonna sit here and talk about my feelings.
This guy.
This is the Tim Wright vlog, entry number 1. I don't know what I thought was gonna happen.
Hey guys, first episode of my vlog here. Thanks for watching. Don't forget, give me a thumbs up, follow me. Subscribe.
Episode 2. I seen something earlier today. You know what? Some bull mess.
What is some
Plain cheese pizza. Who gets that?
Why are you gonna get some dang old pizza if you ain't gonna put anything on it?
If you ain't gonna put at least some meat.
That's like trying to sell a blank canvas with nothing on it. There's no art.
Unless you're trying to do that avant-garde stuff.
Some fancy cheese.
Avant-garde.
Jarlsberg.
It's a good thing we don't have anything to say for this right here.
Yeah.
So I sat in the dark,
Yeah.
and then I sat in the daytime.
Joseph's cat kept getting in the window here.
Yeah. He was still a kitten then.
Oh.
So that would have been adorable.
It's like, oh no, I left my cat.
Meow.
We like never mowed that lawn, and then the one time we actually needed to show the front lawn, we'd mowed it not that long before that.
Oops. Oh, this is the fun one.
Yeah.
This is the one where we did the stupid thing. Which one again?
That's pretty funny.
I know, pretty good joke.
That was a good one.
I'm glad that's going to be on this DVD forever.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we should probably just go ahead and start with the backstory and everything because it's pretty involved. This we did not burn down our house, but not for lack of trying. The original idea was to have this cool trail of fire going out from the back porch up like off camera to make it look like, oh dude, like super cool. But we found out
those were Tim's actual lines. Oh dude, super cool.
And somehow you get a roof shot, and the operator symbol is like
burned
in flames on the roof.
As a quick aside, this is all water.
That's water, yeah.
And we have dogs that shed a lot, so our carpet just made the entire living room smell like wet dog.
Not my problem.
Pretty awful. Also, people were in those rooms.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because our girlfriend's computer monitor is like facing the door, so that's why you just had to crack it.
Yep. Yeah. Anyway, we found out though that lighter fluid doesn't really work that way.
It works when it's on fire that is already going.
Yeah, movies have lied to you, I'm sorry to say.
Because we actually, when we had a small flame that we were testing it out on, and we accidentally put out a fire with lighter fluid.
So we're like, what do we have? Well,
we had this thing. We had this gallon of gasoline, or what is?
Yeah, it was like a gallon of gasoline
for the lawnmower.
Yeah. And
another quick aside: we didn't know Joseph was going to yell here.
Oh yeah, I just went with what felt right.
Yeah, I think this was the first take where he did it because
everything after that was
while Tim was holding the camera, I was sitting on the other side of the room watching them, and Tim just kept looking over at me with a holy crap face, like I didn't know he was going to be doing this. Anyway, continue.
Yeah.
I just wanted to stroke your ego for a second.
Thanks. So gasoline definitely worked,
as you can see here.
But we were like, we have one take to do this.
We also ran out of gasoline.
That is the take.
That is all the gasoline.
Before
we
started, though, we like doused everything around that area with water, which actually, now that I'm thinking back onto it, probably wasn't the best idea because gasoline floats.
Well, you wouldn't put it over the gasoline on the ground. We put it on the walls so the fire wouldn't spread.
I know. I'm just saying, like, there was a lot of water on the ground as well. But we also had a fire extinguisher. We also had wet towels and everything like that. We're like, we have one take to do this. And the lighter didn't light the first time I flicked it, so that gave it another couple of seconds to like the gas to spread, which is the combustible part.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that reaction
like the fumes.
for me, that reaction is
100% genuine.
Yeah. Had to jump back from that. We got it put out, but the first towel we put down, I pulled it up and it's just like coated in fire still. And there was a moment I'm like, maybe we should bust out the fire extinguisher.
Yeah, I didn't actually have to use the fire extinguisher, but I had it ready.
Luckily, we
had to melt this bottle after the fact.
But we just walked inside and we're like, okay, we're done. We're done for the day. We're done. We'll get the other stuff later.
Yeah. That burnt bottle of lighter fluid still in my car, I think.
I would not be surprised if that porch still smells like gasoline.
I think that was way more fun to make that fake news report than I thought it would be, by the way. Yeah. Sorry, keep talking.
That's the end of the story. That is very real fire. It was very scary, and yeah, there you go. For some reason, that part right there always makes me think that you added Benedict Hall to the sign.
Nope.
It pops, man. It pops.
That take is really short because there were people talking by us, because that was when that summer camp thing was. People were getting there.
Yeah.
People just don't respect cameras, man.
They don't respect the art, man.
We should have told them off, gotten all indignant.
Yeah, like, excuse me, we're trying to make art. Get all Alex Curley with it.
Yep. You were disturbing my masterpiece.
My tour de force.
Yes. Yeah.
You can tell barely there, but that sewer was sealed up then.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't know if it was our fault, but there's a good chance it might have been.
I doubt it, because a lot of the sewers were sealed up around there.
Yeah.
I think,
But none of
Or
them
maybe-
were that last time we were there, though.
Maybe the smell crept up into the church and they're like, okay, time to close that.
That's what
Yeah.
that's what I think. Yeah,
Sorry.
we didn't expect that to happen.
Again, not respecting the art, though.
Uh-huh.
Didn't they know we needed that for continuity?
Nice beard.
Yeah,
It's really good beard.
that is the beardiest I've ever been,
Beard fella.
and it sucked because the whole point of having the beard was that I looked all unkempt, so I couldn't shave off the neck part, so I was always itchy all the time.
Yeah, that's the worst part.
Yeah.
Actually need to shave later today.
Tim complaining about his beard to two guys that can't grow one.
Yeah. Again, the same
Little-
transition
little
type there.
swoosh.
The same transition of the drawer used there.
What's the name of this entry in the folder?
I think it might be just Tim and Alex fight or something.
Let me check.
So Jay gets his shit ruined, but it's just a fight here.
Yeah,
Which entry is this?
86.
Oh yeah. Yeah, 86 is just Tim v. Alex.
Sounds like a court proceeding, like a court
Yep.
case. Again-
It's a court proceeding in court kick-ass.
Yeah, this is the entry where you lost your glasses.
Yeah.
They are forever lost to the void.
Somewhere down on this floor.
Probably.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I would say let me know if you ever find them, but I've got new glasses and I like them better, so don't worry
I think
about
a
it. You can
critter-
have them.
I think a critter ran off with them.
Yeah.
A little critter.
I have no idea. It is a mystery.
Once again, believable amount of exploration without having too much, just enough to draw out the tension.
It's good that we allotted 2 days to film this, because we actually had to use that second day because we spent 2 hours searching everywhere for those glasses.
Yeah.
Could not find them.
It was near the end of it when they're right before Tim kills Alex that we had to call it, because we were like, this is kind of an important part, so let's. I was trying to get us to go as fast as we could, but
It was just so dark.
I was just like, okay,
Yeah.
I guess we can't do this. This sucks. But
We had no light. We got to eat at Busy Bee, man. Busy Bee Cafe.
those old
You
church
you
pews.
critiqued
Yep.
my gun form. Alex gets it right here, and he still misses. So I think he's just
Not that you can see him
Yeah.
holding it.
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, this part we're about to see of Tim falling through the floor was actually, we got the idea from.
Well, hold on.
Okay.
Want to say something about the hole in the wall?
Oh yeah.
We took 20 minutes to get this hole in the wall that you can barely see right there.
We got a little chisel.
We got
Yeah.
a little chisel and chipped out a little
Yeah.
bit. There's a hole already there. We had to chip out the little
Yeah.
side bit because the bullet hit it at an angle. Okay, continue now.
Well, that was compiled from a few different shots. It was, the first one was falling down on this board over the crack, or over the hole, and then standing on a table sort of halfway out, and then slowly crouching down, and then sort of being on the table and falling onto the ground. But we got the idea from one of the administrators of the school whenever we first asked permission to use that building. He was like, sure, just there's some holes in the floor, be sure you don't fall through and hurt yourself. And we just went, hey.
Hey, that's a good idea.
Don't tell me what to do.
There's a slight pop sound there of Tim's leg going back into place, if you listen really carefully.
As in, you added that, or
Yeah.
Okay.
See, you're holding the gun with one hand again there. That's why you missed.
Yep. I missed earlier too. I just think he's
A
not
close target that isn't moving very much.
he's not a very good shot.
Nope. Well, he's also not like
He shoots film, not people, except
Yeah.
for that one time that he did.
I have very, very vivid memories of getting that shot, just taking off into the brush.
There were a couple where you ran like way longer than necessary, and Troy and I were just kind of standing there, just like, well,
Oh, okay.
I guess
you
he'll
didn't have
come
to
back.
do that,
A good director yells "cut"
but no.
no.
with the walkie-talkies that you bought and then never actually used whenever we needed them.
No, we actually did call after you. You just kept going.
Well, see, we had the walkie-talkies, but we would only remember to use them whenever we were in places where we didn't need them.
I had them all the time.
Yeah.
You had to have that knife in his back so he would pull the trigger enough times to make the gun empty again.
Yeah.
I really like that. The classic knife struggle.
Yeah, this requires a little bit more suspension of disbelief too, just because of the way it is shot. You know, Tim is basically holding the camera and pointing it up at Alex while he's being punched in the face. But you know,
Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to see it.
how else could we show that?
You can see where he wiped the floor of the blood. All the other takes right there.
Yeah.
Ew.
That's nasty.
That is very unsanitary.
Don't spit on the floor, man. Come on.
I'm sure I've said it before, but that fake blood tastes really gross.
Yep.
Which is weird because you like menthol things. And
It tastes like nothing, but
Mixed-
with the menthol like tingle, it's
Yeah.
weird. I am very familiar with the taste now.
Yeah. None got in your mouth?
Yes, it
I mean,
did.
we didn't put a whole lot in your mouth, did we? Because we
put-
used water.
We put a little bit in my mouth a whole lot of the time.
Not even gonna touch that. I think this is one of the first takes we had for this because all the other times when Tim fell down, we couldn't see Alex. There's Brian again. This is in his apartment.
Yeah.
Someone asked me once how many takes it took not to laugh during this. The answer is quite a few.
I don't think you laughed at any of them, actually.
We laughed in a few where after he pushes him away.
Oh, that's because the way Brian was sitting, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot you had the little operator silhouette right there. That was cool.
Yeah. It's from the same take of Jay there.
I think this might have been the shot right here where I lost my glasses, where I might have set them down. It was over here somewhere.
Don't dwell on the past. Look to the future.
That was really hard to do while also holding a camera.
Yeah, it's hard to open prescription bottle things like that. That distortion there was trying to show the operator disappearing, like not the death rattle, but just like what it looks like when it goes away, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't kill the operator, you just staved off the inevitable.
Yeah. Pushed it away.
What makes you think I'm the only source? There could be hundreds of others.
Dozens. At least 12.
There could be
least
hundreds of
14.
others. Or, I don't know, a few, maybe.
There could be thousands or 8.
This is the end, or the next day that we shot all this. This was all in one day. It was very scary to do because it was a very big moment.
This was really scary to film for me because I don't like things near my neck. That's a knife.
I think one of the because the stab was really hard to do, and I think One of the things you wanted me to do was like swing my arm like I was stabbing and miss, and I was like, absolutely not.
Yeah. Well, the way we ended up doing that was like the wrist of you I think it was Troy that was actually doing it.
Yeah.
The wrist of you hit my neck, so the blade was actually behind it, and the blade was turned over, so like the flat part was against my
It was
neck.
also incredibly slow and then sped up later.
But it was still really scary.
Yeah, because we couldn't. That shot of when you're being choked by Alex, you weren't holding the camera then. I was standing behind you because we couldn't get your arm back far enough. So I was standing right behind Tim, matching his movements for that entire take right there, right before for everything leading up to him stabbing Alex in the neck.
This was a very intense.
Yeah, this was very intense.
I think it was either right before or right after this we found out our Kickstarter got funded.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks.
We did several takes of this, and then the last one, I was just like, let's just empty the bottle of fake blood. Let's go nuts.
I think it's one we used right here.
And it is. Yeah, that's what we ended up using.
Because it doesn't show up super well on the camera as red or anything, so it didn't look fake at all.
Yeah, we were originally going to have this scene. I think whenever we first got there, we were going to do it in the room where Hoodie takes a swing at Jay with the pipe or whatever. Whenever he's chasing him in Entry 79.
Yeah,
and then we walked out because
This is gross. Ugh.
Whoosh,
just water.
and he's gone.
It's still gross sounding.
Yeah. But then I remembered that you had taken a picture of me sitting in that room
When we first came here like 3 years ago.
before we'd even started shooting season 3, and I was just like, hey, you know, it'd be really cool, and it'd also make us look really smart.
I can't help but wonder how many things are made that way.
Probably all of them.
I had to do that the motion of the camera flying down the stairs there while you guys were cleaning up the blood.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure I physically like fell down the stairs with the camera at least
did.
once, and it just didn't work.
It didn't work because you kind of scooted down on your butt.
There's no other way to do it without either hurting myself or the camera or both.
I'm not blaming you. I'm just saying it looked really funny because you're like boop boop boop.
Yep.
Boop. I'm really glad that was the last shot we got for that with you dropping the knife. I thought that was that was a good way to end that one.
Yeah, I didn't intend to do it that way. It just I made my hand limp, and then the knife just fell out, and I just kind of sat there like.
It was also a nice little fake out.
Yeah. Wow, here we are.
The final driving shot.
Yep.
5-year journey. This was uploaded on the 5-year anniversary of.
On the way to a convention in a Chick-fil-A drive-thru.
Yep.
Because I had this done, and I was going to.
We had this completely done like after or before Entry 86, right? Or
Almost. We had to put together except for this shot right here,
okay.
actually, of him throwing the mask away. We
oh,
had to
that's
get that.
right.
Which, yeah, there's the
Callback to
Yeah.
the bag, even though it's not the same bag.
Mm-hmm.
Whoops, sorry.
Yeah. Because Joseph,
Nice
we were
and quick.
using your duffel bag, but then
Yeah.
we sort of forgot that we were. So this
Did you,
is
like lose it or something?
No, I still have it.
Yeah,
You
we
just
just
didn't ask for it. I didn't know you were wanting to make that callback
yeah.
because I think it was decided like when you guys went out here to
Yeah.
shoot this.
Yeah.
Which is also why you didn't use my bag because it didn't matter.
Well, my bag is the one that we'd been using ever
Yeah.
since.
Yeah.
So
Oh yeah, that's what we said. Yeah. One of the takes, the mask fell back out, or it looked like it fell back out.
It's over.
And then he goes back to his car and it's filled with masks.
So this was filmed like
Well before this.
well, not this part in particular. It was
yeah.
just the stuff with Jessica.
So whenever you last saw Jessica, this was filmed at the same time.
Yes,
Tim-
entry
Tim had-
76.
Tim had quit smoking when we shot this, so he's smoking awful herbal cigarettes.
They
here.
were so disgusting. But you know what? I was dedicated.
Yeah.
I puffed him anyway.
We also hear that when you quit smoking and you you relapse and smoke your first cigarette for a long time. It tastes terrible.
Yeah.
So that probably didn't help with these.
Yeah.
That they would have tasted terrible anyway.
Especially since you've been smoking like fruit gushers vapor.
That makes it sound like he's literally smoking gushers. Like he's just rolling up gushers and smoking them.
Well,
It's the newest fad.
Now this is
was shot.
There's a stealth cut there when you turn the camera around, but this was shot a year before or something?
Yeah.
Almost.
it was the same. It was the daytime part of the same day that we shot Entry 76.
Yeah.
Like she went back up to Birmingham, did her play, then came back down and did all the nighttime stuff for that entry.
Yeah.
But we had to reshoot all the stuff where you saw my face because at the time we shot this, my hair was way longer and my beard was way shorter.
Yep.
And I looked kind of silly.
They had to swap places.
So if you go back and look at Entry 76, my hair is a lot longer than it's ever been, but it works with the mask on because you can't really see how silly it looks.
Yeah.
Wanted to let you know that I'm probably gonna be leaving too.
But yeah, this I think we wrote this before most of the rest of the season. I think.
This is well in the whenever we talked about writing Marble Hornets, we'd always say we got the beginning, we got the end, we just kind of do the middle by the seat of our pants. And this was well in the we already have the ending written.
Jay dying, Alex dying, and then this entry we knew about that
Through
for
like
a long
the
time.
beginning of season 2, we were like Tim is the only one who gets out of it of the main characters.
Yeah.
Whether or not Jessica does, well, that's up to you.
Ambiguous on purpose.
Yeah.
That's actually, it seems people like it and dislike it for the exact same reason. It's ambiguity, which is exactly why we filmed it that way.
Yeah. We didn't want to have a super ambiguous ending in terms of, oh no, like say we ended it at the end of the last entry of like, oh, is he alive or dead? Like that's not the kind of ambiguous we wanted. But we did want one loose end.
There's also something very, very ambiguous in this shot right here.
Yeah. Yep. He coughs in the medicine that he's holding, but we don't actually show him take it.
No, I'm talking about if you listen very, very closely.
Oh, if you listen very, very closely, you can hear an ambulance. That was added.
When we first, I want to talk about the crossroads.
Oh, yeah.
The only time a driving shot has stopped.
Yep.
Which was unintentional. We'd never driven along that road, and I just turned the camera on, and we did that, and then right as it was time for me to turn the camera around, I got to that stop where the crossroads were.
Yeah, and I said we should keep it at that stop because it's the end, and we've always bookended with driving shot, so the end should have the driving shot literally stopping.
And you also don't see exactly which way he turns.
Yep.
Which was also good.
But yeah, with the Jessica thing, we wanted to have her like at a store, and he goes and it's like, "Hey, are you Jessica?" Blah blah, blah. And then it does the cut, and then I can't remember who suggested it, but said like, "What if very very faintly in the background there's an ambulance?" It's like, is that?
I think it was your idea that you said that.
Okay, I'll take credit for it.
Sure. Hey, last names.
Yeah.
So it's one of those things like, is it related or is it not?
Yeah. Also wanted to say thanks to the composer who made this music.
Yes.
Who is about to be credited right now.
Yeah.
I'm gonna commentary credit him too.
Yep. Excellent stuff.
Well,
I guess we got to start wrapping it up here.
It's been one heck of a ride, a heck of a 5-year run, exactly 5 years.
Yep.
Plus all the time it took to make this stuff, the discs themselves. But thank you all for watching and sticking with us. It's been a heck of a ride, and we hope that you will come with us with
whatever it is,
whatever we do next time.
Just enjoy the next ride, guys. Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for watching, everyone, for doing this weird thing with us.
Bye.
Bye.